588. Of the limbs, which ought to be carefully selected, and of all the other parts with regard to painting. 589. When selecting figures, you should choose slender ones rather than lean and wooden ones. 590. Of the muscles of animals, the hollow spaces interposed between the muscles must not be of such a character as that the skin should seem to cover two sticks laid side by side like C, nor should they seem like two sticks somewhat remote from such contact, so that the skin hangs in an empty loose curve as at F. But it should be like I, laid over the spongy fat that lies in the angles as the angle NMO, which angle is formed by the contact of the ends of the muscles, and as the skin cannot fold down into such an angle, nature has filled up such angles with a small quantity of spongy, and, as I may say, vesicular fat, with minute bladders full of air, which is condensed or rarefied in them according to the increase or the diminution of the substance of the muscles, in which latter case the concavity I always has a larger curve than the muscle. 591. Of undulating movements and equipoise in figures and other animals. When representing a human figure or some graceful animal, be careful to avoid a wooden stiffness. That is to say, make them move with equipoise and balance so as not to look like a piece of wood. But those you want to represent as strong you must not make so, excepting in the turn of the head. How to pose figures. 592. Of grace in the limbs. The limbs should be adapted to the body with grace, and with reference to the effect that you wish the figure to produce. And if you wish to produce a figure that shall of itself look light and graceful, you must make the limbs elegant and extended, and without too much display of the muscles. And those few that are needed for your purpose you must indicate softly, that is, not very prominent and without strong shadows. The limbs, and particularly the arms easy. That is, none of the limbs should be in a straight line with the adjoining parts. And if the hips, which are the pole of a man, are by reason of his position, placed so, that the right is higher than the left, make the point of the higher shoulder in a perpendicular line above the highest prominence of the hip, and let this right shoulder be lower than the left. Let the pit of the throat always be over the center of the joint of the foot on which the man is leaning. The leg which is free should have the knee lower than the other, and near the other leg. The positions of the head and arms are endless, and I shall therefore not enlarge on any rules for them. Still, let them be easy and pleasing, with various turns and twists, and the joints gracefully bent, that they may not look like pieces of wood. Of appropriate gestures, 593-600. 593. A picture or representation of human figures ought to be done in such a way as that the spectator may easily recognize, by means of their attitudes, the purpose in their minds. Thus, if you have to represent a man of noble character in the act of speaking, let his gestures be such as naturally accompany good words. And, in the same way, if you wish to depict a man of a brutal nature, give him fierce movements, as with his arms flung out towards the listener, and his head and breast thrust forward beyond his feet, as if following the speaker's hands. Thus it is with a deaf and dumb person who, when he sees two men in conversation although he is deprived of hearing can nevertheless understand, from the attitudes and gestures of the speakers, the nature of their discussion. I once saw in Florence a man who had become deaf who, when you spoke very loud, did not understand you, but if you spoke gently and without making any sound, understood merely from the movement of the lips. Now perhaps you will say that the lips of a man who speaks loudly do not move like those of one speaking softly, and that if they were to move them alike, they would be alike understood. As to this argument, I leave the decision to experiment. Make a man speak to you gently and note his lips. Footnote: the first 10 lines of this text have already been published, but with a slightly different reading by Dr. M. Jordan, Das Malerbuch Leonardo da Vinci's p. 86. 594. Of representing a man speaking to a multitude. When you wish to represent a man speaking to a number of people, consider the matter of which he has to treat and adapt his action to the subject. Thus, if he speaks persuasively, let his action be appropriate to it. If the matter in hand be to set forth an argument, let the speaker, with the fingers of the right hand, hold one finger of the left hand, having the two smaller ones closed, and his face alert, and turn towards the people with mouth a little open, to look as though he spoke. And if he is sitting, let him appear as though about to rise, with his head forward. If you represent him standing, make him leaning slightly forward with body and head towards the people. These you must represent as silent and attentive, all looking at the orator's face with gestures of admiration, and make some old men in astonishment at the things they hear, with the corners of their mouths pulled down and drawn in, their cheeks full of furrows, and their eyebrows raised, and wrinkling the forehead where they meet. Again, some sitting with their fingers clasped holding their weary knees. Again, some bent old man, with one knee crossed over the other, on which let him hold his hand with his other elbow resting in it, and the hand supporting his bearded chin. Footnote: the sketches introduced here are a facsimile of a pen and ink drawing in the Louvre which Herr Karl Brunn considers as studies for the Last Supper in the Church of Santa Maria del Grazie. See Leonardo da Vinci, LXI, pp. 21, 27 and 28 in Domes Kunst und Künstler, Leipzig, Siemen. I shall not here enter into any discussion of this suggestion, but as a justification for introducing the drawing in this place, I may point out that some of the figures illustrate this passage as perfectly as though they had been drawn for that express purpose. I have discussed the probability of a connection between this sketch and the picture of the Last Supper on p. 335. The original drawing is 27.3/4 centimeters wide by 21 high. The drawing in silver point on reddish paper given on pl. Lech. Number 1. The original at Windsor Castle may also serve to illustrate the subject of appropriate gestures, treated in Nos. 593 and 594. 595. Of the disposition of limbs. As regards the disposition of limbs in movement, you will have to consider that when you wish to represent a man who, by some chance, has to turn backwards or to one side, you must not make him move his feet and all his limbs towards the side to which he turns his head. Rather must you make the action proceed by degrees and through the different joints. That is, those of the foot, the knee and the hip and the neck. And if you set him on the right leg, you must make the left knee bend inwards, and let his foot be slightly raised on the outside, and the left shoulder be somewhat lower than the right, while the nape of the neck is in a line directly over the outer ankle of the left foot, and the left shoulder will be in a perpendicular line above the toes of the right foot. And always set your figures so that the side to which the head turns is not the side to which the breast faces, since nature for our convenience has made us with a neck which bends with ease in many directions, the eye wishing to turn to various points, the different joints. And if at any time you make a man sitting with his arms at work on something which is sideways to him, make the upper part of his body turn upon the hips. Footnote: compare PL, Roman 7, number 5. The original drawing at Windsor Castle is numbered 104. 596. When you draw the nude, always sketch the whole figure, and then finish those limbs which seem to you the best, but make them act with the other limbs. Otherwise, you will get a habit of never putting the limbs well together on the body. Never make the head turn the same way as the torso, nor the arm and leg move together on the same side. And if the face is turned to the right shoulder, make all the parts lower on the left side than on the right. And when you turn the body with the breast outwards, if the head turns to the left side, make the parts on the right side higher than those on the left. Footnote: in the original Ms. a much defaced sketch is to be seen by the side of the second part of this chapter. Its faded condition has rendered reproduction impossible. In M. Ravaisen's facsimile, the outlines of the head have probably been touched up. This passage, however, is fitly illustrated by the drawings on PL, Roman 21. 597. Of painting. Of the nature of movements in man. Do not repeat the same gestures in the limbs of men unless you are compelled by the necessity of their action, as is shown in a B. Footnote: CPL, V, where part of the text is also reproduced. The effaced figure to the extreme left has evidently been cancelled by Leonardo himself as unsatisfactory. 598. The motions of men must be such as suggest their dignity or their baseness. 599. Of painting. Make your work carry out your purpose and meaning. That is when you draw a figure, consider well who it is and what you wish it to be doing. Of painting. With regard to any action which you give in a picture to an old man or to a young one, You must make it more energetic in the young man in proportion as he is stronger than the old one, and in the same way with a young man and an infant. 600. Of setting on the limbs. The limbs which are used for labor must be muscular, and those which are not much used you must make without muscles and softly rounded. Of the action of the figures. Represent your figures in such action as may be fitted to express what purpose is in the mind of each. Otherwise your art will not be admirable. 5. Suggestions for compositions. Of painting battle pieces, 601-6-3. 601. Of the way of representing a battle. First you must represent the smoke of artillery mingling in the air with the dust, and tossed up by the movement of horses and the combatants. And this mixture you must express thus. The dust, being a thing of earth, has weight, and although from its fineness it is easily tossed up and mingles with the air, it nevertheless readily falls again. It is the finest part that rises highest, hence that part will be least seen and will look almost of the same color as the air. The higher the smoke mixed with the dust-laden air rises towards a certain level, the more it will look like a dark cloud, and it will be seen that at the top, where the smoke is more separate from the dust, the smoke will assume a bluish tinge, and the dust will tend to its color. This mixture of air, smoke, and dust will look much lighter on the side whence the light comes than on the opposite side. The more the combatants are in this turmoil, the less will they be seen, and the less contrast will there be in their lights and shadows. Their faces and figures and their appearance, and the musketeers as well as those near them, you must make of a glowing red. And this glow will diminish in proportion as it is remote from its cause. The figures which are between you and the light, if they be at a distance, will appear dark on a light background, and the lower part of their legs near the ground will be least visible, because there the dust is coarsest and densest. And if you introduce horses galloping outside the crowd, make the little clouds of dust distant from each other in proportion to the strides made by the horses, and the clouds which are furthest removed from the horses should be least visible. Make them high and spreading and thin, and the nearer ones will be more conspicuous and smaller and denser. The air must be full of arrows in every direction, some shooting upwards, some falling, some flying level. The balls from the guns must have a train of smoke following their flight. The figures in the foreground you must make with dust on the hair and eyebrows and on other flat places likely to retain it. The conquerors you will make rushing onwards with their hair and other light things flying on the wind with their brows bent down. And with the opposite limbs thrust forward. That is where a man puts forward the right foot, the left arm must be advanced. And if you make any one fallen, you must show the place where he has slipped and been dragged along the dust into blood-stained mire. And in the half-liquid earth around show the print of the tramping of men and horses who have passed that way. Make also a horse dragging the dead body of his master, and leaving behind him, in the dust and mud, the track where the body was dragged along. You must make the conquered and beaten pale, their brows raised and knit, and the skin above their brows furrowed with pain, the sides of the nose with wrinkles going in an arch from the nostrils to the eyes, and make the nostrils drawn up, which is the cause of the lines of which I speak, and the lips arched upwards and discovering the upper teeth, and the teeth apart as with crying out and lamentation. And make some one shielding his terrified eyes with one hand, the palm towards the enemy, while the other rests on the ground to support his half-raised body. Others represent shouting with their mouths open and running away. You must scatter arms of all sorts among the feet of the combatants, as broken shields, lances, broken swords, and other such objects. And you must make the dead partly or entirely covered with dust, which is changed into crimson mire, where it has mingled with the flowing blood, whose color shows it issuing in a sinuous stream from the corpse. Others must be represented in the agonies of death, grinding their teeth, rolling their eyes, with their fists clenched against their bodies and their legs contorted. Some might be shown disarmed and beaten down by the enemy, turning upon the foe, with teeth and nails, to take an inhuman and bitter revenge. You might see some riderless horse rushing among the enemy, with his mane flying in the wind, and doing no little mischief with his heels. Some maimed warrior may be seen fallen to the earth, covering himself with his shield, while the enemy, bending over him, tries to deal him a death stroke. There again might be seen a number of men fallen in a heap over a dead horse. You would see some of the victors leaving the fight and issuing from the crowd, rubbing their eyes and cheeks with both hands to clean them of the dirt made by their watering eyes smarting from the dust and smoke. The reserves may be seen standing, hopeful but cautious, with watchful eyes, shading them with their hands and gazing through the dense and murky confusion, attentive to the commands of their captain. The captain himself, his staff raised, hurries towards these auxiliaries, pointing to the spot where they are most needed. And there may be a river into which horses are galloping, churning up the water all round them into turbulent waves of foam and water, tossed into the air and among the legs and bodies of the horses. And there must not be a level spot that is not trampled with gore. 603. Of lighting the lower parts of bodies close together, as of men in battle. As to men and horses represented in battle, their different parts will be dark in proportion as they are nearer to the ground on which they stand. And this is proved by the sides of wells which grow darker in proportion to their depth, the reason of which is that the deepest part of the well sees and receives a smaller amount of the luminous atmosphere than any other part. And the pavement, if it be of the same color as the legs of these said men and horses, will always be more lighted, and at a more direct angle than the said legs and sea. 604. Of the way to represent a night. That which is entirely bereft of light is all darkness. Given a night under these conditions, and that you want to represent a night scene, arrange that there shall be a great fire. Then the objects which are nearest to this fire will be most tinged with its color, for those objects which are nearest to a colored light participate most in its nature. As therefore you give the fire a red color, you must make all the objects illuminated by it ruddy, while those which are farther from the fire are more tinted by the black hue of night. The figures which are seen against the fire look dark in the glare of the firelight, because that side of the objects which you see is tinged by the darkness of the night and not by the fire. And those who stand at the side are half dark and half red, while those who are visible beyond the edges of the flame will be fully lighted by the ruddy glow against a black background. As to their gestures, make those which are near it screen themselves with their hands and cloaks as a defense against the intense heat, and with their faces turned away as if about to retire. Of those farther off, represent several as raising their hands to screen their eyes, hurt by the intolerable glare. Of depicting a tempest, 605, 606. 605. Describe a wind on land and at sea. Describe a storm of rain. 606. How to represent a tempest. If you wish to represent a tempest, consider and arrange well its effects as seen. When the wind, blowing over the face of the sea and earth, removes and carries with it such things as are not fixed to the general mass. And to represent the storm accurately, you must first show the clouds scattered and torn, and flying with the wind, accompanied by clouds of sand blown up from the seashore, and boughs and leaves swept along by the strength and fury of the blast, and scattered with other light objects through the air. Trees and plants must be bent to the ground, almost as if they would follow the course of the gale, with their branches twisted out of their natural growth and their leaves tossed and turned about. Footnote 11. CPL. XL, number 2. Of the men who are there, some must have fallen to the ground and be entangled in their garments, and hardly to be recognized for the dust, while those who remain standing may be behind some tree, with their arms round it that the wind may not tear them away. Others with their hands over their eyes for the dust, bending to the ground with their clothes and hair streaming in the wind. Let the sea be rough and tempestuous, and full of foam whirled among the lofty waves, while the wind flings the lighter spray through the stormy air, till it resembles a dense and swathing mist. Of the ships that are therein, some should be shown with rent sails and the tatters fluttering through the air, with ropes broken and masts split and fallen. And the ship itself lying in the trough of the sea, and wrecked by the fury of the waves, with the men shrieking and clinging to the fragments of the vessel. Make the clouds driven by the impetuosity of the wind and flung against the lofty mountain tops, and wreathed and torn like waves beating upon rocks. The air itself terrible from the deep darkness caused by the dust and fog and heavy clouds. Of representing the deluge, 607, 609. 607. To represent the deluge. The air was darkened by the heavy rain whose oblique descent, driven aslant by the rush of the winds, flew in drifts through the air, not otherwise than as we see dust, varied only by the straight lines of the heavy drops of falling water. But it was tinged with the color of the fire, kindled by the thunderbolts by which the clouds were rent and shattered, and whose flashes revealed the broad waters of the inundated valleys, above which was seen the verdure of the bending tree-tops. Neptune will be seen in the midst of the water with his trident, and let Aeolus with his winds be shown entangling the trees floating uprooted and whirling in the huge waves. The horizon and the whole hemisphere were obscure, but lurid from the flashes of the incessant lightning. Men and birds might be seen crowded on the tall trees which remained uncovered by the swelling waters, originators of the mountains which surround the great abysses. 608. Of the deluge and how to represent it in a picture. Let the dark and gloomy air be seen buffeted by the rush of contrary winds and dents from the continued rain, mingled with hail and bearing hither and thither, an infinite number of branches torn from the trees and mixed with numberless leaves. All round may be seen venerable trees, uprooted and stripped by the fury of the winds, and fragments of mountains, already scoured bare by the torrents, falling into those torrents and choking their valleys till the swollen rivers overflow and submerge the wide lowlands and their inhabitants. Again, you might have seen on many of the hilltops terrified animals of different kinds, collected together and subdued to tameness, in company with men and women who had fled there with their children. The waters which covered the fields, with their waves, were in great part strewn with tables, bedsteads, boats, and various other contrivances made from necessity and the fear of death, on which were men and women with their children amid sounds of lamentation and weeping, terrified by the fury of the winds which, with their tempestuous violence, rolled the waters under and over and about the bodies of the drowned. Nor was there any object lighter than the water which was not covered with a variety of animals, which, having come to truce, stood together in a frightened crowd, among them wolves, foxes, snakes, and others fleeing from death. And all the waters dashing on their shores seemed to be battling them with the blows of drowned bodies, blows which killed those in whom any life remained. You might have seen assemblages of men who, with weapons in their hands, defended the small spots that remained to them against lions, wolves, and beasts of prey who sought safety there. Ah, what dreadful noises were heard in the air, rent by the fury of the thunder, and the lightnings it flashed forth, which darted from the clouds, dealing ruin and striking all that opposed its course. Ah, how many you might have seen closing their ears with their hands to shut out the tremendous sounds made in the darkened air by the raging of the winds mingling with the rain, the thunders of heaven, and the fury of the thunderbolts. Others were not content with shutting their eyes, but laid their hands one over the other to cover them the closer, that they might not see the cruel slaughter of the human race by the wrath of God. Ah, how many laments! And how many in their terror flung themselves from the rocks. Huge branches of great oaks loaded with men were seen borne through the air by the impetuous fury of the winds. How many were the boats upset, some entire and some broken in pieces, on the top of people laboring to escape with gestures and actions of grief foretelling a fearful death. Others, with desperate act, took their own lives, hopeless of being able to endure such suffering, and of these some flung themselves from lofty rocks, others strangled themselves with their own hands, others seized their own children and violently slew them at a blow, some wounded and killed themselves with their own weapons, others, falling on their knees, recommended themselves to God. Ah, how many mothers wept over their drowned sons, holding them upon their knees, with arms raised spread out towards heaven, and with words and various threatening gestures, upbraiding the wrath of the gods. Others, with clasped hands and fingers clenched, gnawed them and devoured them till they bled, crouching with their breast down on their knees in their intense and unbearable anguish. Herds of animals were to be seen, such as horses, oxen, goats, and swine, already environed by the waters and left isolated on the high peaks of the mountains, huddled together, those in the middle climbing to the top and treading on the others, and fighting fiercely themselves, and many would die for lack of food. Already had the birds begun to settle on men and on other animals, finding no land uncovered which was not occupied by living beings, and already had famine, the minister of death, taken the lives of the greater number of the animals, when the dead bodies, now fermented, were leaving the depth of the waters and were rising to the top. Among the buffeting waves, where they were beating one against the other, and, like as balls full of air, rebounded from the point of concussion, these found a resting place on the bodies of the dead. And above these judgments, the air was seen covered with dark clouds, riven by the forked flashes of the raging bolts of heaven, lighting up on all sides the depth of the gloom. The motion of the air is seen by the motion of the dust thrown up by the horses running, and this motion is as swift in again, filling up the vacuum left in the air which enclosed the horse, as he is rapid in passing away from the air. Perhaps it will seem to you that you may reproach me with having represented the currents made through the air by the motion of the wind, notwithstanding that the wind itself is not visible in the air. To this I must answer that it is not the motion of the wind, but only the motion of the things carried along by it which is seen in the air. The divisions. Footnote 76. These observations, added at the bottom of the page containing the full description of the deluge, seem to indicate that it was Leonardo's intention to elaborate the subject still farther in a separate treatise. Darkness, wind, tempest at sea, floods of water, forests on fire, rain, bolts from heaven, earthquakes and ruins of mountains, overthrow of cities. Footnote 81. Spianamenti di città, overthrow of cities. A considerable number of drawings in black chalk at Windsor illustrate this catastrophe. Most of them are much rubbed. One of the least injured is reproduced at PL, Roman 39. Compare also the pen and ink sketch PL, Roman 36. Whirlwinds which carry water, branches of trees, and men through the air. Boughs stripped off by the winds, mingling by the meeting of the winds, with people upon them. Broken trees loaded with people. Ships broken to pieces, beaten on rocks. Flocks of sheep, hailstones, thunderbolts, whirlwinds. People on trees which are unable to support them, trees and rocks, towers and hills covered with people, boats, tables, troughs, and other means of floating. Hills covered with men, women, and animals, and lightning from the clouds illuminating everything. Footnote: this chapter, which, with the next one, is written on a loose sheet, seems to be the passage to which one of the compilers of the Vatican copy alluded when he wrote on the margin of fall. 36. Qua mi ricordo della mirabile descrizione del diluvio dello autori. It is scarcely necessary to point out that these chapters are among those which have never before been published. The description in number 607 may be regarded as a preliminary sketch for this one. As the Ms. G in which it is to be found must be attributed to the period of about 1515, we may deduce from it the approximate date of the drawings on PL. Roman 34, Roman 35, Nos. 2 and 3, Roman 36 and Roman 37, since they obviously belong to this text. The drawings number 2 on PL. Roman 35 are, in the original, side by side with the text of number 608. Lines 57 to 76 are shown in the facsimile. In the drawing in Indian ink given on PL, Roman 34, we see wind gods in the sky, corresponding to the allusion to Aeolus in No. 607 1, 15. Plates Roman 36 and Roman 37 form one sheet in the original. The texts reproduced on these plates have, however, no connection with the sketches, excepting the sketches of clouds on the right-hand side. These texts are given as number 477. The group of small figures on PL, Roman 37, to the left, seems to be intended for a congregation Diomini. See number 608, 119. 609. Description of the deluge. Let there be first represented the summit of a rugged mountain with valleys surrounding its base, and on its sides let the surface of the soil be seen to slide, together with the small roots of the bushes, denuding great portions of the surrounding rocks. And descending ruinous from these precipices in its boisterous course, let it dash along and lay bare the twisted and gnarled roots of large trees overthrowing their roots upwards. And let the mountains, as they are scoured bare, discover the profound fissures made in them by ancient earthquakes. The base of the mountains may be in great part clothed and covered with ruins of shrubs, hurled down from the sides of their lofty peaks, which will be mixed with mud, roots, boughs of trees, with all sorts of leaves thrust in with the mud and earth and stones. And into the depth of some valley may have fallen the fragments of a mountain forming a shore to the swollen waters of its river, which, having already burst its banks, will rush on in monstrous waves, and the greatest will strike upon and destroy the walls of the cities and farmhouses in the valley. Then the ruins of the high buildings in these cities will throw up a great dust, rising up in shape like smoke or wreathed clouds against the falling rain. But the swollen waters will sweep round the pool which contains them, striking in eddying whirlpools against the different obstacles, and leaping into the air in muddy foam. Then, falling back, the beaten water will again be dashed into the air. And the whirling waves which fly from the place of concussion, and whose impetus moves them across other eddies going in a contrary direction, after their recoil will be tossed up into the air, but without dashing off from the surface. Where the water issues from the pool, the spent waves will be seen spreading out towards the outlet, and they're falling or pouring through the air, and gaining weight and impetus, they will strike on the water below, piercing it, and rushing furiously to reach its depth, from which, being thrown back, it returns to the surface of the lake, carrying up the air that was submerged with it, and this remains at the outlet in foam mingled with logs of wood and other matters lighter than water. Round these again are formed the beginnings of waves, which increase the more in circumference as they acquire more movement, and this movement rises less high in proportion as they acquire a broader base, and thus they are less conspicuous as they die away. But if these waves rebound from various objects, they then return in direct opposition to the others following them, observing the same law of increase in their curve as they have already acquired in the movement they started with. The rain, as it falls from the clouds, is of the same color as those clouds, that is, in its shaded side, unless indeed the sun's rays should break through them. In that case, the rain will appear less dark than the clouds. And if the heavy masses of ruin of large mountains or of other grand buildings fall into the vast pools of water, a great quantity will be flung into the air, and its movement will be in a contrary direction to that of the object which struck the water. That is to say, the angle of reflection will be equal to the angle of incidence. Of the objects carried down by the current, those which are heaviest, or rather largest in mass, will keep farthest from the two opposite shores. The water in the eddies revolves more swiftly in proportion as it is nearer to their center. The crests of the waves of the sea tumble to their bases, falling with friction on the bubbles of their sides. And this friction grinds the falling water into minute particles, and this being converted into a dense mist, mingles with the gale in the manner of curling smoke and wreathing clouds, and at last it rises into the air and is converted into clouds. But the rain which falls through the atmosphere, being driven and tossed by the winds, becomes rarer or denser, according to the rarity or density of the winds that buffet it. And thus there is generated in the atmosphere a moisture formed of the transparent particles of the rain, which is near to the eye of the spectator. The waves of the sea which break on the slope of the mountains which bound it will foam from the velocity with which they fall against these hills. In rushing back, they will meet the next wave as it comes, and after a loud noise return in a great flood to the sea whence they came. Let great numbers of inhabitants, men and animals of all kinds, be seen, driven by the rising of the deluge to the peaks of the mountains, in the midst of the waters aforesaid. The wave of the sea at Piombino is all foaming water. Footnote 55, 56. These two lines are written below the bottom sketch on PL, Roman 35:3. The Ms. Lake. Being written about the year 1510 or later, it does not seem to me to follow that the sketches must have been made at Piombino, where Leonardo was in the year 1502 and possibly returned there subsequently. See volume Roman 2. Topographical notes. Of the water which leaps up from the spot where great masses fall on its surface, of the winds of Piombino at Piombino, eddies of wind and rain with boughs and shrubs mixed in the air, emptying the boats of the rain water. Footnote, the sketches on PL, Roman 35:3, stand by the side of lines 14 to 54. Of depicting natural phenomena, 610, 611. 610. The tremendous fury of the wind, driven by the falling in of the hills on the caves, within by the falling of the hills, which served as roofs to these caverns. A stone flung through the air leaves on the eye which sees it the impression of its motion, and the same effect is produced by the drops of water which fall from the clouds when it rains. A mountain falling on a town will fling up dust in the form of clouds, but the color of this dust will differ from that of the clouds. Where the rain is thickest, let the color of the dust be less conspicuous, and where the dust is thickest, let the rain be less conspicuous. And where the rain is mingled with the wind, and with the dust, the clouds created by the rain must be more transparent than those of dust. And when flames of fire are mingled with clouds of smoke and water, very opaque and dark clouds will be formed. Footnote 2628. Compare PL. XL won the drawing in Indian ink on the left-hand side, which seems to be a reminiscence of his observations of an eruption. See his remarks on Mount Etna in Vol. Roman II. And the rest of this subject will be treated in detail in the book on painting. Footnote, see the sketches and text on PL. Roman 38, number 1 lines 1-16 are there given on the left-hand side, 1730 on the right. The 4 lines at the bottom on the right are given as number 472. Above these texts, which are written backwards, there are in the original 16 lines in a larger writing from left to right, but only half of this is here visible. They treat of the physical laws of motion of air and water. It does not seem to me that there is any reason for concluding that this writing from left to right is spurious. Compare with it the facsimile of the rough copy of Leonardo's letter to Ludovico il Moro in volume Roman II. 611. People were to be seen eagerly embarking victuals on various kinds of hastily made barks. But little of the waves were visible in those places where the dark clouds and rain were reflected. But where the flashes caused by the bolts of heaven were reflected, there were seen as many bright spots, caused by the image of the flashes, as there were waves to reflect them to the eye of the spectator. The number of the images produced by the flash of lightning on the waves of the water were multiplied in proportion to the distance of the spectator's eye. So also the number of the images was diminished in proportion as they were nearer the eye which saw them. Footnote 22. 23. Come privato. See volume Roman II, nos. 874-878 and 892-901, as it has been proved in the definition of the luminosity of the moon, and of our marine horizon when the sun's rays are reflected in it, and the eye which receives the reflection is remote from the sea. 6. The artist's materials. Of chalk and paper, 612-617. 612. To make points for coloring dry. Temper with a little wax and do not dry it, which wax you must dissolve with water, so that when the white lead is thus tempered, the water being distilled may go off in vapor and the wax may remain. You will thus make good crayons, but you must know that the colors must be ground with a hot stone. 613. Chalk dissolves in wine and in vinegar or in aqua fortis, and can be recombined with gum. 614. Paper for drawing upon in black by the aid of your spittle. Take powdered gall nuts and vitriol, powder them and spread them on paper like a varnish. Then write on it with a pen wetted with spittle, and it will turn as black as ink. 615. If you want to make foreshortened letters, stretch the paper in a drawing frame, and then draw your letters and cut them out, and make the sunbeams pass through the holes onto another stretched paper, and then fill up the angles that are wanting. 616. This paper should be painted over with candle soot tempered with thin glue, then smear the leaf thinly with white lead and oil, as is done to the letters in printing, and then print in the ordinary way. Thus the leaf will appear shaded in the hollows and lighted on the parts in relief, which however comes out here just the contrary. Footnote, this text, which accompanies a facsimile impression of a leaf of sage, has already been published in the Saggio dell'Opere di L. da Vinci, Milano 1872, p. 11. G. Govi observes on this passage, Forse aveva egli pensato ancora farsi un erberio, ad almeno a riperder facilmente su carta la form I particolari del fogli di diverse piant. Poic, modificando un metodo ci probabilmente gli è stato insegnato da altri, e ci più tardi si leg, ripetuto in molti ristare I libri di segreti, accanto a una foglia di salvia impressa in nero su carta bianca, lascio scritto. Questa carta. Erano I primi tentativi di quella ripergiuzione immediata del parti vegetali. Ci poi stato il nome d'impression naturale, fu condata e tanta per Fiziani in questi ultimi tempi dal signor de Hauer e da altri. 617. Very excellent will be a stiff white paper, made of the usual mixture and filtered milk of an herb called calf's foot. And when this paper is prepared and damped and folded and wrapped up, it may be mixed with the mixture and thus left to dry. But if you break it before it is moistened, it becomes somewhat like the thin paste called lasagna, and you may then damp it and wrap it up and put it in the mixture and leave it to dry. Or again, this paper may be covered with stiff transparent white and sardonio, and then damped so that it may not form angles, and then covered up with strong transparent size. And as soon as it is firm, cut it 2 fingers, and leave it to dry. Again, you may make stiff cardboard of Sardonio, and dry it, and then place it between 2 sheets of papyrus, and break it inside with a wooden mallet with a handle, and then open it with care, holding the lower sheet of paper flat and firm, so that the broken pieces be not separated. Then have a sheet of paper covered with hot glue and apply it on the top of all these pieces, and let them stick fast. Then turn it upside down and apply transparent size several times in the spaces between the pieces, each time pouring in first some black and then some stiff white, and each time leaving it to dry, then smooth it and polish it. On the preparation and use of colors, 618-627. 618. To make a fine green, take green and mix it with bitumen, and you will make the shadows darker. Then, for lighter green with yellow ochre, and for still lighter green with yellow, and for the highlights pure yellow, then mix green and turmeric together and glaze everything with it. To make a fine red, take cinnabar or red chalk or burnt ochre for the dark shadows, and for the lighter ones red chalk and vermilion, and for the lights pure vermilion, and then glaze with fine lake. To make good oil for painting. 1 part of oil, 1 of the first refining and 1 of the second. 619. Use black in the shadow, and in the lights white, yellow, green, vermilion, and lake. Medium shadows, take the shadow as above and mix it with the flesh tints just alluded to, adding to it a little yellow and a little green and occasionally some lake. For the shadows, take green and lake for the middle shades. Footnote 618 and 619. If we may judge from the flourishes with which the writing is ornamented, these passages must have been written in Leonardo's youth. 620. You can make a fine ochre by the same method as you use to make white. 621. A fine yellow. Dissolve realgar with 1 part of orpiment with aqua fortis. White. Put the white into an earthen pot and lay it no thicker than a string, and let it stand in the sun undisturbed for 2 days, and in the morning when the sun has dried off the night dews. 622. To make reddish black for flesh tints, take red rock crystals from Rocca Nova or garnets and mix them a little. Again, Armenian bole is good in part. 623. The shadow will be burnt terravert. 624. The proportions of colors. If 1 ounce of black mixed with 1 ounce of white gives a certain shade of darkness, what shade of darkness will be produced by 2 ounces of black to 1 ounce of white? 625. Remix black, greenish yellow, and at the end blue. 626. Verdigris with aloes, or gall or turmeric makes a fine green, and so it does with saffron or burnt orpiment, but I doubt whether in a short time they will not turn black. Ultramarine blue and glass yellow mixed together make a beautiful green for fresco, that is wall painting. Lac and verdigris make a good shadow for blue in oil painting. 627. Grind verdigris many times colored with lemon juice and keep it away from yellow. Of preparing the panel. 628. To prepare a panel for painting on. The panel should be cypress or pear or servistry or walnut. You must coat it over with mastic and turpentine twice distilled in white, or, if you like, lime, and put it in a frame so that it may expand and shrink according to its moisture and dryness. Then give it of aqua vitae in which you have dissolved arsenic or sublimate 2 or 3 times. Then apply boiled linseed oil in such a way as that it may penetrate every part, and before it is cold rub it well with a cloth to dry it. Over this apply liquid varnish and white with a stick, then wash it with urine when it is dry, and dry it again. Then pounce and outline your drawing finely, and over it lay a priming of 30 parts of verdigris, with 1 of verdigris with 2 of yellow. Footnote: M. Raveson's reading varies from mine in the following passages. 1 apero alerbo equals o biende. 6 frigolo beni con un pano, he reads pain for pano and renders it. Frat la bien avec un pain de facin quil, etc. 7 calisteca pola, he reads paleka equals avec lecaudo de bois polonize. The preparation of oils, 629, 634. 629. Oil. Make some oil of mustard seed. And if you wish to make it with greater ease, mix the ground seeds with linseed oil and put it all under the press. 630. To remove the smell of oil. Take the rank oil and put 10 pints into a jar and make a mark on the jar at the height of the oil. Then add to it a pint of vinegar and make it boil till the oil has sunk to the level of the mark, and thus you will be certain that the oil is returned to its original quantity, and the vinegar will have gone off in vapor, carrying with it the evil smell. And I believe you may do the same with nut oil or any other oil that smells badly. 631. Since walnuts are enveloped in a thin rind, which partakes of the nature of, if you do not remove it when you make the oil from them, this skin tinges the oil, and when you work with it, this skin separates from the oil and rises to the surface of the painting, and this is what makes it change. 632. To restore oil colors that have become dry. If you want to restore oil colors that have become dry, keep them soaking in soft soap for a night, and with your finger, mix them up with the soft soap. Then pour them into a cup and wash them with water, and in this way you can restore colors that have got dry. But take care that each color has its own vessel to itself, adding the color by degrees as you restore it, and mind that they are thoroughly softened. And when you wish to use them for tempera, wash them 5 and 6 times with spring water and leave them to settle. If the soft soap should be thick with any of the colors, pass it through a filter. Footnote: the same remark applies to these sections as to number 618 and 619. 633. Oil. Mustard seed pounded with linseed oil. 634. Outside the bowl 2 fingers lower than the level of the oil, and pass it into the neck of a bottle and let it stand, and thus all the oil will separate from this milky liquid. It will enter the bottle and be as clear as crystal, and grind your colors with this, and every coarse or viscid part will remain in the liquid. You must know that all the oils that have been created in seeds or fruits are quite clear by nature, and the yellow color you see in them only comes of your not knowing how to draw it out. Fire or heat by its nature has the power to make them acquire color. See, for example, the exudation or gums of trees which partake of the nature of rosin. In a short time they harden because there is more heat in them than in oil, and after some time they acquire a certain yellow hue tending to black. But oil, not having so much heat, does not do so. Although it hardens to some extent into sediment, it becomes finer. The change in oil which occurs in painting proceeds from a certain fungus of the nature of a husk, which exists in the skin which covers the nut, and this being crushed along with the nuts, and being of a nature much resembling oil, mixes with it. It is of so subtle a nature that it combines with all colors and then comes to the surface, and this it is which makes them change. And if you want the oil to be good and not to thicken, put into it a little camphor melted over a slow fire, and mix it well with the oil, and it will never harden. Footnote: the same remark applies to these sections as to number 618 and 619. On varnishes, 635-637. 635. Varnish. Take cypress and distill it and have a large pitcher, and put in the extract with so much water as may make it appear like amber, and cover it tightly so that none may evaporate. And when it is dissolved, you may add in your pitcher as much of the said solution as shall make it liquid to your taste. And you must know that amber is the gum of the cypress tree. Varnish. And since varnish is the resin of juniper, if you distill juniper, you can dissolve the said varnish in the essence, as explained above. 636. Varnish. Notch a juniper tree and give it water at the roots. Mix the liquor which exudes with nut oil, and you will have a perfect varnish. Made like amber varnish, fine and of the best quality, make it in May or April. 637. Varnish. Mercury with Jupiter and Venus. A paste made of these must be corrected by the mold, continuously, until Mercury separates itself entirely from Jupiter and Venus. Footnote: here, and in No. 641, Mercurio seems to mean quicksilver, Giove stands for iron, Vener for copper, and Saturno for lead. On chemical materials, 638-650. 638. Note how aqua vitae absorbs into itself all the colors and smells of flowers. If you want to make blue, put iris flowers into it, and for red, solanum berries. 639. Salt may be made from human excrement burnt and calcined and made into lees, and dried by a slow fire, and all dung in like manner yields salt, and these salts when distilled are very pungent. 640. Sea water filtered through mud or clay leaves all its saltness in it. Woolen stuffs placed on board ship absorb fresh water. If sea water is distilled under a retort, it becomes of the first excellence, and anyone who has a little stove in his kitchen can, with the same wood as he cooks with, distill a great quantity of water if the retort is a large one. 641. Mold. The mold may be of Venus or of Jupiter and Saturn and placed frequently in the fire, and it should be worked with fine emery, and the mold should be of Venus and Jupiter impasted over Venus. But first you will test Venus and Mercury mixed with Jove, and take means to cause Mercury to disperse, and then fold them well together so that Venus or Jupiter be connected as thinly as possible. Niter, vitriol, cinnabar, alum, salt ammoniac, sublimated mercury, rock salt, alkali salt, common salt, rock alum, alum schist, arsenic, sublimate, realgar, tartar, orpiment, verdigris. 643. Pitch 4 ounces virgin wax, 4 ounces incense, 2 ounces oil of roses 1 ounce. 644. 4 ounces virgin wax, 4 ounces Greek pitch, 2 ounces incense, 1 ounce oil of roses. First melt the wax and oil, then the Greek pitch, then the other things in powder. 645. Very thin glass may be cut with scissors, and when placed over inlaid work of bone, gilt, or stained of other colors, you can saw it through together with the bone and then put it together, and it will retain a luster that will not be scratched nor worn away by rubbing with the hand. 646. To dilute white wine and make it purple. Powder gall nuts and let this stand 8 days in the white wine, and in the same way dissolve vitriol in water and let the water stand and settle very clear, and the wine likewise, each by itself, and strain them well. And when you dilute the white wine with the water, the wine will become red. 647. Put marcasite into aqua fortis, and if it turns green, know that it has copper in it. Take it out with saltpeter and soft soap. 648. A white horse may have the spots removed with the Spanish hematite, or with aqua fortis, or with, removes the black hair on a white horse with the singeing iron. Force him to the ground. 649. Fire. If you want to make a fire which will set a hall in a blaze without injury, do this. First perfume the hall with a dense smoke of incense or some other odoriferous substance. It is a good trick to play. Or boil 10 pounds of brandy to evaporate, but see that the hall is completely closed, and throw up some powdered varnish among the fumes, and this powder will be supported by the smoke. Then go into the room suddenly with a lighted torch, and at once it will be in a blaze. 650. Fire. Take away that yellow surface which covers oranges and distill them in an alembic, until the distillation may be said to be perfect. Fire. Close a room tightly and have a brazier of brass or iron with fire in it, and sprinkle on it 2 pints of aqua vitae, a little at a time, so that it may be converted into smoke. Then make someone come in with a light, and suddenly you will see the room in a blaze like a flash of lightning, and it will do no harm to anyone. 7. Philosophy and history of the art of painting. The relation of art and nature, 651, 652. 651. What is fair in men passes away, but not so in art. 652. He who despises painting loves neither philosophy nor nature. If you condemn painting, which is the only imitator of all visible works of nature, you will certainly despise a subtle invention which brings philosophy and subtle speculation to the consideration of the nature of all forms, seas and plains, trees, animals, plants, and flowers which are surrounded by shade and light. And this is true knowledge and the legitimate issue of nature. For painting is born of nature, or, to speak more correctly, we will say it is the grandchild of nature. For all visible things are produced by nature, and these her children have given birth to painting. Hence, we may justly call it the grandchild of nature and related to God. Painting is superior to poetry, 653, 654. 653. That painting surpasses all human works by the subtle considerations belonging to it. The eye, which is called the window of the soul, is the principal means by which the central sense can most completely and abundantly appreciate the infinite works of nature. And the ear is the second, which acquires dignity by hearing of the things the eye has seen. If you, historians or poets or mathematicians, had not seen things with your eyes, you could not report of them in writing. And if you, zero poet, tell a story with your pen, the painter with his brush can tell it more easily, with simpler completeness and less tedious to be understood. And if you call painting dumb poetry, the painter may call poetry blind painting. Now, which is the worst defect, to be blind or dumb? Though the poet is as free as the painter in the invention of his fictions, they are not so satisfactory to men as paintings. For though poetry is able to describe forms, actions, and places in words, the painter deals with the actual similitude of the forms in order to represent them. Now tell me which is the nearer to the actual man, the name of man or the image of the man. The name of man differs in different countries, but his form is never changed but by death. 654. And if the poet gratifies the sense by means of the ear, the painter does so by the eye the worthier sense. But I will say no more of this but that, if a good painter represents the fury of a battle, and if a poet describes one, and they are both together put before the public, you will see where most of the spectators will stop, to which they will pay most attention, on which they will bestow most praise, and which will satisfy them best. Undoubtedly, painting being by a long way the more intelligible and beautiful, will please most. Write up the name of God in some spot, and set up his image opposite, and you will see which will be most reverenced. Painting comprehends in itself all the forms of nature, while you have nothing but words, which are not universal as form is, and if you have the effects of the representation, we have the representation of the effects. Take a poet who describes the beauty of a lady to her lover, and a painter who represents her, and you will see to which nature guides the enamored critic. Certainly, the proof should be allowed to rest on the verdict of experience. You have ranked painting among the mechanical arts, but, in truth, if painters were as apt at praising their own works in writing as you are, it would not lie under the stigma of so base a name. If you call it mechanical because it is, in the first place, manual, and that it is the hand which produces what is to be found in the imagination, you two writers, who set down manually with the pen what is devised in your mind. And if you say it is mechanical because it is done for money, who falls into this error if error it can be called more than you? If you lecture in the schools, do you not go to whoever pays you most? Do you do any work without pay? Still, I do not say this as blaming such views, for every form of labor looks for its reward. And if a poet should say, I will invent a fiction with a great purpose, the painter can do the same, as Apelles painted calumny. If you were to say that poetry is more eternal, I say the works of a coppersmith are more eternal still, for time preserves them longer than your works or ours. Nevertheless, they have not much imagination. And a picture, if painted on copper with enamel colors, may be yet more permanent. We, by our arts, may be called the grandsons of God. If poetry deals with moral philosophy, painting deals with natural philosophy. Poetry describes the action of the mind, painting considers what the mind may affect by the motions of the body. If poetry can terrify people by hideous fictions, painting can do as much by depicting the same things in action. Supposing that a poet applies himself to represent beauty, ferocity, or a base, a foul or a monstrous thing, as against a painter, he may in his ways bring forth a variety of forms. But will the painter not satisfy more? Are there not pictures to be seen, so like the actual things, that they deceive men and animals? Painting is superior to sculpture, 655, 656. 655. That sculpture is less intellectual than painting, and lacks many characteristics of nature. I myself, having exercised myself no less in sculpture than in painting, and doing both one and the other in the same degree, it seems to me that I can, without invidiousness, pronounce an opinion as to which of the two is of the greatest merit and difficulty and perfection. In the first place, sculpture requires a certain light. That is from above. A picture carries everywhere with it its own light and shade. Thus sculpture owes its importance to light and shade, and the sculptor is aided in this by the nature of the relief which is inherent in it, while the painter whose art expresses the accidental aspects of nature places his effects in the spots where nature must necessarily produce them. The sculptor cannot diversify his work by the various natural colors of objects. Painting is not defective in any particular. The sculptor, when he uses perspective, cannot make it in any way appear true. That of the painter can appear like 100 miles beyond the picture itself. Their works have no aerial perspective whatever. They cannot represent transparent bodies. They cannot represent luminous bodies, nor reflected lights, nor lustrous bodies as mirrors, and the like polished surfaces, nor mists, nor dark skies, nor an infinite number of things which need not be told for fear of tedium. As regards the power of resisting time, though they have this resistance, footnote 19. From what is here said as to painting on copper, it is very evident that Leonardo was not acquainted with the method of painting in oil on thin copper plates, introduced by the Flemish painters of the 16th century. J. L'Hermelief has already pointed out that in the various collections containing pictures by the great masters of the Italian Renaissance, those painted on copper, for instance the famous Reading Magdalene in the Dresden Gallery, are the works of a much later date, see Zeitschrift für Bildende Kunst. Volume XPG, 333, and Werk Italienischer Master in den Galerien von München, Dresden und Berlin. Leipzig 1880, pg. 158 and 159. Compare No. 654, 29. A picture painted on thick copper covered with white enamel on which it is painted with enamel colors, and then put into the fire again and baked, far exceeds sculpture in permanence. It may be said that if a mistake is made, it is not easy to remedy it. It is but a poor argument to try to prove that a work be the nobler, because oversights are irremediable. I should rather say that it will be more difficult to improve the mind of the master who makes such mistakes than to repair the work he has spoilt. 656. We know very well that a really experienced and good painter will not make such mistakes. On the contrary, with sound rules he will remove so little at a time that he will bring his work to a good issue. Again, the sculptor, if working in clay or wax, can add or reduce, and when his model is finished it can easily be cast in bronze, and this is the last operation and is the most permanent form of sculpture. Inasmuch as that which is merely of marble is liable to ruin, but not bronze. Hence a painting done on copper which, as I said of painting, may be added to or altered, resembles sculpture in bronze, which, having first been made in wax, could then be altered or added to. And if sculpture in bronze is durable, this work in copper and enamel is absolutely imperishable. Bronze is but dark and rough after all, but this latter is covered with various and lovely colors in infinite variety, as has been said above. Or if you will have me only speak of painting on panel, I am content to pronounce between it and sculpture, saying that painting is the more beautiful and the more imaginative and the more copious, while sculpture is the more durable, but it has nothing else. Sculpture shows with little labor what in painting appears a miraculous thing to do, to make what is impalpable appear palpable, flat objects appear in relief, distant objects seem close. In fact, painting is adorned with infinite possibilities which sculpture cannot command. Aphorisms 657-659. 657. Of painting. Men and words are ready-made, and you, O painter, if you do not know how to make your figures move, are like an orator who knows not how to use his words. 658. As soon as the poet ceases to represent in words what exists in nature, he in fact ceases to resemble the painter. For if the poet, leaving such representation, proceeds to describe the flowery and flattering speech of the figure, which he wishes to make the speaker, he then is an orator and no longer a poet nor a painter. And if he speaks of the heavens, he becomes an astrologer and philosopher, and a theologian if he discourses of nature or God. But if he restricts himself to the description of objects, he would enter the lists against the painter, if with words he could satisfy the eye as the painter does. 659. Though you may be able to tell or write the exact description of forms, the painter can so depict them that they will appear alive, with the shadow and light which show the expression of a face, which you cannot accomplish with the pen, though it can be achieved by the brush. On the history of painting, 660-661. 660. That painting declines and deteriorates from age to age, when painters have no other standard than painting already done. Hence the painter will produce pictures of small merit if he takes for his standard the pictures of others. But if he will study from natural objects, he will bear good fruit. As was seen in the painters after the Romans who always imitated each other, and so their art constantly declined from age to age. After these came Giotto, the Florentine, who, not content with imitating the works of Cimabue, his master being born in the mountains, and in a solitude inhabited only by goats and such beasts, and being guided by nature to his art, began by drawing on the rocks the movements of the goats of which he was keeper. And thus he began to draw all the animals which were to be found in the country, and in such wise that after much study he excelled not only all the masters of his time, but all those of many bygone ages. Afterwards this art declined again, because everyone imitated the pictures that were already done. Thus it went on from century to century, until Tommaso, of Florence, nicknamed Masaccio, showed by his perfect works how those who take for their standard anyone, but nature the mistress of all masters weary themselves in vain. And I would say about these mathematical studies that those who only study the authorities and not the works of nature are descendants, but not sons of nature the mistress of all good authors. Oh, how great is the folly of those who blame those who learn from nature. Footnote 22. Lasciando stare li autorai. In this observation, we may detect an indirect evidence that Leonardo regarded his knowledge of natural history as derived from his own investigations, as well as his theories of perspective and optics. Compare what he says in Praise of Experience, Vol. Roman 2, Roman 19, setting aside those authorities who themselves were the disciples of nature. 661. That the first drawing was a simple line, drawn round the shadow of a man cast by the sun on a wall. The painter's scope. 662. The painter strives and competes with nature. X. Studies and sketches for pictures and decorations. An artist's manuscript notes can hardly be expected to contain anything more than incidental references to those masterpieces of his work, of which the fame, sounded in the writings of his contemporaries, has left a glorious echo to posterity. We need not therefore be surprised to find that the texts here reproduced do not afford us such comprehensive information as we could wish. On the other hand, the sketches and studies prepared by Leonardo for the two grandest compositions he ever executed, the fresco of the Last Supper in the refectory of Santa Maria del Grazie at Milan, and the cartoon of the Battle of Anghiari for the Palazzo della Signoria at Florence, have been preserved, and though far from complete, are so much more numerous than the manuscript notes, that we are justified in asserting that in value and interest they amply compensate for the meagerness of the written suggestions. The notes for the composition of the Last Supper, which are given under Nos. 665 and 666, occur in a Ms. at South Kensington, A2 written in the years 1490–1495. This Ms. sketch was noted down not more than 3 or 4 years before the painting was executed, which justifies the inference that at the time when it was written, the painter had not made up his mind definitely even as to the general scheme of the work. And from this, we may also conclude that the drawings of apostles' heads at Windsor, in red chalk, must be ascribed to a later date. They are studies for the head of St. Matthew, the fourth figure on Christ's left hand CPL. XL Roman 7, the sketch in black chalk for the head of St. Philip, the third figure on the left hand CPL. XL Roman 8 for St. Peter's right arm CPL. Roman 49, and for the expressive head of Judas, which has unfortunately somewhat suffered by subsequent restoration of outlines, CPL. According to a tradition, as unfounded as it is improbable, Leonardo made use of the head of Padre Bandelli, the prior of the convent, as the prototype of his Judas. This, however, has already been contradicted by Amoretti, Memory Storage Cap, Roman 14. The study of the head of a criminal on PL. Lee has, it seems to me, a better claim to be regarded as one of the preparatory sketches for the head of Judas. The Windsor collection contains 2 old copies of the head of Saint Simon, the figure to the extreme left of Christ, both of about equal merit. They are marked as Nos. 21 and 36. The second was reproduced on PL Roman 8 of the Grosvenor Gallery publication in 1878. There is also at Windsor a drawing in black chalk of folded hands marked with the old No. 212. No. LXI of the Grosvenor Gallery publication, which I believe to be a copy of the hands of St. John, by some unknown pupil. A reproduction of the excellent drawings of heads of apostles in the possession of H.R. H. the Grand Duchess of Weimar would have been out of my province in this work, and with regard to them, I must confine myself to pointing out that the difference in style does not allow of our placing the Weimar drawings in the same category as those here reproduced. The mode of grouping in the Weimar drawings is of itself sufficient to indicate that they were not executed before the picture was painted, but, on the contrary, afterwards, and it is, on the face of it, incredible that so great a master should thus have copied from his own work. The drawing of Christ's head, in the Brera Palace at Milan, was perhaps originally the work of Leonardo's hand. It has unfortunately been entirely retouched and redrawn, so that no decisive opinion can be formed as to its genuineness. The red chalk drawing reproduced on PL, Roman 46, is in the Accademia at Venice. It was probably made before the text, Nos. 664 and 665, was written. The two pen and ink sketches on PL, Roman 45, seem to belong to an even earlier date. The more finished drawing of the two, on the right hand, represents Christ with only St. John and Judas, and a third disciple whose action is precisely that described in No. 666 PL. For it is hardly necessary to observe that the other sketches on this page, and the lines of text below the circle, containing the solution of a geometrical problem, have no reference to the picture of the Last Supper. With this figure of Christ may be compared a similar pen and ink drawing reproduced on page 297 below on the left hand. The original is in the Louvre. On this page again, the rest of the sketches have no direct bearing on the composition of the Last Supper. Not even, as it seems to me, the group of four men at the bottom to the right hand who are listening to a fifth, in their midst addressing them. Moreover, the writing on this page, an explanation of a disc-shaped instrument, is certainly not in the same style as we find constantly used by Leonardo after the year 1489. It may be incidentally remarked that no sketches are known for the portrait of Mona Lisa, nor do the Ms. notes ever allude to it, though according to Vasari, the master had it in hand for fully 4 years. Leonardo's cartoon for the picture of the Battle of Anghiari has shared the fate of the rival work, Michelangelo's Bathers Summoned to Battle. Both have been lost in some wholly inexplicable manner. I cannot here enter into the remarkable history of this work. I can only give an account of what has been preserved to us of Leonardo's scheme and preparations for executing it. The extent of the material in studies and drawings was till now quite unknown. Their publication here may give some adequate idea of the grandeur of this famous work. The text given as No. 669 contains a description of the particulars of the battle, but for the reasons given in the note to this text, I must abandon the idea of taking this passage as the basis of my attempt to reconstruct the picture as the artist conceived and executed it. I may here remind the reader that Leonardo prepared the cartoon in the Sala del Papa of Santa Maria Novella at Florence, and worked there from the end of October 1503 till February 1504, and then was busied with the painting in the Sala del Consiglio in the Palazzo della Signoria, till the work was interrupted at the end of May 1506. See Milanesi's note to Vasari pp. 43-45 volume Roman 4 ed. 1880. Vasari, as is well known, describes only one scene or episode of the cartoon The Battle for the standard in the foreground of the composition, as it would seem, and this only was ever finished as a mural decoration in the Sala del Consiglio. This portion of the composition is familiar to all from the disfigured copy engraved by Edelink. Mariette had already very acutely observed that Edelink must surely have worked from a Flemish copy of the picture. There is in the Louvre a drawing by Rubens, number 565, which also represents 4 horsemen fighting round a standard and which agrees with Edelink's engraving, but the engraving reverses the drawing. An earlier Flemish drawing, such as may have served as the model for both Rubens and Edelink, is in the Uffizi collection, see Philpotts's photograph, number 732. It seems to be a work of the second half of the X5th century, a time when both the picture and the cartoon had already been destroyed. It is apparently the production of a not very skilled hand. Raphael Trichet du Fresnay, 1651, mentions that a small picture by Leonardo himself of the Battle of the Standard was then extant in the Tuileries. By this, he probably means the painting on panel, which is now in the possession of Madame Timble in Paris, and which has lately been engraved by Hosselier as a work by Leonardo. The picture, which is very carefully painted, seems to me, however, to be the work of some unknown Florentine painter, and probably executed within the first 10 years of the X-5th century. At the same time, it would seem to be a copy not from Leonardo's cartoon, but from his picture in the Palazzo della Signoria. At any rate, this little picture, and the small Flemish drawing in Florence are the oldest finished copies of this episode in the great composition of the Battle of Anghiari. In his Life of Raphael, Vasari tells us that Raphael copied certain works of Leonardo's during his stay in Florence. Raphael's first visit to Florence lasted from the middle of October 1504 till July 1505, and he revisited it in the summer of 1506. The hasty sketch, now in the possession of the University of Oxford and reproduced on page 337, also represents the Battle of the Standard, and seems to have been made during his first stay, and therefore not from the fresco but from the cartoon. For, on the same sheet we also find, besides an old man's head drawn in Leonardo's style, some studies for the figure of Saint John the Martyr, which Raphael used in 1505 in his great fresco in the church of San Severo at Perugia. Of Leonardo's studies for the Battle of Anghiari, I must in the first place point to 5, on 3 of which PL. Li 2, PL, Li PL, LVI we find studies for the episode of the Standard. The standard bearer, who, in the above-named copies is seen stooping, holding on to the staff across his shoulder, is immediately recognizable as the left-hand figure in Raphael's sketch, and we find it in a similar attitude in Leonardo's pen and ink drawing in the British Museum PL. Li 2, the lower figure to the right. It is not difficult to identify the same figure in 2 more complicated groups in the pen and ink drawings, now in the Accademia at Venice BL, Li and PL. Live where we also find some studies of foot soldiers fighting. On the sheet in the British Museum PL. Li 2 we find, among others, one group of 3 horses galloping forwards. One horseman is thrown and protects himself with his buckler against the lance thrusts of 2 others on horseback, who try to pierce him as they ride past. The same action is repeated, with some variation, in 2 sketches in pen and ink on a 3rd sheet, in the Accademia at Venice, PL, LV. A coincidence which suggests the probability of such an incident having actually been represented on the cartoon. We are not, it is true, in a position to declare with any certainty which of these 3 dissimilar sketches may have been the nearest to the group finally adopted in executing the cartoon. With regard, however, to one of the groups of horsemen, it is possible to determine with perfect certainty not only which arrangement was preferred, but the position it occupied in the composition. The group of horsemen on PL, LVI is a drawing in black chalk at Windsor, which is there attributed to Leonardo, but which appears to me to be the work of Cesare da Sesto and the commendator Giove. Morley supports me in this view. It can hardly be doubted that da Sesto, as a pupil of Leonardo's, made this drawing from his master's cartoon, if we compare it with the copy made by Raphael here reproduced. For just above the fighting horseman in Raphael's copy, it is possible to detect a horse which is seen from behind, going at a slower pace, with his tail flying out to the right, and the same horse may be seen in the very same attitude carrying a dimly sketched rider, in the foreground of Cesare da Sesto's drawing. If a very much rubbed drawing in black chalk at Windsor PL, LVI is, as it appears to be, the reversed impression of an original drawing, it is not difficult to supplement from it the portions drawn by Cesare da Sesto. Nay, it may prove possible to reconstruct the whole of the lost cartoon from the mass of materials we now have at hand, which we may regard as the nucleus of the composition. A large pen and ink drawing by Raphael in the Dresden collection, representing 3 horsemen fighting, and another, by Cesare da Sesto, in the Uffizi, of light horsemen fighting are a further contribution which will help us to reconstruct it. The sketch reproduced on PL. LV gives a suggestive example of the way in which foot soldiers may have been introduced into the cartoon as fighting among the groups of horsemen. And I may here take the opportunity of mentioning that, for reasons which it would be out of place to enlarge upon here, I believe the two genuine drawings by Raphael's hand in his Venetian sketchbook, as it is called, one of a standard bearer marching towards the left, and one of two foot soldiers armed with spears and fighting with a horseman to be undoubtedly copies from the cartoon of the Battle of Anghiari. Leonardo's two drawings, preserved in the museum at Budapest and reproduced on pages 338 and 339, are preliminary studies for the heads of fighting warriors. The two heads drawn in black chalk, pg. 338, and the one seen in profile, turned to the left, drawn in red chalk, pg. 339, correspond exactly with those of two horsemen in the scene of the fight round the standard as we see them in Madame Timble's picture and in the other finished copies. An old copy of the last named drawing by a pupil of Leonardo is in Ms. C. A 187b, 561b, C. Saggio Tav, Roman 22. Leonardo used to make such finished studies of heads as those, drawn on detached sheets, before beginning his pictures from his drawings. Compare the preparatory studies for the fresco of the Last Supper, given on PL, Roman 47 and PL. Other drawings of heads, all characterized by the expression of vehement excitement that is appropriate to men fighting, are to be seen at Windsor, No. 44, and at the Accademia at Venice, Roman 4, 13. At the back of one of the drawings at Budapest, there is the bust of a warrior carrying a spear on his left shoulder, holding up the left arm, see Sadegpek a Roman 16 lk, Shazadbal oscillata pvlshkai kerali. These drawings may have been made for other portions of the cartoon, of which no copies exist, and thus we are unable to identify these preparatory drawings. Finally, I may add that a sketch of fighting horse and foot soldiers, formerly in the possession of M. Thiers and published by Charles Blanc in his Vies des Painters, can hardly be accepted as genuine. It is not to be found, as I am informed, among the late president's property, and no one appears to know where it now is. An attempted reconstruction of the cartoon, which is not only unsuccessful but perfectly unfounded, is to be seen in the lithograph by Bergeret, published in Charles Blanc's Vies des Painters and reprinted in The Great Artists. L. da Vinci, p. 80. This misleading pasticcio may now be rejected without hesitation. There are yet a few original drawings by Leonardo which might be mentioned here as possibly belonging to the cartoon of the battle, such as the pen and ink sketches on PL, Roman 21, and on PL, Roman 38, no, 3, but we should risk too wide a departure from the domain of ascertained fact. With regard to the colors and other materials used by Leonardo, the reader may be referred to the quotations from the accounts for the picture in question given by Milanesi in his edition of Vasari, volume Roman 4, p. 44, note, where we find entries of a similar character to those in Leonardo's notebooks for the year 1505. SKM 12, see no. 636. That Leonardo was employed in designing decorations and other preparations for high festivals, particularly for the court of Milan, we learn not only from the writings of his contemporaries, but from his own incidental allusions, for instance in Ms. C. L5b, 1, L. 9. In the arrangement of the texts referring to this I have placed those first, in which historical personages are named nos. 670-674. Among the descriptions of allegorical subjects, two texts lately found at Oxford have been included, nos. 676 and 677. They are particularly interesting because they are accompanied by large sketches which render the meaning of the texts perfectly clear. It is very intelligible that in other cases, where there are no illustrative sketches, the notes must necessarily remain obscure or admit of various interpretations. The literature of the time affords ample evidence of the use of such allegorical representations, particularly during the Carnival, and in Leonardo's notes, we find the Carnival expressly mention nos. 685 and 704. Vasari in his Life of Pontormo particularly describes that artists' various undertakings for carnival festivities. These very graphic descriptions appear to me to throw great light in more ways than one on the meaning of Leonardo's various notes as to allegorical representations, and also on mottos and emblems nos. 681-702. In passing judgment on the allegorical sketches and emblems, it must not be overlooked that even as pictures they were always accompanied by explanations in words. Several finished drawings of allegorical compositions or figures have been preserved, but as they have no corresponding explanation in the MSS, they had no claim to be reproduced here. The female figure on PL, Roman 26, may perhaps be regarded as a study for such an allegorical painting, of which the purport would have been explained by an inscription. On Madonna pictures, 663. 1478, I began the two Madonna. Footnote, photographs of this page have been published by Braun No. 439 and Philpott No. 718. 1. Incumbency. We have no other information as to the two pictures of the Madonna here spoken of. As Leonardo here tells us that he had begun two Madonnas at the same time, the word incumbency may be understood to mean that he had begun at the same time preparatory studies for two pictures to be painted later. If this is so, the non-existence of the pictures may be explained by supposing that they were only planned and never executed. I may here mention a few studies for pictures of the Madonna which probably belong to this early time, particularly a drawing in silver point on bluish tinted paper at Windsor CPL. XL number 3, a drawing of which the details have almost disappeared in the original but have been rendered quite distinct in the reproduction. Secondly, a slight pen and ink sketch in the Codex Vallardi in the Louvre Fall. 64 No. 2316. Again, a silver point drawing of a Virgin and Child drawn over again with the pen in the His de la Salle collection also in the Louvre, number 101. C. Vicomte Both de Tazia, Notice des Dessins de la Collection His de la Salle, exposes au Louvre. Paris 1881, pp. 80-81. This drawing is, it is true, traditionally ascribed to Raphael, but the author of the catalogue very justly points out its great resemblance with the sketches for Madonnas in the British Museum, which are indisputably Leonardo's. Some of these have been published by Mr. Henry Wallis in the Art Journal, New Sir. No. 14, Feb. 1882. If the non-existence of the two pictures here alluded to justifies my hypothesis that only studies for such pictures are meant by the text, it may also be supposed that the drawings were made for some comrade in Verrocchio's atelier. C. Vasari, Sansoni's ed., Florence 1880. Volume Roman 4, p. 564. I perché a Lorenzo, paeseva fuor di modo la maniera di Leonardo, la sep cosi bene imiter, ci niuno fuci nella piulezza e nel finir all'opera, con diligenza l'imitas più di lui. Leonardo's notes give me no opportunity of discussing the pictures executed by him in Florence before he moved to Milan. So the studies for the unfinished picture of the Adoration of the Magi in the Uffizi, Florence cannot be described here, nor would any discussion about the picture in the Louvre, La Vierge aux Rochers, be appropriate in the absence of all allusion to it in the MSS. Therefore, when I presently add a few remarks on this painting in explanation of the master's drawings for it, it will be not merely with a view to facilitate critical researches about the picture now in the National Gallery, London, which by some critics has been pronounced to be a replica of the Louvre picture, but also because I take this opportunity of publishing several finished studies of the masters which, even if they were not made in Florence but later in Milan, must have been prior to the painting of the Last Supper. The original picture in Paris is at present so disfigured by dust and varnish that the current reproductions in photography actually give evidence more of the injuries to which the picture has been exposed than of the original work itself. The woodcut given on p. 344 is only intended to give a general notion of the composition. It must be understood that the outline and expression of the heads, which in the picture is obscured but not destroyed, is here altogether missed. The facsimiles which follow are from drawings which appear to me to be studies for La Vierge aux Rochers. 1. A drawing in silver point on brown-toned paper of a woman's head looking to the left. In the Royal Library at Turin, apparently a study from nature for the angel's head, PL. Roman 42. 2. A study of drapery for the left leg of the same figure, done with the brush, Indian ink on greenish paper, the lights heightened with white. The original is at Windsor, number 223. The reproduction PL, Roman 43, is defective in the shadow on the upper part of the thigh, which is not so deep as in the original. It should also be observed that the folds of the drapery near the hips are somewhat altered in the finished work in the Louvre, while the London copy shows a greater resemblance to this study in that particular. 3. A study in red chalk for the bust of the infant Christ No. 3 in the Windsor collection, PL, Roman 44. The well-known silver point drawing on pale green paper, in the Louvre, of a boy's head, No. 363 in Risette, Notice des Sins, Écoles d'Italie, seems to me to be a slightly altered copy, either from the original picture or from this red chalk study. 4. A silver point study on greenish paper, for the head of John the Baptist, reproduced on p. 342. This was formerly in the Codex Vallardi and is now exhibited among the drawings in the Louvre. The lights are, in the original, heightened with white. The outlines, particularly round the head and ear, are visibly restored. There is a study of an outstretched hand number 288 in the Windsor collection which was published in the Grosvenor Gallery publication, 1878, simply under the title of Number 72 Study of a Hand, pointing, which, on the other hand, I regard as a copy by a pupil. The action occurs in the kneeling angel of the Paris picture and not in the London copy. These 4 genuine studies form, I believe, a valuable substitute in the absence of any misnotes referring to the celebrated Paris picture. Bernardo di Bandino's portrait. 664. A tan-colored small cap, a doublet of black serge, a black jerkin lined a blue coat lined, with fur of fox's breasts, and the collar of the jerkin covered with black and white stippled velvet Bernardo di Bandino Baroncelli. Black hose. Footnote, these 11 lines of text are by the side of the pen and ink drawing of a man hanged PL. Elzai, No. 1. This drawing was exhibited in 1879 at the École des Beaux-Arts in Paris, and the compilers of the catalogue amused themselves by giving the victim's name as follows. Un pendu, vêtu d'une longue robe, les mains liées sur les dos. Bernardo di Bandino Barontigny, Marchand de Pantalons. See Catalogue Descriptif des Dessins de Malers Anciens, exposes à l'École des Beaux-Arts, Paris 1879, number 83, pp. 9-10. Now, the criminal represented here is none other than Bernardino di Bandino Baroncelli, the murderer of Giuliano de Medici, whose name as a coadjutor in the conspiracy of the Pazzi has gained a melancholy notoriety by the tragedy of the 26th April 1478. Bernardo was descended from an ancient family and the son of the man who, under King Ferrante, was president of the High Court of Justice in Naples. His ruined fortunes, it would seem, induced him to join the Pazzi. He and Francesco Pazzi were entrusted with the task of murdering Giuliano de Medici on the fixed day. Their victim not appearing in the cathedral at the hour when they expected him, the 2 conspirators ran to the palace of the Medici and induced him to accompany them. Giuliano then took his place in the chancel of the cathedral, and as the officiating priest raised the hosty sign agreed upon, Bernardo stabbed the unsuspecting Giuliano in the breast with a short sword. Giuliano stepped backwards and fell dead. The attempt on Lorenzo's life, however, by the other conspirators at the same moment, failed of success. Bernardo no sooner saw that Lorenzo tried to make his escape towards the sacristy than he rushed upon him and struck down Francesco Nari, who endeavored to protect Lorenzo. How Lorenzo then took refuge behind the brazen doors of the sacristy, and how, as soon as Giuliano's death was made known, the further plans of the conspirators were defeated. While a terrible vengeance overtook all the perpetrators and accomplices, this is no place to tell. Bernardo Bandini alone seemed to be favored by fortune. He hid first in the tower of the cathedral and then escaped undiscovered from Florence. Poliziano, who was with Lorenzo in the cathedral, says in his Conjurationis Pactiani Commentarium, Bandinus fugitans in Tiffernatum incidit, a quo in a sim receptus scenas pervenit. And Gino Caponi, in summing up the reports of the numerous contemporary narrators of the event, says, Bernardo Bandini ricoverato in Costantinopoli, fu per ordine del Sultano, preso e consignato a un Antonio di Bernardino de Medici, ci Lorenzo aveva mandato apposta in Turchia. Cosi era gran la potenza di quest, uomo e gran la voglia di farn mostra, e ci non restas in vita cae avigli ucciso il fredolo, fu egli applicato a pena giunto. Storia della Repubblica di Firenze Roman II, 377, 378. Details about the dates may be found in the Cronicetta di Belfredello Strenati Alfieri. Bernardo di Bandino Bandini Saperdetto, ni ven preso de Costantinopoli a di 14. December 1479 e disseminato, ci fu al Bargello, fu impiccato alle feinster di detto Bargello alato alla donna a di 29. December McCluxix ci pace di stet. It may, however, be mentioned with reference to the mode of writing the name of the assassin that, though most of his contemporaries wrote Bernardo Bandini, in the Breve Chronicon Caroli Petri de Joanninis, he is called Bernardo di Bandini Baroncelli. And, in the Sententii Domini Mattei de Toscana, Bernardus Joannis Bandini de Baroncellis, as is written on Leonardo's drawing of him when hanged. Now Vasari, in the Life of Andrea del Castagno, Volume Roman II, 680, ed. Milanesi 1878, tells us that in 1478 this painter was commissioned by order of the Signoria to represent the members of the Pazzi conspiracy as traitors, on the façade of the Palazzo del Podesta da Bargello. This statement is obviously founded on a mistake, for Andrea del Castagno was already dead in 1457. He had, however, been commissioned to paint Rinaldo degli Albizzi, when declared a rebel and exiled in 1434, and his adherents, as hanging head downwards, and in consequence he had acquired the nickname of Andrea degli Impiccati. On the 21st July 1478, the Council of Eight came to the following resolution. Item servatis, etc. deliberaverunt, et sancieverunt Sandro Botticelli pro ejus labor in pingendo proditors flor. Quadragenta Largos, C.G. Milanesi Arch Star Roman 6, 1862, p. 5 As has been told, Giuliano de' Medici was murdered on the 26th April 1478, and we see by this that only 3 months later Botticelli was paid for his painting of the Proditors. We can, however, hardly suppose that all the members of the conspiracy were depicted by him in fresco on the façade of the palace, since no fewer than 80 had been condemned to death. We have no means of knowing whether, besides Botticelli, any other painters, perhaps Leonardo, was commissioned when the criminals had been hanged in person out of the windows of the Palazzo del Podesta to represent them there afterwards in effigy in memory of their disgrace. Nor do we know whether the assassin who had escaped may at first not have been provisionally represented as hanged in effigy. Now, when we try to connect the historical facts with this drawing by Leonardo reproduced on P.L. Elza, no. And the full description of the conspirator's dress and its color on the same sheet, there seems to be no reasonable doubt that Bernardo Bandini is here represented as he was actually hanged on December 29, 1479, after his capture at Constantinople. The dress is certainly not that in which he committed the murder. A long furred coat might very well be worn at Constantinople or at Florence in December, but hardly in April. The doubt remains whether Leonardo described Bernardo's dress so fully because it struck him as remarkable, or whether we may not rather suppose that this sketch was actually made from nature with the intention of using it as a study for a wall painting to be executed. It cannot be denied that the drawing has all the appearance of having been made for this purpose. Be this as it may, the sketch under discussion proves, at any rate, that Leonardo was in Florence in December 1479, and the note that accompanies it is valuable as adding one more characteristic specimen to the very small number of his MSS. That can be proved to have been written between 1470 and 1480. Notes on the Last Supper, 665-668. 665. One who was drinking and has left the glass in its position and turned his head towards the speaker. Another, twisting the fingers of his hands together, turns with stern brows to his companion. Another, with his hands spread open, shows the palms, and shrugs his shoulders up his ears, making a mouth of astonishment. Another speaks into his neighbor's ear, and he, as he listens to him, turns towards him to lend an ear, while he holds a knife in one hand, and in the other the loaf half cut through by the knife. Another, who has turned, holding a knife in his hand, upsets with his hand a glass on the table. Footnote 665, 666. In the original Ms. there is no sketch to accompany these passages, and if we compare them with those drawings made by Leonardo in preparation for the composition of the picture PL. Roman 45, Roman 46, compare also PL. Le. 1 and the drawings on p. 297, it is impossible to recognize in them a faithful interpretation of the whole of this text. But if we compare these passages with the finished picture, see p. 334, we shall see that in many places they coincide. For instance, compare number 665, 168, with the fourth figure on the right hand of Christ. The various actions described in lines 9, 10, 13, 14 are to be seen in the group of Peter, John, and Judas. In the finished picture, however, it is not a glass but a salt cellar that Judas is upsetting. 666. Another lays his hand on the table and is looking. Another blows his mouthful. Another leans forward to see the speaker, shading his eyes with his hand. Another draws back behind the one who leans forward and sees the speaker between the wall and the man who is leaning. Footnote 6 Chinato. I have to express my regret for having misread this word, written sonato in the original, and having altered it to ciclo when I first published this text in the Academy for Nov. 8, 1879, immediately after I had discovered it, and subsequently in the small biography of Leonardo da Vinci, Great Artists, p. 29. Footnote in number 666. Line I must refer to the furthest figure on the left. 3, 5, and 6 describe actions which are given to the group of disciples on the left hand of Christ. 667. Christ. Count Giovanni, the one with the Cardinal of Mortero. Footnote, as this note is in the same small manuscript as the passage here immediately preceding it, I may be justified in assuming that Leonardo meant to use the features of the person here named as a suitable model for the figure of Christ. The celebrated drawing of the head of Christ, now hanging in the Brera Gallery at Milan, has obviously been so much restored that it is now impossible to say whether it was ever genuine. We have only to compare it with the undoubtedly genuine drawings of heads of the disciples in Pi, Roman 47, Roman 48 and L, to admit that not a single line of the Milan drawing in its present state can be by the same hand. 668. Philip, Simon, Matthew, Thomas, James the Greater, Peter, Philip, Andrew, Bartholomew. Footnote, see Pi, Roman 46. The names of the disciples are given in the order in which they are written in the original, from right to left above each head. The original drawing is here slightly reduced in scale. It measures 39 centimeters in length by 26 in breadth. 669. On the Battle of Anghiari, Florentine Neri di Gino Caponi Bernardetto de Medici Micheletto, Niccolo di Pisa Count Francesco, Pietro Gian Paolo Gelfo Orsino, Messer Rinaldo degli Albizzi. Begin with the address of Niccolo Piccinino to the soldiers and the banished Florentines, among whom are Messer Rinaldo degli Albizzi and other Florentines. Then let it be shown how he first mounted on horseback in armor, and the whole army came after him, 40 squadrons of cavalry, and 2,000 foot soldiers went with him. Very early in the morning the patriarch went up a hill to reconnoiter the country, that is, the hills, fields, and the valley watered by a river. And from thence he beheld Niccolo Piccinino coming from Borgo San Sepolcro with his people, and with a great dust. And perceiving them, he returned to the camp of his own people and addressed them. Having spoken, he prayed to God with clasped hands, when there appeared a cloud in which Saint Peter appeared and spoke to the patriarch. 500 cavalry were sent forward by the patriarch to hinder or check the rush of the enemy. In the foremost troop, Francesco, the son of Niccolo Piccinino, was the first to attack the bridge, which was held by the patriarch and the Florentines. Beyond the bridge to his left, he sent forward some infantry to engage ours, who drove them back, among whom was their captain Micheletto, whose lot it was to be that day at the head of the army. Here, at this bridge, there is a severe struggle. Our men conquer and the enemy is repulsed. Here Guido and Astorre, his brother, the Lord of Finza with a great number of men, reformed and renewed the fight, and rushed upon the Florentines with such force that they recovered the bridge and pushed forward as far as the tents. But Simonto advanced with 600 horse, and fell upon the enemy and drove them back once more from the place, and recaptured the bridge. And behind him came more men with 2,000 horse soldiers. And thus for a long time they fought with varying fortune. But then the patriarch, in order to divert the enemy, sent forward Niccolo di Pisa and Napoleon Orsino, a beardless lad, followed by a great multitude of men, and then was done another great feat of arms. At the same time, Niccolò Piccinino urged forward the remnant of his men, who once more made ours give way. And if it had not been that the patriarch set himself at their head, and by his words and deeds controlled the captains, our soldiers would have taken to flight. The patriarch had some artillery placed on the hill, and with these he dispersed the enemy's infantry, and the disorder was so complete that Niccolò began to call back his son and all his men, and they took to flight towards Borgo. And then began a great slaughter of men. None escaped but the foremost of those who had fled or who hid themselves. The battle continued until sunset, when the patriarch gave his mind to recalling his men and burying the dead, and afterwards a trophy was erected. Footnote 669. This passage does not seem to me to be in Leonardo's hand, though it has hitherto been generally accepted as genuine. Not only is the writing unlike his, but the spelling also is quite different. I would suggest that this passage is a description of the events of the battle drawn up for the painter by order of the Signoria, perhaps by some historian commissioned by them, to serve as a scheme or program of the work. The whole tenor of the style seems to me to argue in favor of this theory. And besides, it would be in no way surprising that such a document should have been preserved among Leonardo's autographs. Allegorical representations referring to the Duke of Milan, 676-73. 670. Ermine with blood galazzo, between calm weather and a representation of a tempest. Footnote 670. Only the beginning of this text is legible, the writing is much effaced, and the sense is consequently obscure. It seems to refer like the following passage to an allegorical picture. 671. Il Maro with spectacles, and envy depicted with false report and justice black for Il Maro. Labor as having a branch of vine in her hand. 672. Il Maro as representing good fortune, with hair and robes and his hands in front, and Messer Gualtieri taking him by the robes with a respectful air from below, having come in from the front. Again, poverty in a hideous form running behind a youth. Il Maro covers him with the skirt of his robe, and with his gilt scepter he threatens the monster. A plant with its roots in the air to represent one who is at his last, a robe and favor. Of tricks and of burlesque poems or of starlings. Those who trust themselves to live near him, and who will be a large crowd, these shall all die cruel deaths. And fathers and mothers together with their families will be devoured and killed by cruel creatures. Footnote 1-10 have already been published by Amoretti in Memory Storage Cap. Roman 12. He adds this note with regard to Gualtieri. A questo m Gualtieri cum ad uomo generoso e benefico scrive il Bellancini unsonto pag 174 per cedergli un piacere. El tantio rendendo regiani a Lodovico il Maro perche publicas la rime del Bellancini. Sio hami imposto, glidis. El humano fidel, prudent e solicido executor deli chu comandamenti Gualtero, chi fa in tutlacos ov tu posse far util, ogni studio Roman 6 medi. A somewhat mysterious and evidently allegorical composition of pen and ink drawing at Windsor, CPLLVI, contains a group of figures in which perhaps the idea is worked out which is spoken of in the text, lines 1-5. 673. He was blacker than a hornet, his eyes were as red as a burning fire, and he rode on a tall horse 6 spans across and more than 20 long with 6 giants tied up to his saddlebow, and one in his hand which he gnawed with his teeth. And behind him came boars with tusks sticking out of their mouths, perhaps 10 spans. Allegorical representations, 674-678. 674. Above the helmet place a half-globe, which is to signify our hemisphere, in the form of a world, on which let there be a peacock, richly decorated, and with his tail spread over the group. And every ornament belonging to the horse should be of peacock's feathers on a gold ground, to signify the beauty which comes of the grace bestowed on him who is a good servant. On the shield, a large mirror to signify that he who truly desires favor must be mirrored in his virtues. On the opposite side will be represented Fortitude, in like manner in her place with her pillar in her hand, robed in white to signify, and all crowned, and Prudence with 3 eyes. The housing of the horse should be of plain cloth of gold closely sprinkled with peacock's eyes, and this holds good for all the housings of the horse and the man's dress. And the man's crest and his neck chain are of peacock's feathers on golden ground. On the left side will be a wheel, the center of which should be attached to the center of the horse's hinder thigh piece. And in the center Prudence is seen robed in red, Charity sitting in a fiery chariot, and with a branch of laurel in her hand, to signify the hope which comes of good service. Messer Antonio Grimani, a Venice companion of Antonio Maria Zir. Footnote: Messer Antonio Grai. His name thus abbreviated is, there can be no doubt, Grimani. Antonio Grimani was the famous doge who in 1499 commanded the Venetian fleet in battle against the Turks. But after the abortive conclusion of the expedition, Ludovico being the ally of the Turks who took possession of Friuli, Grimani was driven into exile. He went to live at Rome with his son Cardinal Domenico Grimani. On being recalled to Venice, he filled the office of doge from 1521 to 1523. Antonio Maria probably means Antonio Maria Grimani, the Patriarch of Aquileia. 675. Fame should be depicted as covered all over with tongues instead of feathers, and in the figure of a bird. 676. Pleasure and pain represent as twins, since there never is one without the other, and as if they were united back to back, since they are contrary to each other. Clay gold. Footnote 7 aro. Fango, gold, clay, these words stand below the allegorical figure. If you take pleasure, know that he has behind him one who will deal you tribulation and repentance. This represents pleasure together with pain, and show them as twins because one is never apart from the other. They are back to back because they are opposed to each other, and they exist as contraries in the same body, because they have the same basis, inasmuch as the origin of pleasure is labor and pain, and the various forms of evil pleasure are the origin of pain. Therefore it is here represented with a reed in his right hand which is useless and without strength, and the wounds it inflicts are poisoned. In Tuscany they are put to support beds, to signify that it is here that vain dreams come, and here a great part of life is consumed. It is here that much precious time is wasted, that is, in the morning, when the mind is composed and rested, and the body is made fit to begin new labors. There again many vain pleasures are enjoyed, both by the mind in imagining impossible things, and by the body in taking those pleasures that are often the cause of the failing of life. And for these reasons, the reed is held as their support. Footnote 676. The pen and ink drawing on pie, licks belongs to this passage. Footnote 8. Tribulation. In the drawing caltrops may be seen lying in the old man's right hand, others are falling and others again are shewn on the ground. Similar caltrops are drawn in MS. Try. P98 and underneath them, as well as on page 96, the words Tribali di Ferro are written. From the accompanying text, it appears that they were intended to be scattered on the ground at the bottom of ditches to hinder the advance of the enemy. Count Giulio Paro, who published a short account of the Trivulzio Ms. in the Archivio Storico Lombardo, Anno Romanate Part 4 Dec. 31, 1881, has this note on the passages treating of Tribali. I qui aggiungero cieni sono quando, ven fabbricata la nuova cavallerizza presso il Castello di Milano, ni furono trovati duci io ho veduto ed erano, precisamente quali si trovano descritti I disegnati di Leonardo, in questo codice. There can therefore be no doubt that this means of defense was in general use, whether it were originally Leonardo's invention or not. The play on the word tribulation, as it occurs in the drawing at Oxford, must then have been quite intelligible. Footnote 922. These lines in the original are written on the left side of the page and refer to the figure shown on pi LXI. Next to it is placed the group of three figures given in pi. LX number I, lines 21 and 22, which are written under it, are the only explanation given. Evil thinking is either envy or ingratitude. 677. Envy must be represented with a contemptuous motion of the hand towards heaven, because if she could, she would use her strength against God. Make her with her face covered by a mask of fair seeming. Show her as wounded in the eye by a palm branch and by an olive branch, and wounded in the ear by laurel and myrtle, to signify that victory and truth are odious to her. Many thunderbolts should proceed from her to signify her evil speaking. Let her be lean and haggard, because she is in perpetual torment. Make her heart gnawed by a swelling serpent, and make her with a quiver with tongues serving as arrows, because she often offends with it. Give her a leopard's skin, because this creature kills the lion out of envy and by deceit. Give her too a vase in her hand full of flowers and scorpions and toads and other venomous creatures. Make her ride upon death, because envy, never dying, never tires of ruling. Make her bridle, and load her with divers kinds of arms, because all her weapons are deadly. Toleration. Intolerable. No sooner is virtue born than envy comes into the world to attack it, and sooner will there be a body without a shadow than virtue without envy. Footnote: the larger of the two drawings on pi. LXI is explained by the first 21 lines of this passage. L22 and 23, which are written above the space between the two drawings, do not seem to have any reference to either. L24-27 are below the allegorical twin figure, which they serve to explain. 678. When Pluto's paradise is opened, then there may be devils placed in 12 pots like openings into hell. Here will be death, the Furies' ashes, many naked children weeping, living fires made of various colors. 679. John the Baptist, St. Augustine, St. Peter, Paul, Elizabeth, St. Clara, Bernardino, Our Lady, Louis Bonaventura, Anthony of Padua, St. Francis, Anthony, a lily and book, Bernardino with the Jesus, Louis with 3 fleur-de-lis on his breast and the crown at his feet, Bonaventura with seraphim, St. Clara with the tabernacle, Elizabeth with a queen's crown. Footnote: 679. The text of the first 6 lines is written within a square space of the same size as the copy here given. The names are written in the margin following the order in which they are here printed. In lines 7, the names of those saints are repeated of whom it seemed necessary to point out the emblems. List of drawings. 680. A head, full face of a young man with fine flowing hair, many flowers drawn from nature. A head, full face with curly hair, certain figures of St. Jerome. The measurements of a figure, drawings of furnaces. A head of the Duke, many designs for knots, 4 studies for the panel of St. Angelo, a small composition of Girolamo de Fegline. A head of Christ done with the pen, St. Sebastian's, several compositions of angels, A. Calcedony. A head in profile with fine hair, some pictures seen in perspective, some machines for ships, some machines for waterworks. A head, a portrait of Atalanta raising her face. The head of Geronimo de Fegline, the head of Gian Francisco Borso, several throats of old women, several heads of old men, several nude figures, complete several arms, eyes, feet, and positions. A Madonna, finished. Another, nearly in profile. Head of Our Lady ascending into heaven. A head of an old man with long chin. A head of a gypsy girl. A head with a hat on. A representation of the Passion, a cast. A head of a girl with her hair gathered in a knot. A head with the brown hair dressed. Footnote: 680. This has already been published by Amoretti Memory Storage Cap, Romans 16. His reading varies somewhat from that here given, e.g. L5 and 6 Serti Sangarlami in su di una figura, and instead of I13. Un San Bastiano. Footnote: 680. 9 Molti de Segni di Greppi. Vasari in his Life of Leonardo, Roman 4, 21 ed. Milanesi 1880 says, Ultrache per tempo fino a disegner Greppi di cord fatti con ordine, icidon capo seguicitaro il resto fino al altro, tanto ci es semplici antando. Ci si ni vide in istampo uno difficilissimo e molto bello, e nel mezzo Roman 6 sono quest parole, Leonardus Vinci Academia. Greppi must here be understood as a technical expression for those twisted ornaments which are well known through wood cuts. Amoretti mentions 6 different ones in the Ambrosian Library. I am indebted to M. de Laborde for kindly informing me that the original blocks of these are preserved in his department in the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris. On the cover of these volumes is a copy from one of them. The size of the original is 23.1/2 centimeters by 26.14. The center portion of another is given on p. 361. G. Govi remarks on these ornaments, Saggio p. 22. Codesti gruppi eran probabilmente destinati a servir di modello, affari d'aralgatori per adornar la cartel degli scolari. Freghi somigliantissimi a questi troviamo, infatti impressi in oro sui cartoni di vari volumi contemporanei, ili vediam per figurar nel letter iniziali di alcune edizioni del tempo. Durer, who copied them, omitting the inscription, added to the second impressions his own monogram. In his diary he designates them simply as Die Sech Note, C. Thosing, Life of A. Durer I, 362-363. in Leonardo's MSS. We find here and their little sketches or suggestions for similar ornaments. Compare 2G Mangieri, L'Art in Milano, p. 315, where an ornament of the same character is given from the old decorations of the vaulted ceiling of the sacristy of S. Maria del Grazi. Footnote 680, 17. The meaning in which the word copy, literally pictures, is here used I am unable to determine, but a change to copy seems to me too doubtful to be risked. 681. Stubborn rigor, doomed rigor. Footnote, see Pi Elze, number 2, the two upper pen and ink drawings. The originals in the Windsor collection are slightly washed with color. The background is blue sky, the plow and the instrument with the compass are reddish-brown, the sun is tinted yellow. 682. Obstacles cannot crush me, every obstacle yields. To stern resolve, he who is fixed to a star does not change his mind. Footnote, this text is written to elucidate two sketches, which were obviously the first sketches for the drawings reproduced on PLLZI No. 2. 683. Ivy is of longevity. Footnote, in the original there is, near this text, a sketch of a coat wreathed above the waist with ivy. 684. Truth the sun, falsehood a mask, innocence malignity. Fire destroys falsehood, that is sophistry, and restores truth, driving out darkness. Fire may be represented as the destroy of all sophistry, and as the image and demonstration of truth, because it is light and drives out darkness, which conceals all essences. Footnote, see Pi LZI. L18 are in the middle of the page, 1, 9-14 to the right below, 1, 1522 below in the middle column. The rest of the text is below the sketches on the left. There are some other passages on this page relating to geometry. Truth. Fire destroys all sophistry, that is deceit, and maintains truth alone, that is gold. Truth at last cannot be hidden. Dissimulation is of no avail. Dissimulation is to no purpose before so great a judge. Falsehood puts on a mask. Nothing is hidden under the sun. Fire is to represent truth because it destroys all sophistry and lies, and the mask is for lying and falsehood which conceal truth. 685. Movement will cease before we are weary of being useful. Movement will fail sooner than usefulness, death sooner than I am never weary of weariness. Being useful, in serving others I is a motto for Carnival, cannot do enough, without fatigue. No labor is sufficient to tire me. Hands into which ducats and precious stones fall like snow, they never become tired by serving, but this service is only for its utility and not for our I am never weary own benefit. Of being useful. Naturally nature has so disposed me. 686. This shall be placed in the hand of ingratitude. Wood nourishes the fire that consumes it. 687. To represent ingratitude. When the sun appears which dispels darkness in general, you put out the light which dispelled it for you in particular for your need and convenience. 688. On this side Adam and Eve on the other. O misery of mankind, of how many things do you make yourself the slave for money? Footnote, see Pi Elziv. The figures of Adam and Eve in the clouds here alluded to would seem to symbolize their superiority to all earthly needs. 689. Thus are base unions sundered. Footnote, a much blurred sketch is on the page by this text. It seems to represent an unraveled plate or tissue. 690. Constancy does not begin, but is that which perseveres. Footnote, a drawing in red chalk, also rubbed, which stands in the original in the middle of this text, seems to me to be intended for a sword hilt, held in a fist. 691. Love, fear, and esteem, write these on 3 stones. Of servants. 692. Prudent strength. 693. Fame alone raises herself to heaven, because virtuous things are in favor with God. Disgrace should be represented upside down, because all her deeds are contrary to God and tend to hell. 694. Short liberty. 695. Nothing is so much to be feared as evil report. This evil report is born of life. 696. Not to disobey. 697. A felled tree which is shooting again. I am still hopeful, a falcon time. Footnote, I Albero Tagliato. This emblem was displayed during the carnival at Florence in 1513. See Vasari Roman 6, 251, ed. Milanese 1881, but the coincidence is probably accidental. 698. Truth here makes falsehood torment lying tongues. 699. Such as harm is when it hurts me not, is good which avails me not. Footnote, see pi. LX number 2 compare this sketch with that on pi. Elza, number 2 below the 2 lines of the text there are 2 more lines. Li gucci, giunci, ci ritego la pagliucol celli, ci li enegano. 700. He who offends others does not secure himself. Ingratitude. Footnote, see pi. LX, number 4 below the bottom sketches are the unintelligible words sta stilly. For ingratitudo, compare also knows. 686 and 687. 702. One's thoughts turn towards hope. Footnote, 702. By the side of this passage is a sketch of a cage with a bird sitting in it. Ornaments and decorations for feasts, 703-705. 703. A bird for a comedy. Footnote, the biographies say so much, and the author's notes say so little of the invention attributed to Leonardo of making artificial birds fly through the air, that the text here given is of exceptional interest from being accompanied by a sketch. It is a very slight drawing of a bird with outspread wings, which appears to be sliding down a stretched string. Leonardo's flying machines and his studies of the flight of birds will be referred to later. 704. A dress for the carnival. To make a beautiful dress, cut it in thin cloth and give it an odoriferous varnish, made of oil of turpentine and a varnish in grain, with a pierced stencil, which must be wetted, that it may not stick to the cloth. And this stencil may be made in a pattern of knots which afterwards may be filled up with black and the ground with white millet. Footnote 7. The grains of black and white millet would stick to the varnish and look like embroidery. Footnote, Sir Giuliano da Vinci, the painter's brother, had been commissioned, with some others, to order and to execute the garments of the allegorical figures for the carnival at Florence in 1515-16. Vasari, however, is incorrect in saying of the Florentine carnival of 1513. E quelli ci fecero ed ordinarono gli abiti del figure Fiorono Sir Piero da Vinci, padre di Leonardo, e Bernardino di Giordano, bellissimi ingegni. See Milaneses ed. Voi Roman 6 pg. 251. 705. Snow taken from the high peaks of mountains might be carried to hot places and let to fall at festivals in open places at summer time. End of Volume 1. The Notebooks of Leonardo da Vinci. Volume 2. Translated by Jean-Paul Richter. 1888. 11. The Notes on Sculpture. Compared with the mass of manuscript treating of painting, a very small number of passages bearing on the practice and methods of sculpture are to be found scattered through the notebooks. These are here given at the beginning of this section, Nos. 706-709. There is less cause for surprise at finding that the equestrian statue of Francesco Sforza is only incidentally spoken of. For, although Leonardo must have worked at it for a long succession of years, it is not in the nature of the case that it could have given rise to much writing. We may therefore regard it as particularly fortunate that no fewer than 13 notes in the master's handwriting can be brought together, which seem to throw light on the mysterious history of this famous work. Until now, writers on Leonardo were acquainted only with the passages numbered 712, 719, 720, 722, and 723. In arranging these notes on sculpture, I have given the precedence to those which treat of the casting of the monument, not merely because they are the fullest, but more especially with a view to reconstructing the monument, an achievement which really almost lies within our reach, by combining and comparing the whole of the materials now brought to light, alike in notes and in sketches. A good deal of the first 2 passages, Nos. 710 and 711, which refer to this subject, seems obscure and incomprehensible. Still, they supplement each other and one contributes in no small degree to the comprehension of the other. A very interesting and instructive commentary on these passages may be found in the 4th chapter of Vasari's Introduzione della Scultura under the title Cum si fanno I modelli per fare di bronzo la figure grandi e picciol, e cum la form per butterl, cum si armino di ferri, e cum si gettino di metallo. And see among the drawings of models of the molds for casting, we find only one which seems to represent the horse in the act of galloping number 713. All the other designs show the horse as pacing quietly, and as these studies of the horse are accompanied by copious notes as to the method of casting, the question as to the position of the horse in the model finally selected seems to be decided by preponderating evidence. Il cavallo dello sforza c. Boito remarks very appositely in the Saggio on page 26, dove sembrar fratello al cavallo del Colleone. E si dirb ci questo fos figlio del cavallo del Gagemlata, il quale per figlio di uno dei quattro cavalli ci stavano forse sul arco di Nerone in Roma, now at Venice. The publication of the Saggio also contains the reproduction of a drawing in red chalk, representing a horse walking to the left and supported by a scaffolding, given here on PL. LXXVI No. 1. It must remain uncertain whether this represents the model as it stood during the preparations for casting it, or whether, as seems to me highly improbable, this sketch shows the model as it was exhibited in 1493 on the Piazza del Castello in Milan under a triumphal arch, on the occasion of the marriage of the Emperor Maximilian to Bianca Maria Sforza. The only important point here is to prove that strong evidence seems to show that, of the numerous studies for the equestrian statue, only those which represent the horse pacing agree with the schemes of the final plans. The second group of preparatory sketches, representing the horse as galloping, must therefore be considered separately, a distinction which, in recapitulating the history of the origin of the monument, seems justified by the note given under number 720. Galeazzo Maria Sforza was assassinated in 1476, before his scheme for erecting a monument to his father Francesco Sforza could be carried into effect. In the following year, Ludovico il Maro, the young aspirant to the throne, was exiled to Pisa, and only returned to Milan in 1479 when he was Lord Governor of the state of Milan, in 1480 after the minister Secco Simonetta had been murdered. It may have been soon after this that Ludovico il Maro announced a competition for an equestrian statue, and it is tolerably certain that Antonio del Pollagiulo took part in it, from this passage in Vasari's life of this artist. E si trovo, dopo la morte sua, il disegno e modello che Ludovico Sforza egli aveva fatto per la statua cavallo di Francesco Sforza, Duca di Milano, il qual disegno e nel nostro libro, in due modi, in uno egli ha stato Verona. Nell'altro, egli tutto armato, e sopra un basamento pieno di battagli, fa saltar il cavallo addosso a un armato. Ma la cagione perché non mettes questi disegni in opera, non ho già potuto saper. One of Pollagiulo's drawings, as here described, has lately been discovered by Senator Giovanni Morley in the Munich Pinakothek. Here the profile of the horseman is a portrait of Francesco, Duke of Milan, and under the horse, who is galloping to the left, we see a warrior thrown and lying on the ground. Precisely the same idea as we find in some of Leonardo's designs for the monument, as on PL. LXVI, LXV, LXVI, LZix, and LXI, number 1. And as it is impossible to explain this remarkable coincidence by supposing that either artist borrowed it from the other, we can only conclude that in the terms of the competition the subject proposed was the Duke on a horse in full gallop, with a fallen foe under its hoofs. Leonardo may have been in the competition there and then, but the means for executing the monument do not seem to have been at once forthcoming. It was not perhaps until some years later that Leonardo, in a letter to the Duke, number 719, reminded him of the project for the monument. Then, after he had obeyed a summons to Milan, the plan seems to have been so far modified, perhaps in consequence of a remonstrance on the part of the artist, that a pacing horse was substituted for one galloping, and it may have been at the same time that the colossal dimensions of the statue were first decided on, the designs given on PL. LXX, LXXI, LXI, 2 and 3, LXZI and LXIV, and on PP. 4 and 24, as well as 3 sketches on PL. L6 may be studied with reference to the project in its new form, though it is hardly possible to believe that in either of these we see the design as it was actually carried out. It is probable that in Milan, Leonardo worked less on drawings than in making small models of wax and clay as preparatory to his larger model. Among the drawings enumerated above, one in black chalk, PL, LXCI, the upper sketch on the right-hand side, reminds us strongly of the antique statue of Marcus Aurelius. If, as it would seem, Leonardo had not until then visited Rome, he might easily have known this statue from drawings by his former master and friend Verrocchio, for Verrocchio had been in Rome for a long time between 1470 and 1480. In 1473, Pope Sixtus Roman IV had this antique equestrian statue restored and placed on a new pedestal in front of the church of San Giovanni in Luderano. Leonardo, although he was painting independently as early as in 1472, is still spoken of as working in Verrocchio's studio in 1477. 2 years later, the Venetian Senate decided on erecting an equestrian statue to Colleoni. And as Verrocchio, to whom the work was entrusted, did not at once move from Florence to Venice, where he died in 1488, before the casting was completed, but on the contrary remained in Florence for some years. Perhaps even till 1485, Leonardo probably had the opportunity of seeing all his designs for the equestrian statue at Venice and the red chalk drawing on PL. LX may be a reminiscence of it. The pen and ink drawing on PL. LX number 3 reminds us of Donatello's statue of Gadamlotta at Padua. However, it does not appear that Leonardo was ever at Padua before 1499. But we may conclude that he took a special interest in this early bronze statue, and the reports he could procure of it form an incidental remark which is to be found in CA 145A, 432A, and which will be given in Volume Roman II under Recordi or Memoranda. Among the studies in the widest sense of the word made in preparation statue, we may include the anatomy of the horse, which Lamazzo and Vass mention. The most important parts of this work still exist in the Queen's Lee Windsor. It was beyond a doubt compiled by Leonardo when at Milan. Only interesting records to be found among these designs are reproduced in Nos. 716a, but it must be pointed out that out of 40 sheets of studies of the movements of the belonging to that treatise, a horse in full gallop occurs but once. If we may trust the account given by Paulus Jovius about L. 527, Leonardo's horse was represented as vehementer incitatus et anhelatus. Jovius had probably seen the model exhibited at Milan, but need we, in fact, infer from this description that the horse was galloping? Compare Vasari's description of the Gadamlotta monument at Padua. Egli Roman 6 ando ben volentieri, e fis il cavallo di bronzo, ci e in sulla piazza di Sant'Antonio, nel qual si dimostra lo espaffamento ed il fremito del cavallo, ed il grand animo e la fierezza vivissimamente espressa dall'art nella figura ci lo cavalca. These descriptions, it seems to me, would only serve to mark the difference between the work of the Middle Ages and that of the Renaissance. We learn from a statement of Saba de Castigliani that, when Milan was taken by the French in 1499, the model sustained some injury, and this informant, who, however, is not invariably trustworthy, adds that Leonardo had devoted fully 16 years to this work. La forma del cavallo, intorno a cui Leonardo avia sedicii anni continui consumati. This often quoted passage has given ground for an assumption, which has no other evidence to support it, that Leonardo had lived in Milan ever since 1483. But I believe it is nearer the truth to suppose that this author's statement alludes to the fact that about 16 years must have passed since the competition in which Leonardo had taken part. I must in these remarks confine myself strictly to the task in hand and give no more of the history of the Sforza monument than is needed to explain the texts and drawings I have been able to reproduce. In the first place, with regard to the drawings, I may observe that they are all, with the following 2 exceptions, in the Queen's Library at Windsor Castle, the red chalk drawing on PL. LXXVI number 1 is in the Ms. CA, C no. 7L2, and the fragmentary pen and ink drawing on page 4 is in the Ambrosian Library. The drawings from Windsor on PL. LXVI have undergone a trifling reduction from the size of the originals. There can no longer be the slightest doubt that the well-known engraving of several horsemen, Passavant, Le Painter Graveur, Volume V, p. 181, number 3, is only a copy after original drawings by Leonardo, executed by some unknown engraver. We have only to compare the engraving with the facsimiles of drawings on PL. LXV, number 2, PL. LXV, LXVI, and LXVI, which, it is quite evident, have served as models for the engraver. On PL, LXV number 1, in the larger sketch to the right hand, only the base is distinctly visible, the figure of the horseman is effaced. Leonardo evidently found it unsatisfactory and therefore rubbed it out. The base of the monument, the pedestal for the equestrian statue, is repeatedly sketched on a magnificent plan. In the sketch just mentioned, it has the character of a shrine or edicula to contain a sarcophagus. Captives in chains are here represented on the entablature with their backs turned to that portion of the monument which more strictly constitutes the pedestal of the horse. The lower portion of the edicula is surrounded by columns. In the pen and ink drawing PL, LXVI, the lower drawing on the right-hand side, the sarcophagus is shown between the columns, and above the entablature is a plinth on which the horse stands. But this arrangement perhaps seemed to Leonardo to lack solidity, and in the little sketch on the left hand below, the sarcophagus is shown as lying under an arched canopy. In this, the trophies and the captive warriors are detached from the angles. In the first of these two sketches, the place for the trophies is merely indicated by a few strokes. In the third sketch on the left, the base is altogether broader, buttresses and pinnacles having been added so as to form 3 niches. The black chalk drawing on PL, LXVI shows a base in which the angles are formed by niches with pilasters. In the little sketch to the extreme left on PL, LXV, number 1, the equestrian statue serves to crown a circular temple somewhat resembling Bramante's Tempietto of San Pietro in Monterio at Rome, while the sketch above to the right displays an arrangement faintly reminding us of the tomb of the Scaligers in Verona. The base is thus constructed of 2 platforms or slabs, the upper one considerably smaller than the lower one, which is supported on flying buttresses with pinnacles. On looking over the numerous studies in which the horse is not galloping but merely walking forward, we find only one drawing for the pedestal, and this, to accord with the altered character of the statue, is quieter and simpler in style, PL. LXV. It rises almost vertically from the ground and is exactly as long as the pacing horse. The whole base is here arranged either as an independent baldaquin or else as a projecting canopy over a recess in which the figure of the deceased duke is seen lying on his sarcophagus. In the latter case, it was probably intended as a tomb inside a church. Here, too, it was intended to fill the angles with trophies or captive warriors. Probably only number 724 in the text refers to the work for the base of the monument. If we compare the last mentioned sketch with the description of a plan for an equestrian monument to Gian Giacomo Trivulzio, number 725, it seems by no means impossible that this drawing is a preparatory study for the very monument concerning which the manuscript gives us detailed information. We have no historical record regarding this sketch, nor do the archives in the Trivulzio Palace give us any information. The simple monument to the great general in San Nazaro Maggiore in Milan consists merely of a sarcophagus placed in recess high on the wall of an octagonal chapel. The figure of the warrior is lying on the sarcophagus, on which his name is inscribed, a piece of sculpture which is certainly not Leonardo's work. Gian Giacomo Trivulzio died at Chartres in 1518, only 5 months before Leonardo, and it seems to me highly improbable that this should have been the date of this sketch. Under these circumstances, it would have been done under the auspices of Francis I, but the Italian general was certainly not in favor with the French monarch at the time. Gian Giacomo Trivulzio was a sworn foe to Ludovico il Moro, whom he strove for years to overthrow. On the 6th September 1499, he marched victorious into Milan at the head of a French army. In a short time, however, he was forced to quit Milan again when Ludovico il Moro bore down upon the city with a force of Swiss troops. On the 15th of April following, after defeating Ludovico at Novara, Trivulzio once more entered Milan as a conqueror, but his hopes of becoming governor of the place were soon wrecked by intrigue. This victory and triumph, historians tell us, were signalized by acts of vengeance against the dethroned Sforza, and it might have been particularly flattering to him that the casting and construction of the Sforza monument were suspended for the time. It must have been at this moment as, it seems to me, that he commissioned the artist to prepare designs for his own monument, which he probably intended should find a place in the cathedral or in some other church. He, the husband of Margherita di Niccolino Caglione, would have thought that he had a claim to the same distinction and public homage as his less illustrious connection had received at the hands of the Venetian Republic. It was at this very time that Trivulzio had a medal struck with a bust portrait of himself, and the following remarkable inscription on the reverse: Dio favent 1499 dictivis 10 ix blitelvidovic vesef. Sfortium. DVC, Dusum. MLI Medialani noin namen, Regis Francorvimi Ottoman, Anno Red Redit LVS, Ludovicus SV Peritivis et Captivis Stabio. In the library of the Palazzo Trivulzio, there is a Ms. of Callimachus Siculus written at the end of the XVTH, or beginning of the X5th century. At the beginning of this Ms., there is an exquisite illuminated miniature of an equestrian statue with the name of the general on the base. It is, however, very doubtful whether this has any connection with Leonardo's design. Nos. 730-1740, which treat of casting bronze, have probably a very indirect bearing on the arrangements made for casting the equestrian statue of Francesco Sforza. Some portions evidently relate to the casting of cannon. Still, in our researches about Leonardo's work on the monument, we may refer to them as giving us some clue to the process of bronze casting at that period. Some practical hints: 706-709. 706. Of a statue. If you wish to make a figure in marble, first make one of clay, and when you have finished it, let it dry and place it in a case which should be large enough, after the figure is taken out of it, to receive also the marble, from which you intend to reveal the figure in imitation of the one in clay. After you have put the clay figure into this said case, have little rods which will exactly slip into the holes in it, and thrust them so far in at each hole that each white rod may touch the figure in different parts of it. And color the portion of the rod that remains outside black, and mark each rod and each hole with a countersign so that each may fit into its place. Then take the clay figure out of this case and put in your piece of marble, taking off so much of the marble that all your rods may be hidden in the holes as far as their marks. And to be the better able to do this, make the case so that it can be lifted up, but the bottom of it will always remain under the marble, and in this way it can be lifted with tools with great ease. 707. Some have erred in teaching sculptors to measure the limbs of their figures with threads, as if they thought that these limbs were equally round in every part where these threads were wound about them. 708. Measurement and division of a statue. Divide the head into 12 degrees, and each degree divide into 12 points, and each point into 12 minutes, and the minutes into minims, and the minims into semi-minims. Degree point minute minim. 709. Sculptured figures which appear in motion will, in their standing position, actually look as if they were falling forward. Footnote: figure di relievo. Leonardo applies this term exclusively to wholly detached figures, especially to those standing free. This note apparently refers to some particular case, though we have no knowledge of what that may have been. If we suppose it to refer to the first model of the equestrian statue of Francesco Sforza, see the introduction to the notes on sculpture, this observation may be regarded as one of his arguments for abandoning the first scheme of the Sforza monument, in which the horse was to be galloping. See page 2. It is also in favor of this theory that the note is written in a manuscript volume already completed in 1492. Leonardo's opinions as to the shortcomings of plastic works, when compared with paintings, are given under number 655 and 656. Notes on the casting of the Sforza monument, 710-715. 710. 3 braces which bind the mold. If you want to make simple casts quickly, make them in a box of river sand wetted with vinegar. When you shall have made the mold upon the horse, you must make the thickness of the metal in clay. Observe in alloying how many hours are wanted for each hundredweight. In casting, each one keep the furnace and its fire well stopped up. Let the inside of all the molds be wetted with linseed oil or oil of turpentine, and then take a handful of powdered borax and Greek pitch with aqua vitae, and pitch the mold over outside so that being underground the damp may not damage it. To manage the large mold, make a model of the small mold, make a small room in proportion. Hold the hoofs in the tongs and cast them with fish glue. Weigh the parts of the mold and the quantity of metal it will take to fill them, and give so much to the furnace that it may afford to each part its amount of metal. And this you may know by weighing the clay of each part of the mold to which the quantity in the furnace must correspond. And this is done in order that the furnace for the legs, when filled, may not have to furnish metal from the legs to help out the head, which would be impossible. Cast at the same casting as the horse the little door. Footnote: the importance of the notes included under this number is not diminished by the fact that they have been lightly crossed out with red chalk. Possibly they were the first scheme for some fuller observations which no longer exist, or perhaps they were crossed out when Leonardo found himself obliged to give up the idea of casting the equestrian statue. In the original, the first two sketches are above L1 and the third below L9. 711. The mold for the horse. Make the horse on legs of iron, strong and well set on a good foundation, then grease it and cover it with a coating, leaving each coat to dry thoroughly layer by layer, and this will thicken it by the breadth of 3 fingers. Now fix and bind it with iron as may be necessary. Moreover, take off the mold and then make the thickness. Then fill the mold by degrees and make it good throughout. Encircle and bind it with its irons and bake it inside where it has to touch the bronze. Of making the mold in pieces. Draw upon the horse, when finished, all the pieces of the mold with which you wish to cover the horse, and in laying on the clay cut it in every piece, so that when the mold is finished you can take it off, and then recompose it in its former position with its joins, by the countersigns. The square blocks a B will be between the cover and the core, that is in the hollow where the melted bronze is to be, and these square blocks of bronze will support the intervals between the mold and the cover at an equal distance. And for this reason these squares are of great importance. The clay should be mixed with sand. Take wax to return and to pay for what is used. Dry it in layers. Make the outside mold of plaster, to save time in drying and the expense in wood, and with this plaster enclose the irons both outside and inside to a thickness of 2 fingers, make terracotta. And this mold can be made in 1 day, half a boatload of plaster will serve you. Good. Dam it up again with glue and clay, or white of egg, and bricks and rubbish. Footnote: CPL, LXXV. The figure 40, close to the sketch in the middle of the page between lines 16 and 17, has been added by a collector's hand. In the original, below line 21, a square piece of the page has been cut out about 9 centimeters by 7, and a blank piece has been gummed into the place. Lines 22-24 are written on the margin. L27 and 28 are close to the second marginal sketch. L42 is a note written above the third marginal sketch, and on the back of this sheet is the text given as No. 642. Compare also number 802. 712. All the heads of the large nails. Footnote: CPL, LXXVI No. This drawing has already been published in the Saggio dell'Opera di L. da Vinci. Milano 1872, PL, Roman 24 No. But, for various reasons, I cannot regard the editor's suggestions as satisfactory. He says, Vegansi la armature di legname cal quali forse, ven sostenuto il modello, quando per la nas di Bianca Maria S. Forza con Massimiliano Imperator, esso fu collocato sotto un arco trionfale davanti al casello. 713. These bindings go inside. 714. Salt may be made from human excrements, burnt and calcined, made into lees and dried slowly at a fire. And all the excrements produce salt in a similar way, and these salts, when distilled, are very strong. Footnote: Vasari repeatedly states, in the 4th chapter of his Introduzione della Scultura, that in preparing to cast bronze statues horse-dung was frequently used by sculptors. If notwithstanding this, it remains doubtful whether I am justified in having introduced here this text of but little interest, no such doubt can be attached to the sketch which accompanies it. 715. Method of founding again. This may be done when the furnace is made. Footnote: this note is written below the sketches. Strong and bruised. Models for the horse of the Sforza monument, 716-718. 7L6. Messer Galazzo's Big Genet. 717. Messer Galazzo's Sicilian horse. Footnote: these notes are by the side of a drawing of a horse with figured measurements. 718. Measurement of the Sicilian horse, the leg from behind, seen in front, lifted and extended. Footnote: there is no sketch belonging to this passage. Galas here probably means Galas di San Severino, the famous captain who married Bianca, the daughter of Ludovico il Moro. Occasional references to the Sforza monument, 719-724. 719. Again, the bronze horse may be taken in hand, which is to be to the immortal glory and eternal honor of the happy memory of the prince your father, and of the illustrious house of Sforza. Footnote: the letter from which this passage is here extracted will be found complete in section 21. See the explanation of it on page 2. 720. On the 23rd of April 1490, I began this book, and recommenced the horse. 721. There is to be seen, in the mountains of Parma and Piacenza, a multitude of shells and corals full of holes, still sticking to the rocks, and when I was at work on the great horse for Milan, a large sackful of them, which were found thereabout, was brought to me into my workshop by certain peasants. 722. Believe me, Leonardo the Florentine, who has to do the equestrian bronze statue of the Duke Francesco, that he does not need to care about it, because he has work for all his lifetime, and, being so great a work, I doubt whether he can ever finish it. Footnote: this passage is quoted from a letter to a committee at Piacenza for whom Leonardo seems to have undertaken to execute some work. The letter is given entire in section XXL. In it, Leonardo remonstrates as to some unreasonable demands. 723. Of the horse I will say nothing because I know the times. Footnote: this passage occurs in a rough copy of a letter to Ludovico il Moro, without date, see below among the letters. 724. During 10 years, the works on the marbles have been going on. I will not wait for my payment beyond the time, when my works are finished. Footnote: this possibly refers to the works for the pedestal of the equestrian statue, concerning which we have no farther information in the MSS. See P6. The project of the Trivulzio monument. 725. The monument to Messer Giovanni Giacomo da Trivulzio. Cost of the making and materials for the horse. Footnote: in the original, lines 25, 1214, 3335 are written on the margin. This passage has been recently published by G. Govi in Volume V, Sir. 3a of Transunti, Real Accademia de Linea said. Del 5 Giugno, 1881, with the following introductory note. Desidero intanto ci siano stempati questi pace frammenti percesso ci sono stati trascritti ultimamente, e verranno messi in luce tra poco fuori d'Italia. Li Repubblici pur che vuol, ma si sappia almeno ci anche tra noi si conoscevano, e esseran raccolti da anni per comporn, quando ci fas, una edizione ordinata degli scritti di Leonardo. The learned editor has left out line 22 and has written 3 pi for 8 PD in line 25. There are other deviations of less importance from the original. A courser as large as life, with the writer requires for the cost of the metal duck, 500. And for cost of the iron work which is inside the model, and charcoal and wood and the pit to cast it in, and for binding the mold, and including the furnace where it is to be cast, duck, 200. To make the model in clay and then in wax, duck, 432. To the laborers for polishing it when it is cast, duck, 450. In all, duck, 1582. Cost of the marble of the monument. Cost of the marble according to the drawing. The piece of marble under the horse, which is 4 braccia long, 2 braccia and 2 inches wide and 9 inches thick, 58 hundredweight, at 4 lyre and 10 soldi per hundredweight. Duck, 58. And for 13 braccia and 6 inches of cornice, 7 in, wide and 4 in, thick 24 hundredweight duck, 24. And for the frieze and architrave, which is 4 br and 6 in, long 2 br, wide and 6 in, thick 29 hundredweight duck, 20. And for the capitals made of metal, which are 5 inches in, square and 2 in, thick at the price of 15 ducats each, will come to duck, 122. And for 8 columns of 2 br, 7 in, 4 1 2 in, thick 20 hundredweight duck, 20. And for 8 bases, which are 5 1 2 in, square and 2 in, high 5 hund, duck, 5. And for the slab of the tombstone 4 br, IO in, long 2 br, 4 1 2 in, wide 36 hundredweight duck, 36. And for 8 pedestal feet, each 8 br, long and 6 1 2 in, wide and 6 1/2 in, thick 20 hundredweight, come to duck, 20. And for the cornice below, which is 4 br and 10 in, long and 2 br and 5 in, wide and 4 in, thick 32 hund, duck, 32. And for the stone of which the figure of the deceased is to be made, which is 3 br and 8 in, long and 1 br and 6 in, wide and 9 in, thick 30 hund, duck, 30. And for the stone on which the figure lies, which is 3 br and 4 in, long and 1 br and 2 in, wide and 4 1 2 in, thick duck, 16. And for the squares of marble placed between the pedestals, which are 8 and are 9 br, long and 9 in, wide and 3 in, thick 8 hundredweight, duck, 8 in all, duck, 389. Cost of the work in marble. Round the base on which the horse stands there are 8 figures at 25 ducats each, duck, 200. And on the same base there are 8 festoons with some other ornaments, and of these there are 4 at the price of 15 ducats each, and 4 at the price of 8 ducats each, duck, 92. And for squaring the stones, duck, 6. Again, for the large cornice which goes below the base on which the horse stands, which is 13 br, and 6 in, at 2 du per br, duck, 27. And for 12 br, of frieze at 5 du per br, duck, 60. And for 12 br, of architrave at 112 duck per br, duck, 18. And for 3 rosettes, which will be the soffit of the monument, at 20 ducats each, duck, 60. And for 8 fluted columns at 8 ducats each, duck, 64. And for 8 bases at 1 ducat each, duck, 8. And for 8 pedestals, of which 4 are at 10 duck, each which go above the angles, and 4 at 6 duck, each duck, 64. And for squaring and carving the molding of the pedestals at 2 duck, each, and there are 8, duck, 16. And for 6 square blocks with figures and trophies at 25 duck, each, duck, 150. And for carving the molding of the stone under the figure of the deceased, duck, 40. For the statue of the deceased, to do it well, duck, 100. For 6 harpies with candelabra at 25 ducats each, duck, 150. For squaring the stone on which the statue lies and carving the molding, duck, 20. In all, duck, 1075. The sum total of everything added together amount to duck, 3046. 726. Mint at Rome. It can also be made without a spring, but the screw above must always be joined to the part of the movable sheath. Margin note, the Mint of Rome. Footnote, CPL, LXXVI. This passage is taken from a notebook which can be proved to have been used in Rome. All coins which do not have the rim complete are not to be accepted as good, and to secure the perfection of their rim it is requisite that, in the first place, all the coins should be a perfect circle, and to do this a coin must before all be made perfect in weight and size and thickness. Therefore have several plates of metal made of the same size and thickness, all drawn through the same gauge so as to come out in strips. And out of these strips you will stamp the coins, quite round, as sieves are made for sorting chestnuts, and these coins can then be stamped in the way indicated above, and c. The hollow of the die must be uniformly wider than the lower, but imperceptibly. This cuts the coins perfectly round and of the exact thickness and weight, and saves the man who cuts and weighs, and the man who makes the coins round. Hence it passes only through the hands of the gauger and of the stamper, and the coins are very superior. Footnote, CPL. LXXVI number 2, the text of lines 31-35 stands parallel 1-24-27. Farther evidence of Leonardo's occupations and engagements at Rome under Pope Leo X may be gathered from some rough copies of letters which will be found in this volume. Hitherto, nothing has been known of his work in Rome beyond some doubtful, and perhaps mythical, statements in Vasari. 727. Powder for metals. The incombustible growth of soot on wicks reduced to powder, burnt tin and all the metals, alum, isinglass, smoke from a brass forge, each ingredient to be moistened, with aqua vitae or malmsey or strong malt vinegar, white wine or distilled extract of turpentine or oil. But there should be little moisture, and cast in molds. Footnote. The meaning of scagliuolo in this passage is doubtful. 728. Of taking casts of metals. A paste of emery mixed with aqua vitae, or iron filings with vinegar, or ashes of walnut leaves, or ashes of straw very finely powdered. The diameter is given in the lead enclosed. It is beaten with a hammer and several times extended. The lead is folded and kept wrapped up in parchment so that the powder may not be spilt. Then melt the lead, and the powder will be on the top of the melted lead, which must then be rubbed between 2 plates of steel till it is thoroughly pulverized. Then wash it with aqua fortis, and the blackness of the iron will be dissolved, leaving the powder clean. Emery in large grains may be broken by putting it on a cloth many times doubled, and hit it sideways with the hammer, when it will break up. Then mix it little by little, and it can be founded with ease. But if you hold it on the anvil, you will never break it, when it is large. Anyone who grinds smalt should do it on plates of tempered steel with a cone-shaped grinder. Then put it in aqua fortis, which melts away the steel that may have been worked up and mixed with the smalt, and which makes it black. It then remains purified and clean, and if you grind it on porphyry, the porphyry will work up and mix with the smalt and spoil it, and aqua fortis will never remove it because it cannot dissolve the porphyry. If you want a fine blue color, dissolve the smalt made with tartar, and then remove the salt. Vitrified brass makes a fine red. 729. Stucco. Place stucco over the prominence of the, which may be composed of Venus and Mercury, and lay it well over that prominence of the thickness of the side of a knife, made with the ruler, and cover this with the bell of a still, and you will have again the moisture with which you applied the paste. The rest you may dry. Margin note. On stucco, 729. 730. Footnote, in this passage a few words have been written in a sort of cipher that is to say backwards. As in L3 Arena for Vener, L4 Warukram for Mercurio, L12 Il Orev co Ekarab for Il Evero, co Boris. The meaning of the word before di giso in L1 is unknown, and the sense, in which sagoma is used here and in other passages, is obscure. Vener and Mercurio may mean marble and lime, of which stucco is composed. 12. The meaning of Orev is unknown. Well, afterwards fire it, and beat it or burnish it with a good burnisher, and make it thick towards the side. Stucco. Powder with borax and water to paste, and make stucco of it, and then heat it so that it may dry, and then varnish it with fire, so that it shines well. 730. Stucco for molding. Take of butter 6 parts, of wax 2 parts, and as much fine flour as when put with these 2 things melted, will make them as firm as wax or modeling clay. Glue. Take mastic, distilled turpentine and white lead. On bronze casting generally, 730-1740. 731. To cast. Tartar burnt and powdered with plaster and cast cause the plaster to hold together when it is mixed up again, and then it will dissolve in water. 732. To cast bronze in plaster. Take to every 2 cups of plaster 1 of ox horns burnt, mix them together, and make your cast with it. 733. When you want to take a cast in wax, burn the scum with a candle, and the cast will come out without bubbles. 734. 2 ounces of plaster to a pound of metal, walnut, which makes it like the curve. Dried earth 16 pounds, 100 pounds of metal wet clay 20 of wet 100, half which increases 4 ibs. Of water 1 of wax 1 ib, of metal a little less the scrapings of linen with earth, measure for measure. Footnote, the translation is given literally, but the meaning is quite obscure. 736. Such as the mold is, so will the cast be. 737. How casts ought to be polished. Make a bunch of iron wire as thick as thread and scrub them with water. Hold a bowl underneath that it may not make a mud below. How to remove the rough edges from bronze. Make an iron rod, after the manner of a large chisel, and with this rub over those seams on the bronze which remain on the casts of the guns and which are caused by the joins in the mold. But make the tool heavy enough, and let the strokes be long and broad. To facilitate melting, first alloy part of the metal in the crucible, then put it in the furnace, and this being in a molten state will assist in beginning to melt the copper. To prevent the copper cooling in the furnace. When the copper cools in the furnace, be ready, as soon as you perceive it, to cut it with a long stick while it is still in a paste. Or if it is quite cold, cut it as lead is cut with broad and large chisels. If you have to make a large cast. If you have to make a cast of 100,000 pounds, do it with 2 furnaces, and with 2,000 pounds in each, or as much as 3,000 pounds at most. 738. How to proceed to break a large mass of bronze. If you want to break up a large mass of bronze, first suspend it, and then make round it a wall on the 4 sides, like a trough of bricks, and make a great fire therein. When it is quite red hot, give it a blow with a heavy weight raised above it, and with great force. 739. To combine lead with other metal. If you wish for economy in combining lead with the metal, in order to lessen the amount of tin which is necessary in the metal, first alloy the lead with the tin, and then add the molten copper. How to melt in a furnace. The furnace should be between 4 well-founded pillars. Of the thickness of the coating. The coating should not be more than 2 fingers thick. It should be laid on in 4 thicknesses over fine clay and then well fixed, and it should be fired only on the inside and then carefully covered with ashes and cow's dung. Of the thickness of the gun. The gun being made to carry 600 ibs. Of ball and more. By this rule you will take the measure of the diameter of the ball and divide it into 6 parts, and one of these parts will be its thickness at the muzzle, but at the breech it must always be half. And if the ball is to be 700 pounds, 1/7 of the diameter of the ball must be its thickness in front, and if the ball is to be 800, the 1/8 of its diameter in front, and if 900, 1/8 and 1/2, and if 1000, 1/9. Of the length of the body of the gun. If you want it to throw a ball of stone, make the length of the gun to be 6, or as much as 7 diameters of the ball, and if the ball is to be of iron, make it as much as 12 balls, and if the ball is to be of lead, make it as much as 18 balls. I mean when the gun is to have the mouth fitted to receive 600 pounds. Of stone ball, and more. Of the thickness of small guns. The thickness at the muzzle of small guns should be from 1/2 to 1/3 of the diameter of the ball, and the length from 30 to 36 balls. 740. Of luting the furnace within. The furnace must be luted before you put the metal in it, with earth from Valenza, and over that with ashes. Footnote 1-2. Terra di Valenza. Valenza is north of Alessandria on the Po. Of restoring the metal when it is becoming cool. When you see that the bronze is congealing, take some willow wood cut in small chips and make up the fire with it. The cause of its curdling. I say that the cause of this congealing often proceeds from too much fire, or from ill-dried wood. To know the condition of the fire. You may know when the fire is good and fit for your purpose by a clear flame, and if you see the tips of the flames dull and ending in much smoke, do not trust it, and particularly when the flux metal is almost fluid. Of alloying the metal. Metal for guns must invariably be made with 6 or even 8%. That is 6 of tin to 100 of copper, for the less you put in, the stronger will the gun be. When the tin should be added to the copper. The tin should be put in with the copper when the copper is reduced to a fluid. How to hasten the melting. You can hasten the melting when 2/3 ds of the copper is fluid. You can then, with a stick of chestnut wood, repeatedly stir what of copper remains entire amidst what is melted. Introductory observations on the architectural designs, Roman 12, and writings on architecture, Roman 13. Until now, very little has been known regarding Leonardo's labors in the domain of architecture. No building is known to have been planned and executed by him, though by some contemporary writers incidental allusion is made to his occupying himself with architecture. And his famous letter to Ludovico il Morowitch has long been a well-known document in which he offers his service as an architect to that prince, tends to confirm the belief that he was something more than an amateur of the art. This hypothesis has lately been confirmed by the publication of certain documents preserved at Milan, showing that Leonardo was not only employed in preparing plans, but that he took an active part, with much credit, as member of a commission on public buildings. His name remains linked with the history of the building of the cathedral at Pavia and that of the cathedral at Milan. Leonardo's writings on architecture are dispersed among a large number of MSS, and it would be scarcely possible to master their contents without the opportunity of arranging, sorting, and comparing the whole mass of materials so as to have some comprehensive idea of the whole. The sketches, when isolated and considered by themselves, might appear to be of but little value. It is not till we understand their general purport, from comparing them with each other, that we can form any just estimate of their true worth. Leonardo seems to have had a project for writing a complete and separate treatise on architecture, such as his predecessors and contemporaries had composed Leon Battista Alberti, Filarete, Francesco di Giorgio, and perhaps also Bramante. But on the other hand, it cannot be denied that possibly no such scheme was connected with the isolated notes and researches, treating on special questions, which are given in this work, that he was merely working at problems in which, for some reason or other, he took a special interest. A great number of important buildings were constructed in Lombardy during the period between 1472 and 1499, and among them there are several by unknown architects, of so high an artistic merit that it is certainly not improbable that either Bramante or Leonardo da Vinci may have been, directly or indirectly, concerned in their erection. Having been engaged, for now nearly 20 years, in a thorough study of Bramante's life and labors, I have taken a particular interest in detecting the distinguishing marks of his style as compared with Leonardo's. In 1869, I made researches about the architectural drawings of the latter in the Codex Atlanticus at Milan, for the purpose of finding out, if possible, the original plans and sketches of the churches of Santa Maria del Grazie at Milan and of the cathedral at Pavia, which buildings have been supposed to be the work both of Bramante and of Leonardo. Since 1876, I have repeatedly examined Leonardo's architectural studies in the collection of his manuscripts in the Institut de France, and some of these I have already given to the public in my work on Les Projets Primitifs pour la Basilique de Saint-Pierre de Rome, p. 43. In 1879, I had the opportunity of examining the manuscript in the Palazzo Trivulzio at Milan, and in 1880 Dr. Richter showed me in London the manuscripts in the possession of Lord Ashburnham and those in the British Museum. I have thus had opportunities of seeing most of Leonardo's architectural drawings in the original, but of the manuscripts themselves, I have deciphered only the notes which accompany the sketches. It is to Dr. Richter's exertions that we owe the collected texts on architecture which are now published, and while he has undertaken to be responsible for the correct reading of the original texts, he has also made it his task to extract the whole of the materials from the various MSS. It has been my task to arrange and elucidate the texts under the heads which have been adopted in this work. Ms. B at Paris and the Codex Atlanticus at Milan are the chief sources of our knowledge of Leonardo as an architect, and I have recently subjected these to a thorough reinvestigation expressly with a view to this work. A complete reproduction of all Leonardo's architectural sketches has not, indeed, been possible, but as far as the necessarily restricted limits of the work have allowed, the utmost completeness has been aimed at, and no efforts have been spared to include everything that can contribute to a knowledge of Leonardo's style. It would have been very interesting, if it had been possible, to give some general account at least of Leonardo's work and studies in engineering, fortification, canal-making, and the like, and it is only on mature reflection that we have reluctantly abandoned this idea. Leonardo's occupations in these departments have by no means so close a relation to literary work, in the strict sense of the word, as we are fairly justified in attributing to his numerous notes on architecture. Leonardo's architectural studies fall naturally under two heads. I. Those drawings and sketches, often accompanied by short remarks and explanations, which may be regarded as designs for buildings or monuments intended to be built. With these, there are occasionally explanatory texts. Roman 2. Theoretical investigations and treatises. A special interest attaches to these because they discuss a variety of questions which are of practical importance to this day. Leonardo's theory as to the origin and progress of cracks in buildings is perhaps to be considered as unique in its way in the literature of architecture. Henry de Jameler. Roman 12. Architectural designs. I. Plans for towns. A. Sketches for laying out a new town with a double system of high-level and low-level roadways. PL. LXXV, number 1, Ms. B, 15b. A general view of a town, with the roads outside it sloping up to the high-level ways within. PL. LXXV, number 3, Ms. B, 16b. See number 741, and Ms. B 15b, see no. 742 gives a partial view of the town, with its streets and houses with explanatory references. PL. LXXV, number 2, Ms. B 15b, see number 743. View of a double staircase with two opposite flights of steps. PL. LXXVI knows, 2 and 3, Ms. B 37a. Sketches illustrating the connection of the two levels of roads by means of steps. The lower galleries are lighted by openings in the upper roadway. B. Notes on removing houses, Ms. Br. M. 270b, see number 744. 741. The roads M are 6 brachia higher than the roads PS, and each road must be 20 brachia wide and have 1-2 brachio slope from the sides towards the middle. And in the middle, let there be at every brachio an opening, 1 brachio long and 1 finger wide, where the rain water may run off into hollows made on the same level as PS. And on each side at the extremity of the width of the said road, let there be an arcade, 6 brachia broad, on columns, and understand that he who would go through the whole place by the high-level streets can use them for this purpose, and he who would go by the low level can do the same. By the high streets, no vehicles and similar objects should circulate, but they are exclusively for the use of gentlemen. The carts and burdens for the use and convenience of the inhabitants have to go by the low ones. One house must turn its back to the other, leaving the lower streets between them. Provisions, such as wood, wine, and such things are carried in by the doors N, and privies, stables, and other fetid matter must be emptied away underground, from one arch to the next. 742. Must be 300 brachia, each street receiving its light through the openings of the upper streets, and at each arch must be a winding stair on a circular plan, because the corners of square ones are always fouled. They must be wide. And at the first vault, there must be a door entering into public privies, and the said stairs lead from the upper to the lower streets, and the high-level streets begin outside the city gates and slope up till at these gates they have attained the height of 6 brachia. Let such a city be built near the sea or a large river, in order that the dirt of the city may be carried off by the water. 743. The construction of the stairs. The stairs CD go down to FG, and in the same way FG goes down to HK. 744. On moving houses. Let the houses be moved and arranged in order. And this will be done with facility because such houses are at first made in pieces on the open places, and can then be fitted together with their timbers in the site where they are to be permanent. Let the men of the country partly inhabit the new houses when the court is absent. Footnote: on the same page we find notes referring to Romolantino and Villafranca with a sketch map of the course of the Sadro, and the Lo, Cra both are given in the text farther on. There can hardly be a doubt that the last sentence of the passage given above refers to the court of Francis I King of France L 913 are written inside the larger sketch, which in the original is on the right-hand side of the page by the side of lines 1-8. The 3 smaller sketches are below. JPR. Roman 2. Plans for canals and streets in a town. PL, LX6, 1, and 2, Ms. B, 37b, see number 745, and Ms. B, 36a, see no. 746. a plan for streets and canals inside a town, by which the cellars of the houses are made accessible in boats. The third text given under number 747 refers to works executed by Leonardo in France. 745. The front a M will give light to the rooms. A E will be 6 braxia, A B 8 braxia, B E 30 braxia, in order that the rooms under the porticos may be lighted. CDF is the place where the boats come to the houses to be unloaded. In order to render this arrangement practicable, and in order that the inundation of the rivers may not penetrate into the cellars, it is necessary to choose an appropriate situation, such as a spot near a river which can be diverted into canals in which the level of the water will not vary either by inundations or drought. The construction is shown below, and make choice of a fine river, which the rains do not render muddy, such as the Ticino, the Adda, and many others. Footnote 12, Tessino, Adda e molti altri, i.e. rivers coming from the mountains and flowing through lakes. The construction to oblige the waters to keep constantly at the same level will be a sort of dock, as shown below, situated at the entrance of the town, or better still, some way within, in order that the enemy may not destroy it. Footnote, L14 are on the left-hand side and within the sketch given on PL. LX6, number I then follows after line 14, the drawing of a sluicigate concha of which the use is explained in the text below it. On the page 38A, which comes next in the original Ms., is the sketch of an oval plan of a town over which is written modo di canali per la città, and through the longer axis of it canal major is written with tessino on the prolongation of the canal. JPR 746. Let the width of the streets be equal to the average height of the houses. 747. The main underground channel does not receive turbid water, but that water runs in the ditches outside the town with 4 mills at the entrance and 4 at the outlet, and this may be done by damming the water above Romorantin. There should be fountains made in each piazza. Footnote, in the original this text comes immediately after the passage given as number 744. The remainder of the writing on the same page refers to the construction of canals and is given later, in the topographical notes. Lines 111 are written to the right of the plan lines 11-13 underneath it. JPR. Footnote 10. Romolantino is Romorantin, south of Orleans in France. Roman 3. Castles and villas. A. Castles. PL. LXXX, number 1 PV Fall. 39B, number Dorder 2282. The fortified place here represented is said by Vallardi to be the Castello at Milan, but without any satisfactory reason. The high tower behind the Rivellino, Ravelin seems to be intended as a watchtower. PL, LXXX, number 2, Ms. B, 23B. A similarly constructed tower probably intended for the same use. PL, LXXX, number 3, Ms. B. Sketches for corner towers with steps for a citadel. PL, LXXX, number 4, W Roman 16. A cupola crowning a corner tower, an interesting example of decorative fortification. In this reproduction of the original pen and ink drawing, it appears reversed. B. Projects for palaces. PL, LXXXI, number 2, Ms. CA, 75B, 221A, C number 748. Project for a royal residence at Amboise in France. PL, LXXI, number 1, CA 308A, 939A. A plan for a somewhat extensive residence and various details, but there is no text to elucidate it. In courts are written the 3 names. Sam Cosi Giova St. Mark, Cosmo John, Arch Monine. See plans for small castles or villas. The 3 following sketches greatly resemble each other. PL, LXXI, number 2, Ms. K 336B, C number 749. PL, LXXI, number 3, Ms. B 60A, C number 750. PL, LXXZI, W Roman 17. The text on this sheet refers to Cyprus, see topographical notes number 1103, but seems to have no direct connection with the sketches inserted between. PL, LXXXVI knows. 6 and 7, Ms. B, 12A, C number 751. a section of a circular pavilion with the plan of a similar building by the side of it. These two drawings have a special historical interest because the text written below mentions the Duke and Duchess of Milan. The sketch of a villa on a terrace at the end of a garden occurs in c. A 150, and in ca 77b. 225b is another sketch of a villa somewhat resembling the belvedere of Pope Innocent Roman VIII at Rome. In ca 62b, 193b, there is a loggia. PL, LXX, number 4, ca 387a, 1198a, is a tower-shaped loggia above a fountain. The machinery is very ingeniously screened from view. 748. The palace of the prince must have a piazza in front of it. Houses intended for dancing or any kind of jumping or any other movements with a multitude of people must be on the ground floor, for I have already witnessed the destruction of some, causing death to many persons, and above all let every wall, be it ever so thin, rest on the ground or on arches with a good foundation. Let the mezzanines of the dwellings be divided by walls made of very thin bricks, and without wood on account of fire. Let all the privies have ventilation in the thickness of the walls, so as to exhale by the roofs. The mezzanines should be vaulted, and the vaults will be stronger in proportion as they are of small size. The ties of oak must be enclosed in the walls in order to be protected from fire. Footnote: the remarks accompanying the plan reproduced on PL, LXXXI, number 2 are as follows, above to the left. In angelo stia la guardia de la stalla, in the angle a may be the keeper of the stable. Below are the words Strada de Bossa, road to Ambes, parallel with this fossa br 40, the moat 40 braxia fixing the width of the moat. In the large court surrounded by a portico interno, larga br 80 e lugha br 120. To the right of the castle is a large basin for aquatic sports with the words Giostra call nave sio li giostra li stino saperlana, jousting in boats, that is, the men are to be in boats. JPR. The privies must be numerous, and going one into the other, in order that the stench may not penetrate into the dwellings, and all their doors must shut off themselves with counterpoises. The main division of the facade of this palace is into two portions, that is to say, the width of the courtyard must be half the whole facade. The second. 749. 30 braxia wide on each side. The lower entrance leads into a hall 10 braxia wide, and 30 braxia long with 4 recesses, each with a chimney. Footnote: on each side of the castle, PL, LXX. Number 2, there are drawings of details. To the left, camino, a chimney. To the right, the central lantern, sketched in red 8 lati, i.e. an octagon. 750. The first story must be entirely solid. 751. The pavilion in the garden of the Duchess of Milan. The plan of the pavilion, which is in the middle of the labyrinth, of the Duke of Milan. Footnote: this passage was first published by Amoretti in Memory Storage Cap. X. Una sua opera de riportarsi, a quest, anno fu il bagno fatto per la Duchessa Beatrice nel parco o giardino del castello. Leonardo non solo ni disegno il piccolo edificio a foglia di Padigliani, nel cod. Segnato Q3, dandone anche separatamente la pianta, ma sotto Roman 6 scris. Padigliani del giardino della Duchessa e sotto la pianta. Fondamento del Padigliani ch nel mezzo del labirinto del Duca di Milano. Nessuna data e presso il Padigliani, disegnato nella pagina 12, ma poco sopra fra molti circoli intrecciati vedesi equals 10 luglio 1492 equals e nella pagina 2 presso ad alcuni disegni di legumi qualche June, Haletto Settember 1482, in vis di 1492. Cum dova scriverevi, e probabilmente scris Leonardo. The original text, however, hardly bears the interpretation put upon it by Amoretti. He is mistaken as to the mark on the Ms as well as in his statements as to the date, for the Ms in question has no date. The date he gives occurs, on the contrary, in another notebook. Finally, it appears to me quite an open question whether Leonardo was the architect who carried out the construction of the dome-like pavilion here shown in section, or of the ground plan of the pavilion drawn by the side of it. Must we, in fact, suppose that Il Duca di Milano here mentioned was, as has been generally assumed, Ludovico il Moro? He did not hold this title from the emperor before 1494. Till that date he was only called Governatore, and Leonardo, in speaking of him, mentions him generally as Il Maro, even after 1494. On January 18, 1491, he married Beatrice the daughter of Ercole I, Duke of Ferrara. She died on the 2nd January 1497, and for the reasons I have given it seems improbable that it should be this princess who is here spoken of as the Duchessa di Milano. From the style of the handwriting, it appears to me to be beyond all doubt that the Ms. B, from which this passage is taken, is older than the dated MSS of 1492 and 1493. In that case, the Duke of Milan here mentioned would be Gian Galeazzo, 1469–1494, and the Duchess would be his wife Isabella of Aragon, to whom he was married on the 2nd February 1489. JPR 752. The earth that is dug out from the cellars must be raised on one side so high as to make a terrace garden as high as the level of the hall. But between the earth of the terrace and the wall of the house, leave an interval in order that the damp may not spoil the principal walls. Roman 4, Ecclesiastical Architecture. A. General Observations. 753. A building should always be detached on all sides so that its form may be seen. Footnote: the original text is reproduced on PL, XI, number 1 to the left hand at the bottom. 754. Here there cannot and ought not to be any campanile. On the contrary, it must stand apart like that of the cathedral and of San Giovanni at Florence, and of the cathedral at Pisa, where the campanile is quite detached as well as the dome. Thus each can display its own perfection. If however you wish to join it to the church, make the lantern serve for the campanile as in the church at Chiaraval. Footnote: this text is written by the side of the plan given on PL, XCI, number 2. Footnote 12. The Abbey of Chiaraval, a few miles from Milan, has a central tower on the intersection of the cross in the style of that of the Certosa of Pavia, but the style is medieval, AD 1330. Leonardo seems here to mean that in a building in which the circular form is strongly conspicuous, the campanile must either be separated or rise from the center of the building and therefore take the form of a lantern. 755. It never looks well to see the roofs of a church. They should rather be flat, and the water should run off by gutters made in the frieze. Footnote: this text is to the left of the domed church reproduced on PL, LXXXV, number 2. B. The theory of dome architecture. This subject has been more extensively treated by Leonardo in drawings than in writing. Still, we may fairly assume that it was his purpose, ultimately to embody the results of his investigation in a Trattato del Cupole. The amount of materials is remarkably extensive. Ms. B is particularly rich in plans and elevations of churches, with one or more domes from the simplest form to the most complicated that can be imagined. Considering the evident connection between a great number of these sketches, as well as the impossibility of seeing in them designs or preparatory sketches for any building intended to be erected, the conclusion is obvious that they were not designed for any particular monument, but were theoretical and ideal researches, made in order to obtain a clear understanding of the laws which must govern the construction of a great central dome, with smaller ones grouped round it, and with or without the addition of spires, so that each of these parts by itself, and in its juxtaposition to the other parts, should produce the grandest possible effect. In these sketches, Leonardo seems to have exhausted every imaginable combination. Footnote 1. In Ms. B, 32b CPL. See Roman 3, number 2, we find 8 geometrical patterns, each drawn in a square, and in MS, C, A, Fall, 87 to 98 form a whole series of patterns done with the same intention. The results of some of these problems are perhaps not quite satisfactory. Still, they cannot be considered to give evidence of a want of taste or of any other defect in Leonardo's architectural capacity. They were no doubt intended exclusively for his own instruction, and before all, as it seems, to illustrate the features or consequences resulting from a given principle. I have already in another place, footnote 1. Les projets primitifs pour la basilique de Saint-Pierre de Rome, par Bramante, Raphael etc. Volume I, p. 2, pointed out the law of construction for buildings crowned by a large dome. namely, that such a dome, to produce the greatest effect possible, should rise either from the center of a Greek cross, or from the center of a structure of which the plan has some symmetrical affinity to a circle, this circle being at the same time the center of the whole plan of the building. Leonardo's sketches show that he was fully aware, as was to be expected, of this truth. Few of them exhibit the form of a Latin cross, and when this is met with, it generally gives evidence of the determination to assign as prominent a part as possible to the dome in the general effect of the building. While it is evident, on the one hand, that the greater number of these domes had no particular purpose, not being designed for execution, on the other hand, several reasons may be found for Leonardo's perseverance in his studies of the subject. Besides the theoretical interest of the question for Leonardo and his Trattato, and besides the taste for domes prevailing at that time, it seems likely that the intended erection of some building of the first importance, like the Duomos of Pavia and Como, the Church of Sta. Maria del Grazi at Milan, and the construction of a dome or central tower, Tiberio, on the Cathedral of Milan, may have stimulated Leonardo to undertake a general and thorough investigation of the subject. Whilst Leonardo's intercourse with Bramante for 10 years or more can hardly have remained without influence in this matter. In fact, now that some of this great architect's studies for S. Peters at Rome have at last become known, he must be considered henceforth as the greatest master of dome architecture that ever existed. His influence, direct or indirect, even on a genius like Leonardo, seems the more likely, since Leonardo's sketches reveal a style most similar to that of Bramante, whose name indeed occurs twice in Leonardo's manuscript notes. It must not be forgotten that Leonardo was a Florentine, the characteristic form of the two principal domes of Florence, Sta, Maria del Fiore and the Battisterio, constantly appear as leading features in his sketches. The Church of San Lorenzo at Milan was at that time still intact. The dome is to this day one of the most wonderful cupolas ever constructed, and with its two smaller domes might well attract the attention and study of a never-resting genius such as Leonardo. A whole class of these sketches betray, in fact, the direct influence of the Church of S. Lorenzo, and this also seems to have suggested the plan of Bramante's dome of St. Peter's at Rome. In the following pages, the various sketches for the construction of domes have been classified and discussed from a general point of view. On two sheets, PL, LXXiv, CA 354b, 118a and PL, LXXXV Nos, 111 Ash, Roman 2, 6b, we see various dissimilar types grouped together. Thus these two sheets may be regarded as a sort of nomenclature of the different types, on which we shall now have to treat. 1. Churches formed on the plan of a Greek cross. Group I. Domes rising from a circular base. The simplest type of central building is a circular edifice. PL, LXXiv, number 9. Plan of a circular building surrounded by a colonnade. PL, LXXiv, number 8. Elevation of the former with a conical roof. PL, XC, number 5. A dodecagon, as most nearly approaching the circle. PL, LXXXVI, number 1, 2, 3. 4 round chapels are added at the extremities of the two principal axes. Compare this plan with Fig. 1 on P44 and Fig. 3 on P47 WP5b, where the outer wall is octagonal. Group Roman 2. Domes rising from a square base. The plan is a square surrounded by a colonnade, and the dome seems to be octagonal. PL, LXXiv. The square plan below the circular building number 8 and its elevation to the left above the plan. Here the ground plan is square, the upper story octagonal. A further development of this type is shown in two sketches CA3A not reproduced here and in PL, LXXXVI number 5, which possibly belongs to number 7 on PL, LXXiv. PL, LXXXV, number 4 and P45 Fig. 3. A Greek cross repeated P45 Fig. 3 is another development of the square central plan. The remainder of these studies show two different systems. In the first, the dome rises from a square plan, in the second, from an octagonal base. Group Roman 3. Domes rising from a square base and 4 pillars. Footnote 1. The ancient Chapel San Satiro, Via del Falcone, Milan, is a specimen of this type. A. First type. A dome resting on 4 pillars in the center of a square edifice, with an apse in the middle of each of the 4 sides. We have 11 variations of this type. APL, LXXXVI number 3. BBPL, LXXX number 5. CCPL, LXXXV nose, 2, 3, 5. DDPL, LXXIV number 1 and 4 beneath. EPL, LXXXV nose, 1, 7, 10, 11. B. Second type. This consists in adding aisles to the whole plan of the first type. Columns are placed between the apses and the aisles. The plan thus obtained is very nearly identical with that of S. Lorenzo at Milan. Fig. 1 on P56. Ms. B. 75A shows the result of this treatment adapted to a peculiar purpose, about which we shall have to say a few words later on. PL. XCV number 1 shows the same plan but with the addition of a short nave. This plan seems to have been suggested by the general arrangement of S. Sepolcro at Milan. Ms. B57B, see the sketch reproduced on P51. By adding towers in the 4 outer angles to the last named plan, we obtain a plan which bears the general features of Bramante's plans for S. Peters at Rome. CP 51 Fig. 1. Group Roman 4. Domes rising from an octagonal base. This system, developed according to 2 different schemes, has given rise to 2 classes with many varieties. In A, on each side of the octagon chapels of equal form are added. In B, the chapels are dissimilar, those which terminate the principal axes being different in form from those which are added on the diagonal sides of the octagon. A first class. The chapel Digli Angeli, at Florence, built only to a height of about 20 feet by Brunellesco, may be considered as the prototype of this group, and indeed it probably suggested it. The fact that we see in Ms. B 11B, PL, Exciv, number 3 by the side of Brunellesco's plan for the Basilica of Sto. Spirito at Florence, a plan almost identical with that of the Cappella Digli Angeli, confirms this supposition. Only 2 small differences, or we may say improvements, have been introduced by Leonardo. Firstly, the back of the chapels contains a 3rd niche, and each angle of the octagon a folded pilaster like those in Bramante's Sagrestia DSM Presso, San Satiro at Milan, instead of an interval between the 2 pilasters as seen in the Battistero at Florence and in the Sacristy of Sto. Spirito in the same town, and also in the above-named chapel by Brunellesco. The first set of sketches which come under consideration have at first sight the appearance of mere geometrical studies. They seem to have been suggested by the plan given on page 44 Fig. 2. Ms. B, 55A in the center of which is written Santa Maria in Perdice da Pavia, at the place marked on the reproduction. A. Ms. B, 34B, page 44 Fig. 3. In the middle of each side a column is added, and in the axes of the intercolumnar spaces a second row of columns forms an aisle round the octagon. These are placed at the intersection of a system of semicircles, of which the 16 columns on the sides of the octagon are the centers. B. The preceding diagram is completed and becomes more monumental in style in the sketch next to it, Ms. B, 35A, CP 45 Fig. 1. An outer aisle is added by circles, having for radius the distance between the columns in the middle sides of the octagon. See Ms. B 96B, CP 45 Fig. 2. Octagon with an aisle round it, the angles of both are formed by columns. The outer sides are formed by 8 niches forming chapels. The exterior is likewise octagonal, with the angles corresponding to the center of each of the interior chapels. PL, XI, number 2, Ms. B 96B. Detail and modification of the preceding plan half columns against Pierson arrangement, by which the chapels of the aisle have the same width of opening as the inner arches between the half columns. Underneath this sketch, the following note occurs. Questo vol aver 12 faxi co 12 tabernaculi, B. This will have 12 sides with 12 tabernacles as a B. In the remaining sketches of this class, the octagon is not formed by columns at the angles. The simplest type shows a niche in the middle of each side and is repeated on several sheets, viz., Ms. B3, Ms. CA 354B CPL, LXXIV number 11 and Ms. Ash Roman 26B, CPL, LXXXV number 9 and the elevations number 8, PL, XI number 3, Ms. B4B and PL, LXXIV number 2, PL, XI 3, Ms. B 56B, corresponds to a plan like the one in MS, B35A, in which the niches would be visible outside, or, as in the following sketch, with the addition of a niche in the middle of each chapel. PL XC number 6. The niches themselves are surrounded by smaller niches, see also number 1 on the same plate. Octagon expanded on each side. A by a square chapel. Ms. B34B, not reproduced here. B by a square with 3 niches. Ms. B11B, CPL, XIV number 3. C by octagonal chapels. A Ms. B21A, PL, LXXXVI number 4. B number 2 on the same plate. Underneath there is the remark, Quest cum la 8 capel anno esser facti. This is how the 8 chapels are to be executed. C PL, LXXXVI, number 5 elevation to the plans on the same sheet. It is accompanied by the note. Ciascuno de 9 tiberi naiuol passer l'altezza di 2 quadri, neither of the 9 domes must exceed the height of 2 squares. D PL, LXXXVI, number 1 inside of the same octagon. Ms. B, 30A and 34B, these are 3 repetitions of parts of the same plan with very slight variations. D by a circular chapel. Ms. B, 18A, see Fig. 1 on page 47, gives the plan of this arrangement in which the exterior is square on the ground floor with only 4 of the chapels projecting, as is explained in the next sketch. PL, LXX6, Ms. B, 17B. Elevation to the preceding plan sketched on the opposite side of the sheet, and also marked A. It is accompanied by the following remark, indicating the theoretical character of these studies. Questo edificio ancora, stareb bene a farlo dalla linea A, B, C, D in su. This edifice would also produce a good effect if only the part above the lines of B, C, D were executed. PL, LXXIV, number 11. The exterior has the form of an octagon, but the chapels project partly beyond it. On the left side of the sketch, they appear larger than on the right side. PL, XC, number 1, Ms. B, 25B, repetition of PL, LXXIV, number 11. PL, XC, number 2 elevation to the plan number 1, and also to number 6 of the same sheet. E by chapels formed by 4 niches. PL, LXXIV, number 7, the circular plan on the left below, shows this arrangement in which the central dome has become circular inside and might therefore be classed after this group. Footnote 1. This plan and some others of this class remind us of the plan of the Mausoleum of Augustus as it is represented for instance by Durand. See Cab, Des Estampes, Bibliothèque Nationale, Paris, Topographie de Rome, v. 682. The sketch on the right-hand side gives most likely the elevation for the last named plan. F by chapels of still richer combinations, which necessitate an octagon of larger dimensions. PL, XCI number 2, Ms. Ash, 11, 8B, footnote 2, the note accompanying this plan is given under number 754. On this plan, the chapels themselves appear to be central buildings formed like the first type of the third group. PL, LXXXVI number 3. PL, XCI number 2 above. The exterior of the preceding figure, particularly interesting on account of the alternation of apses and niches, the latter containing statues of a gigantic size in proportion to the dimension of the niches. B. Second class. Composite plans of this class are generally obtained by combining 2 types of the first class, the one worked out on the principal axes, the other on the diagonal ones. Ms. B22 shows an elementary combination, without any additions on the diagonal axes, but with the dimensions of the squares on the 2 principal axes exceeding those of the sides of the octagon. In the drawing WP5B, see page 44 Fig. 1, the exterior only of the edifice is octagonal, the interior being formed by a circular colonnade. Round chapels are placed against the 4 sides of the principal axes. The elevation, drawn on the same sheet, see page 47 Fig. 3, shows the whole arrangement which is closely related with the one on PL. LXXXVI number 1, 2. Ms. B21A shows A. 4 sides with rectangular chapels crowned by pediments PL. LXXXVI number 3, plan and elevation. B. 4 sides with square chapels crowned by octagonal domes. PL. LXXXVI number 4, the plan underneath. Ms. B18A shows a variation obtained by replacing the round chapels in the principal axes of the sketch Ms. BL8A by square ones with an apse. Leonardo repeated both ideas for better comparison side by side. See page 47. Fig. 2. PL. LXX6, Ms. B17B. Elevation for the preceding figure. The comparison of the drawing marked M with the plan on page 47 Fig. 2, bearing the same mark, and of the elevation on PL. LXX6 below, marked A with the corresponding plan on page 47, is highly instructive, as illustrating the spirit in which Leonardo pursued these studies. PL. LXXIV number 12 shows the design PL. LXXXV number 3 combined with apses, with the addition of round chapels on the diagonal sides. PL. LXXIV number 13 is a variation of the preceding sketch. PL. XC number 3. Ms. B25B. The round chapels of the preceding sketch are replaced by octagonal chapels, above which rise campaniles. PL. XC number 4 is the elevation for the preceding plan. PL. XI number 1, Ms. B39B. The plan below. On the principal as well as on the diagonal axes are diagonal chapels, but the latter are separated from the dome by semicircular recesses. The communication between these 8 chapels forms a square aisle round the central dome. Above this figure is the elevation, showing 4 campaniles on the angles. Footnote 1. The note accompanying this drawing is reproduced under number 753. PL. LXXIV number 3 on the principal axes are square chapels with 3 niches, on the diagonals octagonal chapels with niches. Cod, Adel. 340B gives a somewhat similar arrangement. Ms. B30. The principal development is thrown on the diagonal axes by square chapels with 3 niches. On the principal axes are inner recesses communicating with outer ones. The plan PL. XCI number 2, Ms. B22, differs from this only in so far as the outer semicircles have become circular chapels, projecting from the external square as apses. One of them serves as the entrance by a semicircular portico. The elevation is drawn on the left side of the plan. Ms. B19. A further development of Ms. B18 by employing for the 4 principal chapels the type PL. LXXXVI number 3, as we have already seen in PL. XCI number 2, the exterior presents 2 varieties. A. The outer contour follows the inner. Footnote 2. These chapels are here sketched in 2 different sizes. It is the smaller type which is thus formed. B. It is semicircular. PL. LXXXVI number 2, Ms. B18B, elevation to the first variation MS, B. 19. If we were not certain that this sketch was by Leonardo, we might feel tempted to take it as a study by Bramante for St. Peter's at Rome. Ms. PV 39B. In the principal axes the chapels of Ms. B19 and semicircular niches on the diagonals. The exterior of the whole edifice is also an octagon, concealing the form of the interior chapels, but with its angles on their axes. Group V. Suggested by San Lorenzo at Milan. In Ms. CA 266 Ib, 8L to B, there is a plan almost identical with that of San Lorenzo. The diagonal sides of the irregular octagon are not indicated. If it could be proved that the arches which, in the actual church, exist on these sides in the first story, were added in 1574 by Martimo Bassi, then this plan and the following section would be still nearer the original state of San Lorenzo than at present. A reproduction of this slightly sketched plan has not been possible. It may, however, be understood from PL. LXXXVI number 3 by suppressing the 4 pillars corresponding to the apses. PL. LXXXVI number 1 shows the section in elevation corresponding with the above-named plan. The recessed chapels are decorated with large shells in the half-domes like the arrangement in San Lorenzo, but with proportions like those of Bramante's sacristy of Santa Maria Presso, Setiro. Ms. CA 266. A sheet containing 3 views of exteriors of domes. On the same sheet, there is a plan similar to the one above named but with uninterrupted aisles, and with the addition of round chapels in the axes, compare PL. Exiva number 3 and page 44 Fig. 1. Perhaps a reminiscence of the 2 chapels annexed to San Lorenzo. Leonardo has here sketched the way of transforming this plan into a Latin cross by means of a nave with side aisles. PL. XCI number 1 plan showing a type deprived of aisles and comprised in a square building which is surrounded by a portico. It is accompanied by the following text. 756. This edifice is inhabited below and above, like San Sepolcro, and it is the same above as below, except that the upper story has the dome CD. And the footnote. The Church of San Sepolcro at Milan, founded in 1030 and repeatedly rebuilt after the middle of the X-5th century, still stands over the crypt of the original structure. Lower has the dome a B, and when you enter into the crypt, you descend 10 steps, and when you mount into the upper you ascend 20 steps, which, with 1-3 braccio for each, make 10 braccia, and this is the height between one floor of the church and the other. Above the plan on the same sheet is a view of the exterior. By the aid of these 2 figures and the description, sections of the edifice may easily be reconstructed. But the section drawn on the left side of the building seems not to be in keeping with the same plan, notwithstanding the explanatory note written underneath it. Dentro il diffidio di sopra. Interior of the edifice above, footnote 1. The small inner dome corresponds to a B on the planet rises from the lower church into the upper above, and larger, rises the dome CD the aisles above and below thus correspond, e di sopra cum di sotto, salvac etc. The only difference is that in the section Leonardo has not taken the trouble to make the form octagonal, but has merely sketched circular lines in perspective. JPR. Before leaving this group, it is well to remark that the germ of it seems already indicated by the diagonal lines in the plans PL. LXXXV no. 11 and number 7, we shall find another application of the same type to the Latin cross in PL. Exiva number 3. 2. Churches formed on the plan of a Latin cross. We find among Leonardo's studies several sketches for churches on the plan of the Latin cross. We shall begin by describing them and shall add a few observations. A. Studies after existing monuments. PL. Exiv number 2, Ms. B 11b. Plan of Santo Spirito at Florence, a basilica built after the designs of Brunellesco. Leonardo has added the indication of a portico in front, either his own invention or the reproduction of a now lost design. PL. XCV number 2 plan accompanied by the words. A. E Santo Sepolcro di Milano di Sopra. A is the upper church of S. Sepolcro at Milan. Although since Leonardo's time considerably spoilt, it is still the same in plan. The second plan with its note, B e la sua part sotto terra, B is its subterranean part, still corresponds with the present state of this part of the church, as I have ascertained by visiting the crypt with this plan. Excepting the addition of a few insignificant walls, the state of this interesting part of the church still conforms to Leonardo's sketch. But in the vestibulo, the 2 columns near the entrance of the winding stairs are absent. B. Designs or studies. PL. XCV number 1 plan of a church evidently suggested by that of San Sepolcro at Milan. The central part has been added to on the principle of the second type of group Roman 3. Leonardo has placed the coro, choir, in the center. PL. XCVI number 2 in the plan the dome, as regards its interior, belongs to the first class of group Roman 4, and may be grouped with the one in Ms. B 35a. The nave seems to be a development of the type represented in PL. XCV number 2, B by adding towers and 2 lateral porticos footnote 1, already published in Les Projets Primitifs PL, Roman 43. On the left is a view of the exterior of the preceding plan. It is accompanied by the following note. 757. This building is inhabited below and above. The way up is by the campaniles, and in going up one has to use the platform, where the drums of the 4 domes are, and this platform has a parapet in front, and none of these domes communicate with the church, but they are quite separate. PL. XCVI number 1, Ms. CA 16B, 65A. Perspective view of a church scene from behind. This recalls the Duomo at Florence, but with 2 campaniles. PL, XCVI number 3, Ms. B 52A. The central part is a development of S. Lorenzo at Milan, such as was executed at the Duomo of Pavia. There is sufficient analogy between the building actually executed and this sketch to suggest a direct connection between them. Leonardo accompanied Francesco di Giorgio. Footnote 3. See Malaspina il Duomo di Pavia. Documents. When the latter was consulted on June 21, 1490, as to this church. The fact that the only word accompanying the plan is sagrestia seems to confirm our supposition, for the sacristies were added only in 1492, i.e. 4 years after the beginning of the cathedral, which at that time was most likely still sufficiently unfinished to be capable of receiving the form of the present sketch. PL, XCVI number 2 shows the exterior of this design. Below is the note, Edificio al proposito del fondamento figurato di sacto, edifice proper for the ground plan figured below. Here we may also mention the plan of a Latin cross drawn in Ms. C. A. Fall, 266, CP 50. PL, XCIV number 1, Ms. L 15B. External side view of Brunellesco's Florentine Basilica San Lorenzo, seen from the north. PL, XCIV number 4, VAV 1. Principal front of a nave, most likely of a church on the plan of a Latin cross. We notice here not only the principal features which were employed afterwards in Alberti's front of S. Maria Novella, but even details of a more advanced style, such as we are accustomed to meet with only after the year 1520. In the background of Leonardo's unfinished picture of St. Jerome Vatican Gallery, a somewhat similar church front is indicated, see the accompanying sketch. Illustration with caption, the view of the front of a temple, apparently a dome in the center of 4 Corinthian porticos bearing pediments, published by Amoretti Tav. Roman 2. B as being by Leonardo, is taken from a drawing, now at the Ambrosian Gallery. We cannot consider this to be by the hand of the master. See studies for a form of a church, most proper for preaching. The problem as to what form of church might answer the requirements of acoustics seems to have engaged Leonardo's very particular attention. The designation of tetro, given to some of these sketches, clearly shows which plan seemed to him most favorable for hearing the preacher's voice. PL, XCVI number 1 Ms. B 52. Rectangular edifice divided into 3 naves with an apse on either side, terminated by a semicircular theater with rising seats, as in antique buildings. The pulpit is in the center. Leonardo has written on the left side of the sketch, Tetro de predicare, theater for preaching. Ms. B 55A, see page 56 Fig. 1. A domed church after the type of PL. XCV number 1 shows 4 theaters occupying the apses and facing the square coro, choir, which is in the center between the 4 pillars of the dome. Footnote 1. The note Tetro de predicar on the right side is, I believe, in the handwriting of Pompeo Leoni. J.P. R. The rising arrangement of the seats is shown in the sketch above. At the place marked B, Leonardo wrote Tetri per Aldair Messa, rows of seats to hear Mass, at T Tetri, and at C Coro Choir. In Ms. CA 260 are slight sketches of 2 plans for rectangular choirs and 2 elevations of the altar and pulpit, which seem to be in connection with these plans. In Ms. Ash Roman 2, 8A CP 56 and 57. Fig. 2 and 3. Lacho dove C predica, place for preaching. A most singular plan for a building. The interior is a portion of a sphere, the center of which is the summit of a column destined to serve as the preacher's pulpit. The inside is somewhat like a modern theater, whilst the exterior and the galleries and stairs recall the ancient amphitheaters. Illustration with caption, page 57 Fig. For a plan accompanying the 2 preceding drawings. If this gives the complete form Leonardo intended for the edifice, it would have comprised only about 2/3 of the circle. Leonardo wrote in the center, fondamento, a word he often employed for plans, and on the left side of the view of the exterior, Lacho dove C predica, a place for preaching in. D design for a mausoleum. PL, XCVI PV 182. No, Dorder 2386. In the midst of a hilly landscape rises an artificial mountain in the form of a gigantic cone, crowned by an imposing temple. At 2/3 of the height, a terrace is cut out with 6 doorways forming entrances to galleries, each leading to 3 sepulchral halls, so constructed as to contain about 500 funeral urns, disposed in the customary antique style. From 2 opposite sides, steps ascend to the terrace in a single flight, and beyond it to the temple above. A large circular opening, like that in the Pantheon, is in the dome above what may be the altar, or perhaps the central monument on the level of the terrace below. The section of a gallery given in the sketch to the right below shows the roof to be constructed on the principle of superimposed horizontal layers, projecting one beyond the other, and each furnished with a sort of heel, which appears to be undercut, so as to give the appearance of a beam from within. Granite alone would be adequate to the dimensions here given to the key stone, as the thickness of the layers can hardly be considered to be less than a foot. In taking this as the basis of our calculation for the dimensions of the whole construction, the width of the chamber would be about 25 feet, but, judging from the number of urns it contains, there is no reason to suppose that these urns were larger than usual. It would seem to be no more than about 8 or 10 feet. The construction of the vaults resembles those in the galleries of some Etruscan tumuli. For instance, the Regulini Galassi tomb at Cervetri, lately discovered, and also that of the chamber and passages of the Pyramid of Cheops and of the treasury of Atreus at Mycenae. The upper cone displays not only analogies with the monuments mentioned in the note, but also with Etruscan tumuli, such as the Cocumella tomb at Vulci and the Regulini Galassi tomb. Footnote 1, see Ferskjusen, Handbook of Architecture, I. 291. The whole scheme is one of the most magnificent in the history of architecture. It would be difficult to decide as to whether any monument he had seen suggested this idea to Leonardo, but it is worthwhile to inquire if any monument or group of monuments of an earlier date may be supposed to have done so. Footnote 2. There are, in Algiers, 2 monuments, commonly called Le Madracin and Letamo de la Crescent, which somewhat resemble Leonardo's design. They are known to have served as the mausolea of the kings of Mauritania. Pomponius Mela, the geographer of the time of the Emperor Claudius, describes them as having been monumentum commune regii gentis. See Le Madracin, rapport fait par M. Le Grand Rabbin Ab. Cahen, Constantine 1873, Memoire sur les fouilles exécutées au Madracin. Par le Colonel Brunan, Constantine L. 873. Du Mausolees Africains, Le Madracin et Letamo de la Crescent par M. J. de Laurière, Tour L. 874. Letamo de la Crescent, Mausolée des Rois Mauritaniens par M. Berbrugger, Alger 1867. I am indebted to M. Leblanc, of the Institut, and M. Lud, Lalin, bibliothecaire of the Institut, for having first pointed out to me the resemblance between these monuments. While M. Ant. Heron de Viel Lefos of the Louvre was kind enough to place the above-mentioned rare works at my disposal. Leonardo's observations on the coast of Africa are given later in this work. The Hierodium near Bethlehem in Palestine, Jebel el-Furades, the Frank Mountain, was, according to the latest researches, constructed on a very similar plan. See der Frankenberg, von Borath see Skick in Jerusalem, Zeitschrift des Deutschen Palästinavariens, Leipzig 1880, Vol. Roman 3, pages 88-99 and plates Roman 4 and VJPR. E-Studies for the Central Tower, or Tiberio of Milan Cathedral. Towards the end of the 15th century, the Fabriceria del Duomo had to settle on the choice of a model for the crowning and central part of this vast building. We learn from a notice published by G.L. Calvi. Footnote: G.L. Calvi, Notisi sulla vita e sull'opera dei principali architetti scultori e pittori che fiorirono in Milano, Part 3, 20. See also, H. de Jaemler, Les Projets Primitifs etc. I. 37 and 116-119. The Fabriceria of the Duomo has lately begun the publication of the archives, which may possibly tell us more about the part taken by Leonardo than has hitherto been known. That among the artists who presented models in the year 1488 were Bramante, Pietro de Gorgonzola, Luca Papirio Fancelli, and Leonardo da Vinci. Several sketches by Leonardo refer to this important project. PL X6, number 2, Ms. S. K. Roman 3, number 36, a small plan of the whole edifice, the projecting chapels in the middle of the transept are wanting here. The nave appears to be shortened and seems to be approached by an inner vestibulo. C. Number 2 tr. 21. Plan of the octagon tower, giving the disposition of the buttresses, starting from the 8 pillars adjoining the 4 principal piers and intended to support the 8 angles of the tuberio. These buttresses correspond exactly with those described by Bramante as existing in the model presented by Amodio. Footnote: Bramante's opinion was first published by G. Mondrel Arch. Store. Lam. V. Fask. 3 and afterwards by me in the publication mentioned in the preceding note. C. 3 Ms. Tr. 16. 2 plans showing different arrangements of the buttresses, which seem to be formed partly by the intersection of a system of pointed arches, such as that seen in C. Number 5, Ms. B. 27a, destined to give a broader base to the drum. The text underneath is given under number 788. Ms. B. 3 slight sketches of plans in connection with the preceding ones. X6 No 1 Ms. Tr. 15 contains several small sketches of sections and exterior views of the dome. Some of them show buttress walls shaped as inverted arches. Respecting these Leonardo notes. 758. L'arco rivcio e miglior per far spalla ci l'ordinario. Perché il rovcio trovasato, si muro resistit alla sua debolezza, e l'ordinario no trova nel suo debole se non aria. The inverted arch is better for giving a shoulder than the ordinary one, because the former finds below it a wall resisting its weakness, whilst the latter finds in its weak part nothing but air. Footnote: 3 slight sketches of sections on the same leaf above those reproduced here are more closely connected with the large drawing in the center of C. Number 4, Ms. Tr. 41, which shows a section of a very elevated dome with double vaults, connected by ribs and buttresses ingeniously disposed, so as to bring the weight of the lantern to bear on the base of the dome. A sketch underneath it shows a round pillar on which is indicated which part of its summit is to bear the weight. Il pilastro sarà chirichoin, a B. The column will bear the weight at a B. Another note is above on the right side. L'arco reggiera tanto sotto esse chom di sopra C. The arch supports as much below it i.e. a hanging weight as above it. C. Number 1 CA 303a. Larger sketch of half section of the dome with a very complicated system of arches and a double vault. Each stone is shaped so as to be knit or dovetailed to its neighbors. Thus the inside of the dome cannot be seen from below. Ms. CA 303b. A repetition of the preceding sketch with very slight modifications. Ms. Tr. 9 C Fig. 1 and 2. Section of the dome with reverted buttresses between the windows, above which iron anchors or chains seem to be intended. Below is the sketch of the outside. X6, number 3 CA, 262a 4 sketches of the exterior of the dome. CA12. Section showing the points of rupture of a Gothic vault in evident connection with the sketches described above. It deserves to be noticed how easily and apparently without effort Leonardo manages to combine Gothic details and structure with the more modern shape of the dome. The following notes are on the same leaf, Ogni cosa poderosa and Ogni cosa poderosa desidera descendir. Farther below, several multiplications most likely intended to calculate the weight of some parts of the dome. Thus 16x47 equals 720. 720x 800 equals 176,000, next to which is written, Peso del pilastro d9 test, weight of the pillar 9 diameters high. Below, 176,000 x 8 equals 1,408,000, and below. Semglio ECC 80, il peso del tuberio 6,600,000, 80 the weight of the dome. Bossi hazarded the theory that Leonardo might have been the architect who built the Church of Sta. Maria del Grazi, but there is no evidence to support this, either in documents or in the materials supplied by Leonardo's manuscripts and drawings. The sketch given at the side shows the arrangement of the second and third socle on the apses of the choir of that church. And it is remarkable that those sketches, in Ms. SKM AI2, 2a and IB, occur with the passage given in Volume 1 as number 665 and 666, referring to the composition of the Last Supper in the refectory of that church. F. The project for lifting up the Battistero of Florence and setting it on a basement. Among the very few details Vasari gives as to the architectural studies of Leonardo, we read. And among these models and designs, there was one by way of which he showed several times to many ingenious citizens who then governed Florence, his readiness to lift up without ruining it, the church of San Giovanni in Florence, the Battistero, opposite the Duomo, in order to place under it the missing basement with steps. He supported his assertions with reasons so persuasive that while he spoke the undertaking seemed feasible, although every one of his hearers, when he had departed, could see by himself the impossibility of so vast an undertaking. Footnote: this latter statement of Vasari's must be considered to be exaggerated. I may refer here to some data given by Libri, Histoire des Sciences Mathématiques en Italie, Roman II, 216, 217. On a cru dans ces derniers temps faire un miracle en mécanique en effectuant si transport, et cependant des l'année 1455, Gaspard Nadi et Aristote de Fioravantio aviant transport, a une distance considerable, la tour de la Magione de Boulogne, avec ses fondements, qui avait presque 80 pieds de haut. Le continuateur de la chronique de Pugliola dit que le trajet fut de 35 pieds et que durant le transport auquel le chroniqueur affirme avoir assist, il arriva un accident grave qui fit pencher de 3 pieds la tour pendant quel était suspendu. Mais que cet accident fut promptement repair, muratori, scriptures ra. Ital. Tom. Roman 18, call 717, 718. Aladosi a rapport une note onati rend comptedisi transport avec une rare simplicite. D'après cette note, on voit que les operations de ce genre n'étaient pas nouvelles. Celle-ci ni cauda que 150 livres, monia dolores, y compris le cade au que le legat fit ox du mechanicians. Dans la même année, Aristote redressa le clocher de Cento, qui penchait de plus de 5 pieds, aladosi, instruction p. 188 muratori, scriptures ra. Ital. Tom, Roman 23, call 888, Bossii Chronica Medial, 1492, infall, Adan, 1455. On ni conquoit pas comment les historiens des beaux-arts ont pu négliger de tels hommes. J.P.R. In the Ms. C. A. Fall. 293, there are two sketches which possibly might have a bearing on this bold enterprise. We find there a plan of a circular or polygonal edifice surrounded by semicircular arches in an oblique position. These may be taken for the foundation of the steps and of the new platform. In the perspective elevation, the same edifice, forming a polygon, is shown as lifted up and resting on a circle of inverted arches, which rest on an other circle of arches in the ordinary position, but so placed that the inverted arches above rest on the spandrels of the lower range. What seems to confirm the supposition that the lifting up of a building is here in question is the indication of engines for winding up, such as jacks and a rack and wheel. As the lifting apparatus represented on this sheet does not seem particularly applicable to an undertaking of such magnitude, we may consider it to be a first sketch or scheme for the engines to be used. G. Description of an unknown temple. 759. 12 flights of steps led up to the great temple, which was 800 brachia in circumference and built on an octagonal plan. At the 8 corners were 8 large plinths, 1 brachia and a half high and 3 wide, and 6 long at the bottom with an angle in the middle. On these were 8 great pillars, standing on the plinths as a foundation, and 24 brachia high. And on the top of these were 8 capitals, 3 brachia long and 6 wide, above which were the architrave frieze and cornice, 4 brachia and a half high, and this was carried on in a straight line from one pillar to the next and so, continuing for 800 brachia, surrounded the whole temple, from pillar to pillar. To support this entablature, there were 10 large columns of the same height as the pillars, 3 brachia thick above their bases, which were 1 brachia and a half high. The ascent to this temple was by 12 flights of steps, and the temple was on the 12th, of an octagonal form, and at each angle rose a large pillar. And between the pillars were placed 10 columns of the same height as the pillars, rising at once from the pavement to a height of 28 brachia and a half. And at this height, the architrave, frieze and cornice were placed which surrounded the temple, having a length of 800 brachia. At the same height, and within the temple at the same level, and all round the center of the temple at a distance of 24 brachia farther in, are pillars corresponding to the 8 pillars in the angles, and columns corresponding to those placed in the outer spaces. These rise to the same height as the former ones, and over these the continuous architrave returns towards the outer row of pillars and columns. Footnote: either this description is incomplete, or, as seems to me highly probable, it refers to some ruin. The enormous dimensions forbid our supposing this to be any temple in Italy or Greece. Syria was the native land of colossal octagonal buildings. In the early centuries AD, the Temple of Baalbek, and others are even larger than that here described. J.P.R. V. Palace architecture. But a small number of Leonardo's drawings refer to the architecture of palaces, and our knowledge is small as to what style Leonardo might have adopted for such buildings. PL. Sci. number 1 W. Roman 18. A small portion of a facade of a palace in 2 stories, somewhat resembling Alberti's Palazzo Rucellai. Compare with this Bramante's painted front of the Casa Silvestri, and a painting by Montorfano in San Pietro in Gessate at Milan, 3rd chapel on the left-hand side, and also with Bramante's palaces at Rome. The pilasters with arabesques, the rustica between them, and the figures over the window may be painted or in sgraffito. The original is drawn in red chalk. PL. LXXXI number 1 Ms. TR. 42. Sketch of a palace with battlements and decorations, most likely graffiti. The details remind us of those in the Castello at Vigevano. Footnote 1. Count Giulio Porro, in his valuable contribution to the Archivio Storico Lombardo Anno Roman 8 Fasc, Roman 4 31 Dec. 1881, Leonardo da Vinci, Libro di Annotazioni e Memorie, refers to this in the following note. Alapag. 41 Roman 6 Uno schizzo di volta ed accanto scris. Il pilastro sarà chericho, in su 6 e potreb darsi ci rifris alla cupola della chiesa del Grazi, tanto più chiapag. 42 Roman 6 un disegno ci rassomiglia, assai al basamento ci oggi si vede nella part esterna del coro di quella chiesa. This may, however, be doubted. The drawing, here referred to, on page 41 of the same manuscript, is reproduced on PL. See number 4, and described on page 61 as being a study for the cupola of the Duomo of Milan. J.P.R. Ms. M.Z. 0 contains a design for a palace or house with a loggia in the middle of the first story, over which rises an attic with a pediment reproduced on page 67. The details drawn close by on the left seem to indicate an arrangement of coupled columns against the wall of a first story. PL. LXXXV number 14, Ms. SKM IL 79A, contains a very slight sketch in red chalk, which most probably is intended to represent the facade of a palace. Inside is the short note 7 he 7, 7 and 7. Ms. J28A, see pages 68 Fig. 1 and 2, contains a view of an unknown palace. Its plan is indicated at the side. In Ms. BR, M126A, see Fig. 3 on page 68, there is a sketch of a house, on which Leonardo notes, Casa con tre terrazzi, house with 3 terraces. PL. CX, number 4, Ms. L36B, represents the front of a fortified building drawn at Cesena in 1502, see number 1040. Here we may also mention the singular building in the allegorical composition, represented on PL. LVI in volume I in front of it, appears the head of a sphinx or of a dragon which seems to be carrying the palace away. The following texts refer to the construction of palaces and other buildings destined for private use. 760. In the courtyard the walls must be half the height of its width, that is, if the court be 40 brachia, the house must be 20 high as regards the walls of the said courtyard, and this courtyard must be half as wide as the whole front. Footnote CPL. CI number 1, and compare the dimensions here given with number 748 lines 2629 and the drawing belonging to it PL. LXXXI no. 2. On the dispositions of a stable. 761. For making a clean stable. The manner in which one must arrange a stable. You must first divide its width in 3 parts, its depth matters not, and let these 3 divisions be equal and 6 brachia broad for each part and 10 high, and the middle part shall be for the use of the stable masters, the 2 side ones for the horses, each of which must be 6 braccia in width and 6 in length, and be half a braccio higher at the head than behind. Let the manger be at 2 braccia from the ground, to the bottom of the rack, 3 braccia, and the top of it 4 braccia. Now, in order to attain to what I promise, that is to make this place, contrary to the general custom, clean and neat. As to the upper part of the stable, i.e. where the hay is, that part must have at its outer end a window 6 braccia high and 6 broad, through which by simple means the hay is brought up to the loft, as is shown by the machine E, and let this be erected in a place 6 braccia wide, and as long as the stable, as seen at KP. The other 2 parts, which are on either side of this, are again divided. Those nearest to the hayloft are 4 braccia, PS, and only for the use and circulation of the servants belonging to the stable. The other 2 which reach to the outer walls are 2 braccia, as seen at SK, and these are made for the purpose of giving hay to the mangers, by means of funnels, narrow at the top and wide over the manger, in order that the hay should not choke them. They must be well plastered and clean and are represented at 4 fs. As to the giving the horses water, the troughs must be of stone and above them water. The mangers may be opened as boxes are uncovered by raising the lids. Decorations for feasts. 762. The way to construct a framework for decorating buildings. The way in which the poles ought to be placed for tying bunches of juniper onto them. These poles must lie close to the framework of the vaulting and tie the bunches on with osier withes, so as to clip them even afterwards with shears. Let the distance from one circle to another be half a braccia, and the juniper must lie top downwards, beginning from below. Round this column tie 4 poles to which willows about as thick as a finger must be nailed, and then begin from the bottom and work upwards with bunches of juniper sprigs, the tops downwards, that is upside down. Footnote, CPL. Say, number 3, the words here given as the title line, lines 1-4, are the last in the original MS. Lines 5-16 are written under Fig. 4. 763. The water should be allowed to fall from the whole circle of B. Footnote, other drawings of fountains are given on PL. CI.W. Roman 20. The original is a pen and ink drawing on blue paper, on PL. CI, Ms. B, and PL. LXXA. Roman 6. Studies of architectural details. Several of Leonardo's drawings of architectural details prove that, like other great masters of that period, he had devoted his attention to the study of the proportion of such details. As every organic being in nature has its law of construction and growth, these masters endeavored, each in his way, to discover and prove a law of proportion in architecture. The following notes in Leonardo's manuscripts refer to this subject. Ms. S. K. M. Ill, 47b, see Fig. 1. A diagram indicating the rules as given by Vitruvius and by Leon Battista Alberti for the proportions of the attic base of a column. Ms. S. K. M. Ill, 55a, see Fig. 2. Diagram showing the same rules. 764. B. Toro superior. Toro superior 2b nestrali, astragali quater 3b orbiculo, trochlea 4b nestrali, astragali quater 5b toro inferior, toro inferior 6b latastro, plintho. Footnote, no explanation can be offered of the meaning of the letter B, which precedes each name. It may be meant for bassa, base. Perhaps it refers to some author on architecture or an architect Bramante, who employed the designations, thus marked for the moldings. 3 trochlea. Philander, trochlea sive trocalia outreachanum. 6 laterculus or latastrum is the Latin name for plinthus, pi lambda Roman 14, but Vitruvius adopted this Greek name, and latastro seems to have been little in use. It is to be found besides the text given above, as far as I am aware, only 2 drawings of the Uffizi collection, where in one instance, it indicates the abacus of a Doric capital. 765. Steps of Urbino. The plinth must be as broad as the thickness of the wall against which the plinth is built. Footnote, CPL. CX number 3. The hasty sketch on the right-hand side illustrates the unsatisfactory effect produced when the plinth is narrower than the wall. 766. The ancient architects, beginning with the Egyptians, who, as Diodorus Siculus writes, were the first to build and construct large cities and castles, public and private buildings of fine form, large and well-proportioned. The column, which has its thickness at the third part, the one which would be thinnest in the middle, would break. The one which is of equal thickness and of equal strength is better for the edifice. The second best as to the usefulness will be the one whose greatest thickness is where it joins with the base. Footnote CPL, CI number 3, where the sketches belonging to lines 10-16 are reproduced but reversed. The sketch of columns, here reproduced by a woodcut, stands in the original close to lines 5-8. The capital must be formed in this way. Divide its thickness at the top into 8. At the foot make it 5-7, and let it be 5-7 high, and you will have a square. Afterwards divide the height into 8 parts as you did for the column, and then take 1/8 for the echinus and another 1/8 for the thickness of the abacus on the top of the capital. The horns of the abacus of the capital have to project beyond the greatest width of the bell 2/7, i.e. sevenths of the top of the bell, so 1/7 falls to the projection of each horn. The truncated part of the horns must be as broad as it is high. I leave the rest, that is the ornaments, to the taste of the sculptors. But to return to the columns, and in order to prove the reason of their strength or weakness according to their shape, I say that when the lines starting from the summit of the column and ending at its base and their direction and length, their distance apart or width may be equal, I say that this column. 767. The cylinder of a body columnar in shape and its two opposite ends are two circles enclosed between parallel lines, and through the center of the cylinder is a straight line, ending at the center of these circles and called by the ancients the axis. Footnote: Leonardo wrote these lines on the margin of a page of the Trattato di Francesco di Giorgio, where there are several drawings of columns, as well as a head drawn in profile inside an outline sketch of a capital. 768. A B is 1/3 of NM. MO is 1/6 of RO. The ovolo projects 1/6 of RO. S715 of RO, a B is divided into 912. The abacus is 3/9, the ovolo 4/9, the bead molding and the fillet 2/9 and 1/2. Footnote CPL, LXXXV, number 16. In the original, the drawing and writing are both in red chalk. PL, LXXXV number 6, Ms. Ash. Roman 26b contains a small sketch of a capital with the following note, written in 3 lines. I ciorni del capitolo di ono esser la quarta part d'uno quadro. The horns of a capital must measure the 4th part of a square. Ms. SKM Roman 372b contains 2 sketches of ornamentations of windows. In Ms. CA 308a, 938a CPL. LXXI number 1, there are several sketches of columns. One of the 2 columns on the right is similar to those employed by Bramante at the Canonica di S. Ambrogio. The same columns appear in the sketch underneath the plan of a castle. There they appear coupled, and in 2 stories one above the other. The archivals which seem to spring out of the columns are shaped like twisted cords, meant perhaps to be twisted branches. The walls between the columns seem to be formed out of blocks of wood. The pedestals are ornamented with a reticulated pattern. From all this, we may suppose that Leonardo here had in mind either some festive decoration, or perhaps a pavilion for some hunting place or park. The sketch of columns marked 35 gives an example of columns shaped like candelabra, a form often employed at that time, particularly in Milan, and the surrounding districts, for instance in the Cortile di Casa Castigliani, now Sylvester, in the Cathedral of Como, at Porta della Rana and c. 769. Concerning architraves of one or several pieces. An architrave of several pieces is stronger than that of one single piece, if those pieces are placed with their length in the direction of the center of the world. This is proved because stones have their grain or fiber generated in the contrary direction, i.e. in the direction of the opposite horizons of the hemisphere, and this is contrary to fibers of the plants which have. The proportions of the stories of a building are indicated by a sketch in Ms. SKM A211b, CPL. LXXXV number 15. The measures are written on the left side, as follows. BR11/263/4 BR1/122 BR9 E1/211/2 BR50903. PL LXXXV number 13, Ms. B62A and PL XCI number 1, Ms. B15A, give a few examples of arches supported on piers. Roman 13. Theoretical writings on architecture. Leonardo's original writings on the theory of architecture have come down to us only in a fragmentary state. Still, there seems to be no doubt that he himself did not complete them. It would seem that Leonardo entertained the idea of writing a large and connected book on architecture, and it is quite evident that the materials we possess, which can be proved to have been written at different periods, were noted down with a more or less definite aim and purpose. They might all be collected under the one title: Studies on the Strength of Materials. Among them, the investigations on the subject of fissures in walls are particularly thorough and very fully reported. These passages are also especially interesting because Leonardo was certainly the first writer on architecture who ever treated the subject at all. Here, as in all other cases, Leonardo carefully avoids all abstract argument. His data are not derived from the principles of algebra, but from the laws of mechanics, and his method throughout is strictly experimental. Though the conclusions drawn from his investigations may not have that precision which we are accustomed to find in Leonardo's scientific labors, their interest is not lessened. They prove at any rate his deep sagacity and wonderfully clear mind. No one, perhaps, who has studied these questions since Leonardo has combined with a scientific mind anything like the artistic delicacy of perception, which gives interest and lucidity to his observations. I do not assert that the arrangement here adopted for the passages in question is that originally intended by Leonardo, but their distribution into 5 groups was suggested by the titles, or headings, which Leonardo himself prefixed to most of these notes. Some of the longer sections perhaps should not, to be in strict agreement with this division, have been reproduced in their entirety in the place where they occur. But the comparatively small amount of the materials we possess will render them, even so, sufficiently intelligible to the reader. It did not therefore seem necessary or desirable to subdivide the passages merely for the sake of strict classification. The small number of chapters given under the 5th class, treating on the center of gravity in roof beams, bears no proportion to the number of drawings and studies which refer to the same subject. Only a small selection of these are reproduced in this work, since the majority have no explanatory text. 1. On fissures in walls. 770. First write the treatise on the causes of the giving way of walls, and then, separately, treat of the remedies. Parallel fissures constantly occur in buildings which are erected on a hillside, when the hill is composed of stratified rocks with an oblique stratification, because water and other moisture often penetrates these oblique seams carrying in greasy and slippery soil. And as the strata are not continuous down to the bottom of the valley, the rocks slide in the direction of the slope, and the motion does not cease till they have reached the bottom of the valley, carrying with them, as though in a boat, that portion of the building which is separated by them from the rest. The remedy for this is always to build thick piers under the wall which is slipping, with arches from one to another, and with a good scarp, and let the piers have a firm foundation in the strata so that they may not break away from them. In order to find the solid part of these strata, it is necessary to make a shaft at the foot of the wall of great depth through the strata. And in this shaft, on the side from which the hill slopes, smooth and flat, a space 1 palm wide from the top to the bottom, and after some time this smooth portion made on the side of the shaft will show plainly which part of the hill is moving. The cracks in walls will never be parallel unless the part of the wall that separates from the remainder does not slip down. What is the law by which buildings have stability? The stability of buildings is the result of the contrary law to the 2 former cases. That is to say that the walls must be all built up equally, and by degrees, to equal heights all round the building, and the whole thickness at once, whatever kind of walls they may be. And although a thin wall dries more quickly than a thick one, it will not necessarily give way under the added weight day by day, and thus, although a thin wall dries more quickly than a thick one, it will not give way under the weight which the latter may acquire from day to day. Because if double the amount of it dries in 1 day, one of double the thickness will dry in 2 days or thereabouts. Thus the small addition of weight will be balanced by the smaller difference of time. The adversary says that a which projects slips down. And here the adversary says that R slips and not C. How to prognosticate the causes of cracks in any sort of wall. The part of the wall which does not slip is that in which the obliquity projects and overhangs the portion which has parted from it and slipped down. On the situation of foundations, and in what places they are a cause of ruin. When the crevice in the wall is wider at the top than at the bottom, it is a manifest sign that the cause of the fissure in the wall is remote from the perpendicular line through the crevice. Footnote, lines 1-5 refer to PL. CV, number 2 line 9 a ledu antecedent, see on the same page. Line 16-18. The translation of this is doubtful, and the meaning in any case very obscure. Lines 19-23 are on the right-hand margin close to the 2 sketches on PL. Number 3. 772. Of cracks in walls, which are wide at the bottom and narrow at the top, and of their causes. That wall which does not dry uniformly in an equal time always cracks. A wall, though of equal thickness, will not dry with equal quickness if it is not everywhere in contact with the same medium. Thus, if one side of a wall were in contact with a damp slope and the other were in contact with the air, then this latter side would remain of the same size as before. That side which dries in the air will shrink or diminish, and the side which is kept damp will not dry. And the dry portion will break away readily from the damp portion, because the damp part not shrinking in the same proportion does not cohere and follow the movement of the part which dries continuously. Of arched cracks, wide at the top and narrow below. Arched cracks, wide at the top and narrow below, are found in walled-up doors, which shrink more in their height than in their breadth, and in proportion as their height is greater than their width, and as the joints of the mortar are more numerous in the height than in the width. The crack diminishes less in RO than in MN, in proportion as there is less material between R and O than between N and M. Any crack made in a concave wall is wide below and narrow at the top, and this originates, as is here shown at BCD in the side figure. One, that which gets wet increases in proportion to the moisture it imbibes. 2, and a wet object shrinks, while drying, in proportion to the amount of moisture which evaporates from it. Footnote, the text of this passage is reproduced in facsimile on PL. CVI to the left. L3640 are written inside the sketch number 2. L4146 are partly written over the sketch number 3 to which they refer. 773. Of the causes of fissures in public and private buildings. The walls give way in cracks, some of which are more or less vertical and others are oblique. The cracks which are in a vertical direction are caused by the joining of new walls, with old walls, whether straight or with indentations fitting on to those of the old wall. For, as these indentations cannot bear the too great weight of the wall added on to them, it is inevitable that they should break, and give way to the settling of the new wall, which will shrink 1 brachia in every 10, more or less, according to the greater or smaller quantity of mortar used between the stones of the masonry, and whether this mortar is more or less liquid. And observe that the walls should always be built first, and then faced with the stones intended to face them. For, if you do not proceed thus, since the wall settles more than the stone facing, the projections left on the sides of the wall must inevitably give way. Because the stones used for facing the wall being larger than those over which they are laid, they will necessarily have less mortar laid between the joints, and consequently they settle less. And this cannot happen if the facing is added after the wall is dry. A B the new wall, C the old wall which has already settled, and the part A B settles afterwards, although A being founded on C, the old wall cannot possibly break, having a stable foundation on the old wall. But only the remainder B of the new wall will break away, because it is built from top to bottom of the building, and the remainder of the new wall will overhang the gap above the wall that has sunk. 774. A new tower founded partly on old masonry. 775. Of stones which disjoin themselves from their mortar. Stones laid in regular courses from bottom to top, and built up with an equal quantity of mortar settle equally throughout, when the moisture that made the mortar soft evaporates. By what is said above, it is proved that the small extent of the new wall between A and N will settle but little, in proportion to the extent of the same wall between C and D. The proportion will in fact be that of the thinness of the mortar in relation to the number of courses, or to the quantity of mortar laid between the stones above the different levels of the old wall. Footnote CPL, CV, number 1. The top of the tower is wanting in this reproduction, and with it the letter N, which, in the original, stands above the letter A over the top of the tower, while C stands perpendicularly over D. 776. This wall will break under the arch EF, because the 7 whole square bricks are not sufficient to sustain the spring of the arch placed on them. And these 7 bricks will give way in their middle exactly as appears in a B. The reason is that the brick A has above it only the weight a K, whilst the last brick under the arch has above it the weight CDX. CD seems to press on the arch towards the abutment at the point P, but the weight PO opposes resistance to it, whence the whole pressure is transmitted to the root of the arch. Therefore, the foot of the arch acts like 7/6, which is more than double of XC. 2. On fissures in niches. 777. On fissures in niches. An arch constructed on a semicircle and bearing weights on the 2 opposite thirds of its curve will give way at 5 points of the curve. To prove this, let the weights be at NM, which will break the arch of BF. I say that, by the foregoing, as the extremities C and O are equally pressed upon by the thrust N, it follows, by the fifth, that the arch will give way at the point which is furthest from the 2 forces acting on them, and that is the middle E. The same is to be understood of the opposite curve, DGB. Hence the weights NM must sink, but they cannot sink by the 7th without coming closer together, and they cannot come together unless the extremities of the arch between them come closer, and if these draw together, the crown of the arch must break. And thus the arch will give way in 2 places, as was at first said in C. I ask, given a weight at a what counteracts it in the direction NF, and by what weight must the weight at F be counteracted? 778. On the shrinking of damp bodies, of different thickness and width. The window is the cause of the crack at B, and this crack is increased by the pressure of N and M, which sink or penetrate into the soil in which foundations are built more than the lighter portion at B. Besides, the old foundation under B has already settled, and this the piers N and M have not yet done. Hence the part B does not settle down perpendicularly. On the contrary, it is thrown outwards obliquely, and it cannot on the contrary be thrown inwards, because a portion like this, separated from the main wall, is larger outside than inside, and the main wall, where it is broken, is of the same shape and is also larger outside than inside. Therefore, if this separate portion were to fall inwards, the larger would have to pass through the smaller, which is impossible. Hence, it is evident that the portion of the semicircular wall, when disunited from the main wall, will be thrust outwards, and not inwards as the adversary says. When a dome or a half-dome is crushed from above by an excess of weight, the vault will give way, forming a crack which diminishes towards the top and is wide below, narrow on the inner side and wide outside. As is the case with the outer husk of a pomegranate, divided into many parts lengthwise. For the more it is pressed in the direction of its length, that part of the joints will open most, which is most distant from the cause of the pressure. And for that reason, the arches of the vaults of any apse should never be more loaded than the arches of the principal building. Because that which weighs most presses most on the parts below, and they sink into the foundations. But this cannot happen to lighter structures like the said apses. Footnote: the figure on PL. CV, number 4 belongs to the first paragraph of this passage, lines 114, Fig. 5 is sketched by the side of lines L5 and following. The sketch below of a pomegranate refers to line 22. The drawing Fig. 6 is, in the original, over line 37 and Fig. 7 over line 54. Which of these 2 cubes will shrink the more uniformly? The cube A resting on the pavement, or the cube B suspended in the air, when both cubes are equal in weight and bulk, and of clay mixed with equal quantities of water? The cube placed on the pavement diminishes more in height than in breadth, which the cube above, hanging in the air, cannot do. Thus it is proved. The cube shown above is better shown here below. The final result of the two cylinders of damp clay, that is A and B, will be the pyramidal figures below C and D. This is proved thus. The cylinder, a resting on block of stone, being made of clay mixed with a great deal of water, will sink by its weight, which presses on its base, and in proportion as it settles and spreads, all the parts will be somewhat nearer to the base, because that is charged with the whole weight. 3. On the nature of the arch. 779. What is an arch? The arch is nothing else than a force originated by two weaknesses, for the arch in buildings is composed of two segments of a circle, each of which being very weak in itself tends to fall. But as each opposes this tendency in the other, the two weaknesses combine to form one strength. Of the kind of pressure in arches. As the arch is a composite force, it remains in equilibrium because the thrust is equal from both sides. And if one of the segments weighs more than the other, the stability is lost, because the greater pressure will outweigh the lesser. Of distributing the pressure above an arch. Next to giving the segments of the circle equal weight, it is necessary to load them equally, or you will fall into the same defect as before. Where an arch breaks at the part which lies below halfway from the center. Second, rupture of the arch. If the excess of weight be placed in the middle of the arch at the point A, that weight tends to fall towards B, and the arch breaks at 2/3 of its height at CE. And GE is as many times stronger than EA, as MO goes into MN. On another cause of ruin. The arch will likewise give way under a transversal thrust, for when the charge is not thrown directly on the foot of the arch lasts but a short time. 780. On the strength of the arch. The way to give stability to the arch is to fill the spandrels with good masonry up to the level of its summit. On the loading of round arches. On the proper manner of loading the pointed arch. On the evil effects of loading the pointed arch directly above its crown. On the damage done to the pointed arch by throwing the pressure on the flanks. An arch of small curve is safe in itself, but if it be heavily charged, it is necessary to strengthen the flanks well. An arch of a very large curve is weak in itself, and stronger if it be charged, and will do little harm to its abutments, and its places of giving way are OP. Footnote: inside the large figure on the righai is the note, da pesser la forza dell'archo. 781. On the remedy for earthquakes. The arch which throws its pressure perpendicularly on the abutments will fulfill its function whatever be its direction, upside down, sideways, or upright. The arch will not break if the chord of the outer arch does not touch the inner arch. This is manifest by experience, because whenever the chord ON of the outer arch NRA approaches the inner arch XB, the arch will be weak, and it will be weaker in proportion as the inner arch passes beyond that chord. When an arch is loaded only on one side, the thrust will press on the top of the other side and be transmitted to the spring of the arch on that side, and it will break at a point halfway between its two extremes, where it is farthest from the chord. 782. A continuous body which has been forcibly bent into an arch thrusts in the direction of the straight line, which it tends to recover. 783. In an arch judiciously weighted, the thrust is oblique, so that the triangle CNB has no weight upon it. 784. I here ask what weight will be needed to counterpoise and resist the tendency of each of these arches to give way. Footnote: the two lower sketches are taken from the Ms. SKM, Roman 3, 10a. They have there no explanatory text. 785. On the strength of the arch in architecture. The stability of the arch built by an architect resides in the tie and in the flanks. On the position of the tie in the above-named arch. The position of the tie is of the same importance at the beginning of the arch and at the top of the perpendicular pier on which it rests. This is proved by the second of supports, which says, that part of a support has least resistance which is farthest from its solid attachment. Hence, as the top of the pier is farthest from the middle of its true foundation, and the same being the case at the opposite extremities of the arch, which are the points farthest from the middle, which is really its attachment, we have concluded that the tie B requires to be in such a position as that its opposite ends are between the four above-mentioned extremes. The adversary says that this arch must be more than half a circle, and that then it will not need a tie, because then the ends will not thrust outwards but inwards, as is seen in the excess at a C, B, D. To this, it must be answered that this would be a very poor device, for 3 reasons. The first refers to the strength of the arch, since it is proved that the circular parallel being composed of 2 semicircles will only break where these semicircles cross each other, as is seen in the figure NM. Besides this, it follows that there is a wider space between the extremes of the semicircle than between the plane of the walls. The third reason is that the weight placed to counterbalance the strength of the arch diminishes in proportion, as the piers of the arch are wider than the space between the piers. Fourthly, in proportion as the parts at C, A, B, D turn outwards, the piers are weaker to support the arch above them. The fifth is that all the material and weight of the arch which are in excess of the semicircle are useless and indeed mischievous. And here it is to be noted that the weight placed above the arch will be more likely to break the arch at a B, where the curve of the excess begins that is added to the semicircle, than if the pier were straight up to its junction with the semicircle spring of the arch. An arch loaded over the crown will give way at the left hand and right hand quarters. This is proved by the 7th of this, which says, the opposite ends of the support are equally pressed upon by the weight suspended to them. Hence the weight shown at F is felt at BC, that is half at each extremity, and by the 3rd, which says, in a support of equal strength that portion will give way soonest which is farthest from its attachment, whence it follows that D being equally distant from F, E. If the centering of the arch does not settle as the arch settles, the mortar, as it dries, will shrink and detach itself from the bricks between which it was laid to keep them together. And as it thus leaves them disjoined, the vault will remain loosely built, and the rains will soon destroy it. 786. On the strength and nature of arches, and where they are strong or weak, and the same as to columns. That part of the arch which is nearer to the horizontal offers least resistance to the weight placed on it. When the triangle a ZN, by settling, drives backwards the 2, 3 of each 1, 2 circle that is a S, and in the same way ZM, the reason is that it is perpendicularly over B, and so likewise Z is above F. Either half of an arch, if overweighted, will break at 2, 3 of its height, the point which corresponds to the perpendicular line above the middle of its bases, as is seen at a B. And this happens because the weight tends to fall past the point R. And if, against its nature, it should tend to fall towards the point S, the arch NS would break precisely in its middle. If the arch NS were of a single piece of timber, if the weight placed at N should tend to fall in the line NM, the arch would break in the middle of the arch EM. Otherwise, it will break at 1/3 from the top at the point, because from A to N the arch is nearer to the horizontal than from A to O and from O to S. In proportion as PT is greater than TN, a O will be stronger than a N, and likewise in proportion as SO is stronger than OA, RP will be greater than PT. The arch, which is doubled to 4 times of its thickness, will bear 4 times the weight that the single arch could carry, and more in proportion as the diameter of its thickness goes a smaller number of times into its length. That is to say, that if the thickness of the single arch goes 10 times into its length, the thickness of the doubled arch will go 5 times into its length. Hence, as the thickness of the double arch goes only half as many times into its length as that of the single arch does, it is reasonable that it should carry half as much more weight as it would have to carry if it were in direct proportion to the single arch. Hence, as this double arch has 4 times the thickness of the single arch, it would seem that it ought to bear 4 times the weight. But by the above rule it is shown that it will bear exactly 8 times as much. That pier which is charged most unequally will soonest give way. The column CB, being charged with an equal weight, will be most durable, and the other 2 outward columns require on the part outside of their center as much pressure as there is inside of their center. That is, from the center of the column towards the middle of the arch. Arches which depend on chains, for their support will not be very durable. That arch will be of longer duration, which has a good abutment opposed to its thrust. The arch itself tends to fall. If the arch be 30 brachia and the interval between the walls which carry it be 20, we know that 30 cannot pass through the 20 unless 20 becomes likewise 30. Hence the arch being crushed by the excessive weight, and the walls offering insufficient resistance, part, and afford room between them, for the fall of the arch. But if you do not wish to strengthen the arch with an iron tie, you must give it such abutments as can resist the thrust. And you can do this thus. Fill up the spandrels M, N with stones, and direct the lines of the joints between them to the center of the circle of the arch. And the reason why this makes the arch durable is this. We know very well that if the arch is loaded with an excess of weight above its quarter as a B, the wall FG will be thrust outwards because the arch would yield in that direction. If the other quarter BC were loaded, the wall FG would be thrust inwards, if it were not for the line of stones XY which resists this. 787. Plan. Here it is shown how the arches made in the side of the octagon thrust the piers of the angles outwards, as is shown by the line HC and by the line TD which thrust out the pier M. That is, they tend to force it away from the center of such an octagon. 788. An experiment to show that a weight placed on an arch does not discharge itself entirely on its columns. On the contrary, the greater the weight placed on the arches, the less the arch transmits the weight to the columns. The experiment is the following. Let a man be placed on a steel yard in the middle of the shaft of a well, then let him spread out his hands and feet between the walls of the well, and you will see him weigh much less on the steel yard. Give him a weight on the shoulders, you will see by experiment that the greater the weight you give him, the greater effort he will make in spreading his arms and legs, and in pressing against the wall, and the less weight will be thrown on the steel yard. 4. On foundations, the nature of the ground and supports. 789. The first and most important thing is stability. As to the foundations of the component parts of temples and other public buildings, the depths of the foundations must bear the same proportions to each other as the weight of material which is to be placed upon them. Every part of the depth of earth in a given space is composed of layers, and each layer is composed of heavier or lighter materials, the lowest being the heaviest. And this can be proved because these layers have been formed by the sediment from water carried down to the sea, by the current of rivers which flow into it. The heaviest part of this sediment was that which was first thrown down, and so on by degrees. And this is the action of water when it becomes stagnant, having first brought down the mud whence it first flowed. And such layers of soil are seen in the banks of rivers, where their constant flow has cut through them and divided one slope from the other to a great depth. Where in gravelly strata the waters have run off, the materials have, in consequence, dried and been converted into hard stone, and this happened most in what was the finest mud, whence we conclude that every portion of the surface of the earth was once at the center of the earth, and vice versa and c. 790. The heaviest part of the foundations of buildings settles most, and leaves the lighter part above it separated from it. And the soil which is most pressed, if it be porous, yields most. You should always make the foundations project equally beyond the weight of the walls and piers, as shown at M(b). If you do as many do, that is to say, if you make a foundation of equal width from the bottom up to the surface of the ground, and charge it above with unequal weights, as shown at BE and at EO, at the part of the foundation at BE, the pier of the angle will weigh most and thrust its foundation downwards, which the wall at EO will not do, since it does not cover the whole of its foundation, and therefore thrusts less heavily and settles less. Hence, the pier BE in settling cracks and parts from the wall EO. This may be seen in most buildings which are cracked round the piers. 791. The window A is well placed under the window C, and the window B is badly placed under the pier D, because this latter is without support and foundation. Mind therefore never to make a break under the piers between the windows. 792. Of the supports, a pillar of which the thickness is increased will gain more than its due strength, in direct proportion to what it loses in relative height. Example: if a pillar should be 9 times as high as it is broad, that is to say, if it is 1 braccio thick, according to rule it should be 9 braccia high then. If you place 100 such pillars together in a mass, this will be 10 braccia broad and 9 high. And if the first pillar could carry 10,000 pounds, the second being only about as high as it is wide, and thus lacking 8 parts of its proper length, it, that is to say, each pillar thus united, will bear 8 times more than when disconnected. That is to say, that if at first it would carry 10,000 pounds, it would now carry 90,000. 5. On the resistance of beams. 793. That angle will offer the greatest resistance, which is most acute, and the most obtuse will be the weakest. Footnote: the 3 smaller sketches accompany the text in the original, but the larger one is not directly connected with it. It is to be found on Fall 89A of the same manuscript, and there we read in a note, written underneath, Covercio della Perdice del Casello, roof of the flagstaff of the castle, compare also PL, XCI, number 1. 794. If the beams and the weight O are 100 pounds, how much weight will be wanted at I to resist such a weight, that it may not fall down? 795. On the length of beams. That beam which is more than 20 times as long as its greatest thickness will be of brief duration and will break in half. And remember that the part built into the wall should be steeped in hot pitch and filleted with oak boards likewise so steeped. Each beam must pass through its walls and be secured beyond the walls with sufficient chaining, because in consequence of earthquakes, the beams are often seen to come out of the walls and bring down the walls and floors, whilst if they are chained, they will hold the walls strongly together, and the walls will hold the floors. Again, I remind you never to put plaster over timber, since by expansion and shrinking of the timber produced by damp and dryness, such floors often crack, and once crack their divisions, gradually produce dust and an ugly effect. Again, remember not to lay a floor on beams supported on arches, for, in time the floor which is made on beams settles somewhat in the middle while that part of the floor which rests on the arches remains in its place. Hence, floors laid over 2 kinds of supports look, in time, as if they were made in Hill's footnote, 19M. Ravison, in his edition of Ms. A, gives a very different rendering of this passage, translating it thus. Les planchers qui sont soutenues par deux differentes natures de supports parascent, avec le temps faits, en vaut a colli. Remarks on the style of Leonardo's architecture. A few remarks may here be added on the style of Leonardo's architectural studies. However incomplete, however small in scale, they allow us to establish a certain number of facts and probabilities, well worthy of consideration. When Leonardo began his studies, the great name of Brunellesco was still the inspiration of all Florence, and we cannot doubt that Leonardo was open to it, since we find among his sketches the plan of the Church of Santo Spirito footnote 1, CPL, Exciv, number 2. Then only in course of erection after the designs of Brunellesco, though he was already dead, finished in 1481. And a lateral view of San Lorenzo, PL. Exciv number 1, a plan almost identical with the Chapel degli Angeli, only begun by him, PL. Exciv number 3, while among Leonardo's designs for domes several clearly betray the influence of Brunellesco's cupola and the lantern of Santa Maria del Fiore footnote 2. A small sketch of the tower of the Palazzo della Signoria, Ms. Ca 309, proves that he also studied medieval monuments. The beginning of the second period of modern Italian architecture falls during the first 20 years of Leonardo's life. However, the new impetus given by Leon Battista Alberti either was not generally understood by his contemporaries, or those who appreciated it had no opportunity of showing that they did so. It was only when taken up by Bramante and developed by him to the highest rank of modern architecture that this new influence was generally felt. Now the peculiar feature of Leonardo's sketches is that, like the works of Bramante, they appear to be the development and continuation of Alberti's. But a question here occurs which is difficult to answer. Did Leonardo, till he quitted Florence, follow the direction given by the dominant school of Brunellesco, which would then have given rise to his first manner? Or had he, even before he left Florence, felt Alberti's influence either through his works, Palazzo Ruxellai, and the front of Santa Maria Novella, or through personal intercourse? Or was it not till he went to Milan that Alberti's work began to impress him through Bramante, who probably had known Alberti at Mantua about 1470, and who not only carried out Alberti's views and ideas, but, by his designs for St. Peter's at Rome, proved himself the greatest of modern architects. When Leonardo went to Milan, Bramante had already been living there for many years. One of his earliest works in Milan was the church of Santa Maria Presso San Satiro, Via del Falcone footnote 1, Evidence of this I intend to give later on in a life of Bramante, which I have in preparation. Now we find among Leonardo's studies of cupolas on plates LXXV and LXXXV, and in PL. LXXX several sketches which seem to me to have been suggested by Bramante's dome of this church. The MSS, B and Ash. Roman II contain the plans of S. Sepolcro, the pavilion in the garden of the Duke of Milan, and two churches evidently inspired by the Church of San Lorenzo at Milan. Ms. B contains besides two notes relating to Pavia, one of them a design for the sacristy of the cathedral at Pavia, which cannot be supposed to be dated later than 1492, and it has probably some relation to Leonardo's call to Pavia June 21, 1490 footnote 2. The sketch of the plan of Brunellesco's Church of Santo Spirito at Florence, which occurs in the same manuscript, may have been done from memory. These and other considerations justify us in concluding that Leonardo made his studies of cupolas at Milan, probably between the years 1487 and 1492, in anticipation of the erection of one of the grandest churches of Italy, the Cathedral of Pavia. This may explain the decidedly Lombardo-Bramantesque tendency in the style of these studies, among which only a few remind us of the forms of the cupolas of S. Maria del Fiore and of the baptistery of Florence. Thus, although when compared with Bramante's work, several of these sketches plainly reveal that master's influence, we find, among the sketches of domes, some which show already Bramante's classic style, of which the Tempietto of San Pietro in Montorio, his first building executed at Rome, is the foremost example. Footnote 3. It may be mentioned here that in 1494 Bramante made a similar design for the lantern of the cupola of the Church of Santa Maria del Grazie. On plate LXXV is a sketch of the plan of a similar circular building, and the mausoleum on PL. XCVI, no less than one of the pedestals for the statue of Francesco Sforza, PL. LXV is of the same type. The drawings PL. LXXV number 2, PL. LXXXVI number 1 and 2 and the ground flower sick but should be floor, of the building in the drawing PL. XCI number 2, with the interesting decoration by gigantic statues in large niches, are also, I believe, more in the style Bramante adopted at Rome than in the Lombard style. Are we to conclude from this that Leonardo, on his part, influenced Bramante in the sense of simplifying his style and rendering it more congenial to antique art? The answer to this important question seems at first difficult to give, for we are here in presence of Bramante, the greatest of modern architects, and with Leonardo, the man comparable with no other. We have no knowledge of any buildings erected by Leonardo, and unless we admit personal intercourse, which seems probable, but of which there is no proof, it would be difficult to understand how Leonardo could have affected Bramante's style. The converse is more easily to be admitted, since Bramante, as we have proved elsewhere, drew and built simultaneously in different manners, and though in Lombardy there is no building by him in his classic style, the use of brick for building, in that part of Italy, may easily account for it. Bramante's name is incidentally mentioned in Leonardo's manuscripts in two passages, nos. 1414 and 1448. On each occasion, it is only a slight passing allusion, and the nature of the context gives us no due information as to any close connection between the two artists. It might be supposed, on the ground of Leonardo's relations with the East given in sections Roman 17 and Roman 21 of this volume, that some evidence of Oriental influence might be detected in his architectural drawings. I do not, however, think that any such traces can be pointed out with certainty, unless perhaps the drawing for a mausoleum, PL, XC Roman 8. Among several studies for the construction of cupolas above a Greek cross, there are some in which the forms are decidedly monotonous. These, it is clear, were not designed as models of taste. They must be regarded as the results of certain investigations into the laws of proportion, harmony, and contrast. The designs for churches, on the plan of a Latin cross, are evidently intended to depart as little as possible from the form of a Greek cross, and they also show a preference for a nave surrounded with outer porticos. The architectural forms preferred by Leonardo are pilasters coupled, PL, LXXI number 1, or grouped PL, LXXX number 5 and XIV number 4, often combined with niches. We often meet with orders superposed, one in each story or two small orders on one story, in combination with one great order PL. XCVI number 2. The drum tamburo of these cupolas is generally octagonal, as in the Cathedral of Florence, and with similar round windows in its sides. In PL. LXXXV number 2, it is circular like the model actually carried out by Michelangelo at St. Peter's. The cupola itself is either hidden under a pyramidal roof, as in the Baptistry of Florence, San Lorenzo of Milan, and most of the Lombard churches, PL. XCI number 1 and PL. XI number 1, but it more generally suggests the curve of Sta Maria del Fiore, PL. LXXXVI number 5, PL. XC number 2, PL. LXX6M, PL. XC number 4, PL. XCVI number 2. In other cases, PL. LXXX number 4, PL. LXX6, PL. XC number 2, it shows the sides of the octagon crowned by semicircular pediments, as in Brunellesco's Lantern of the Cathedral and in the model for the Cathedral of Pavia. Finally, in some sketches the cupola is either semicircular, or as in PL. LXXXV number 2 shows the beautiful line, adopted 60 years later by Michelangelo for the existing dome of St. Peter's. It is worth noticing that for all these domes Leonardo is not satisfied to decorate the exterior merely with ascending ribs or moldings, but employs also a system of horizontal parallels to complete the architectural system. Not the least interesting are the designs for the Tiberio cupola of the Milan Cathedral. They show some of the forms, just mentioned, adapted to the peculiar Gothic style of that monument. The few examples of interiors of churches recall the style employed in Lombardy by Bramante, for instance in S. Maria di Campanuova at Pavia, or by Dalcibuono in the Monastero Maggiore at Milan, CPL, Psi number 1, PL. LXXIV number 10. The few indications concerning palaces seem to prove that Leonardo followed Alberti's example of decorating the walls with pilasters and a flat rustica, either in stone or by graffiti, PL. Psi number 1 and PL. LXXXV number 14. By pointing out the analogies between Leonardo's architecture and that of other masters, we in no way pretend to depreciate his individual and original inventive power. These are at all events beyond dispute. The project for the mausoleum, PL. XCVI, would alone suffice to rank him among the greatest architects who ever lived. The peculiar shape of the tower, PL. LXXX, of the churches for preaching, PL. XCVI number 1 and pages 56 and 57, Fig. 1-4, his curious plan for a city with high and low-level streets, PL. LXXV and LXXVI number 2 and number 3, his loggia with fountains, PL. LXXI no. 4. Reveal an originality, a power and facility of invention for almost any given problem, which are quite wonderful. In addition to all these qualities, he probably stood alone in his day in one department of architectural study, his investigations, namely, as to the resistance of vaults, foundations, walls, and arches. As an application of these studies, the plan of a semicircular vault, PL. CI number 2 may be mentioned here, disposed so as to produce no thrust on the columns on which it rests. Volta ibat non ispigni I fori la colonne. Above the geometrical patterns on the same sheet, close to a circle inscribed in a square, is the note: La raggio d'una voltacio il terzo del diametro della sua, del tedesco in domo. There are few data by which to judge of Leonardo's style in the treatment of detail. On PL, LXXXV number 10 and PL. CI number 3, we find some details of pillars. On PL. CI number 3, slender pillars designed for a fountain, and on PL. CI number 1 Ms. B is a pen and ink drawing of a vase, which also seems intended for a fountain. 3 handles seem to have been intended to connect the upper parts with the base. There can be no doubt that Leonardo, like Bramante, but unlike Michelangelo, brought infinite delicacy of motive and execution to bear on the details of his work. Roman 14. Anatomy, zoology, and physiology. Leonardo's eminent place in the history of medicine, as a pioneer in the sciences of anatomy and physiology, will never be appreciated till it is possible to publish the mass of manuscripts in which he largely treated of these two branches of learning. In the present work, I must necessarily limit myself to giving the reader a general view of these labors by publishing his introductory notes to the various books on anatomical subjects. I have added some extracts, and such observations as are scattered incidentally through these treatises, as serving to throw a light on Leonardo's scientific attitude, besides having an interest for a wider circle than that of specialists only. Vasari expressly mentions Leonardo's anatomical studies, having had occasion to examine the manuscript books which refer to them. According to him, Leonardo studied anatomy in the companionship of Marc Antonio della Torre, aiutato e scambi valment aiutando. This learned anatomist taught the science in the universities first of Padua and then of Pavia, and at Pavia he and Leonardo may have worked and studied together. We have no clue to any exact dates, but in the year 1506 Marc Antonio della Torre seems to have not yet left Padua. He was scarcely 30 years old when he died in 1512, and his writings on anatomy have not only never been published, but no manuscript copy of them is known to exist. This is not the place to enlarge on the connection between Leonardo and Marc Antonio della Torre. I may, however, observe that I have not been able to discover in Leonardo's manuscripts on anatomy any mention of his younger contemporary. The few quotations which occur from writers on medicine either of antiquity or of the Middle Ages are printed in section 22. Here and there in the manuscripts mention is made of an anonymous adversario, whose views are opposed and refuted by Leonardo. But there is no ground for supposing that Marc Antonio della Torre should have been this adversary. Only a very small selection from the mass of anatomical drawings left by Leonardo have been published here in facsimile, but to form any adequate idea of their scientific merit, they should be compared with the coarse and inadequate figures given in the published books of the early part of the Roman 16th century. William Hunter, the great surgeon competent judge who had an opportunity in the time of George Roman III of seeing the originals in the King's Library, has thus recorded his opinion. I expected to see little more than such designs in anatomy as might be useful to a painter in his own profession. But I saw, and indeed with astonishment, that Leonardo had been a general and deep student. When I consider what pains he has taken upon every part of the body, the superiority of his universal genius, his particular excellence in mechanics and hydraulics, and the attention with which such a man would examine and see objects which he has to draw, I am fully persuaded that Leonardo was the best anatomist, at that time, in the world. Leonardo was certainly the first man, we know of, who introduced the practice of making anatomical drawings. 2 introductory letters. London 1784, pages 37 and 39. The illustrious German naturalist Johann Friedrich Blumenbach esteemed them no less highly. He was one of the privileged few who, after Hunter, had the chance of seeing these manuscripts. He writes der Scharfblick dieses großen Forschers und Darstellers der Natur hat skan auf den Geichtet, die nach Jahrhundert Nacker unbemerkt geblieben sind. See Blumenbach's Medizinische Bibliothek, Volume 3, St. 4, 1795. Page 728. These opinions were founded on the drawings alone. Up to the present day, hardly anything has been made known of the text, and, for the reasons I have given, it is my intention to reproduce here no more than a selection of extracts, which I have made from the originals at Windsor Castle and elsewhere. In the bibliography of the manuscripts, at the end of this volume, a short review is given of the valuable contents of these anatomical notebooks, which are at present almost all in the possession of Her Majesty, the Queen of England. It is, I believe, possible to assign the date with approximate accuracy to almost all the fragments, and I am thus led to conclude that the greater part of Leonardo's anatomical investigations were carried out after the death of della Torre. Merely in reading the introductory notes to his various books on anatomy, which are here printed, it is impossible to resist the impression that the master's anatomical studies bear to a very great extent the stamp of originality and independent thought. 1. Anatomy. 796. A general introduction. I wish to work miracles. It may be that I shall possess less than other men of more peaceful lives, or than those who want to grow rich in a day. I may live for a long time in great poverty, as always happens, and to all eternity will happen to alchemists, the would-be creators of gold and silver, and to engineers who would have dead water stir itself into life and perpetual motion, and to those supreme fools, the necromancer and the enchanter. Footnote 23. The following seems to be directed against students of painting and young artists, rather than against medical men and anatomists. And you, who say that it would be better to watch an anatomist at work than to see these drawings, you would be right, if it were possible to observe all the things which are demonstrated in such drawings in a single figure, in which you, with all your cleverness, will not see nor obtain knowledge of more than some few veins, to obtain a true and perfect knowledge of which I have dissected more than 10 human bodies, destroying all the other members, and removing the very minutest particles of the flesh by which these veins are surrounded, without causing them to bleed, excepting the insensible bleeding of the capillary veins. And as one single body would not last so long, since it was necessary to proceed with several bodies by degrees, until I came to an end and had a complete knowledge. This I repeated twice, to learn the differences. Footnote, lines 159 and 6089 are written in 2 parallel columns. When we here find Leonardo putting himself in the same category as the alchemists and necromancers, whom he elsewhere mocks it so bitterly, it is evidently meant ironically. In the same way, Leonardo, in the introduction to the books on perspective, sets himself with transparent satire on a level with other writers on the subject. And if you should have a love for such things, you might be prevented by loathing. And if that did not prevent you, you might be deterred by the fear of living in the night hours in the company of those corpses, quartered and flayed and horrible to see. And if this did not prevent you, perhaps you might not be able to draw so well as is necessary for such a demonstration. Or, if you had the skill in drawing, it might not be combined with knowledge of perspective. And if it were so, you might not understand the methods of geometrical demonstration and the method of the calculation of forces and of the strength of the muscles. Patience also may be wanting, so that you lack perseverance. As to whether all these things were found in me, or not, footnote 84. Leonardo frequently, and perhaps habitually, wrote in notebooks of a very small size and only moderately thick. In most of those which have been preserved undivided, each contains less than 50 leaves. Thus, a considerable number of such volumes must have gone to make up a volume of the bulk of the Codex Atlanticus, which now contains nearly 1,200 detached leaves. In the passage under consideration, which was evidently written at a late period of his life, Leonardo speaks of his manuscript notebooks as numbering 12. But we should hardly be justified in concluding from this passage that the greater part of his manuscripts were now missing. See Prolegomena, Volume I, pp. 57. The 120 books composed by me will give verdict yes or number in these I have been hindered neither by avarice nor negligence, but simply by want of time. Farewell. Plans and suggestions for the arrangement of materials, 797-802. 797. Of the order of the book. This work must begin with the conception of man, and describe the nature of the womb and how the fetus lives in it, up to what stage it resides there, and in what way it quickens into life and feeds. Also its growth and what interval there is between one stage of growth and another. What it is that forces it out from the body of the mother, and for what reasons it sometimes comes out of the mother's womb before the due time. Then I will describe which are the members, which, after the boy is born, grow more than the others, and determine the proportions of a boy of 1 year. Then describe the fully grown man and woman, with their proportions, and the nature of their complexions, color, and physiognomy. Then how they are composed of veins, tendons, muscles, and bones. This I shall do at the end of the book. Then, in 4 drawings, represent 4 universal conditions of men. That is, mirth with various acts of laughter, and describe the cause of laughter, weeping in various aspects with its causes. Contention with various acts of killing, flight, fear, ferocity, boldness, murder, and everything pertaining to such cases. Then represent labor, with pulling, thrusting, carrying, stopping, supporting, and such like things. Further, I would describe attitudes and movements. Then perspective, concerning the functions and effects of the eye, and of hearing here I will speak of music and treat of the other senses. And then describe the nature of the senses. This mechanism of man we will demonstrate in figures, of which the three first will show the ramification of the bones, that is, first one to show their height and position and shape. The second will be seen in profile and will show the depth of the whole and of the parts and their position. The third figure will be a demonstration of the bones of the back parts. Then I will make three other figures from the same point of view, with the bones sawn across, in which will be shown their thickness and hollowness. Three other figures of the bones complete, and of the nerves which rise from the nape of the neck, and in what limbs they ramify. And three others of the bones and veins, and where they ramify. Then three figures with the muscles, and three with the skin, and their proper proportions. And three of woman, to illustrate the womb and the menstrual veins which go to the breasts. Footnote: the meaning of the word nervo varies in different passages, being sometimes used for musculo, muscle. 798. The order of the book. This depicting of mine of the human body will be as clear to you as if you had the natural man before you. And the reason is that, if you wish thoroughly to know the parts of man, anatomically, you or your eye require to see it from different aspects, considering it from below and from above and from its sides, turning it about and seeking the origin of each member. And in this way, the natural anatomy is sufficient for your comprehension. But you must understand that this amount of knowledge will not continue to satisfy you, seeing the very great confusion that must result from the combination of tissues, with veins, arteries, nerves, sinews, muscles, bones, and blood, which of itself tinges every part the same color. And the veins, which discharge this blood, are not discerned by reason of their smallness. Moreover, integrity of the tissues, in the process of the investigating the parts within them, is inevitably destroyed, and their transparent substance being tinged with blood does not allow you to recognize the parts covered by them, from the similarity of their blood-stained hue, and you cannot know everything of the one without confusing and destroying the other. Hence, some further anatomy drawings become necessary, of which you want three to give full knowledge of the veins and arteries, everything else being destroyed with the greatest care, and three others to display the tissues, and three for the sinews and muscles and ligaments, and three for the bones and cartilages, and three for the anatomy of the bones, which have to be sawn to show which are hollow and which are not, which have marrow and which are spongy, and which are thick from the outside inwards, and which are thin. And some are extremely thin in some parts and thick in others, and in some parts hollow or filled up with bone, or full of marrow, or spongy. And all these conditions are sometimes found in one and the same bone, and in some bones none of them. And three you must have for the woman, in which there is much that is mysterious by reason of the womb and the fetus. Therefore, by my drawings every part will be known to you, and all by means of demonstrations from three different points of view of each part. For when you have seen a limb from the front, with any muscles, sinews, or veins which take their rise from the opposite side, the same limb will be shown to you in a side view or from behind, exactly as if you had that same limb in your hand and were turning it from side to side until you had acquired a full comprehension of all you wished to know. In the same way, there will be put before you 3 or 4 demonstrations of each limb from various points of view, so that you will be left with a true and complete knowledge of all you wish to learn of the human figure. Footnote 35. Compare PL, CVA. The original drawing at Windsor is 2812 x 1912 centimeters. The upper figures are slightly washed with Indian ink. On the back of this drawing is the text number 1140. Thus, in 12 entire figures, you will have set before you the cosmography of this lesser world on the same plan, as, before me, was adopted by Ptolemy in his cosmography. And so I will afterwards divide them into limbs as he divided the whole world into provinces. Then I will speak of the function of each part in every direction, putting before your eyes a description of the whole form and substance of man, as regards his movements from place to place, by means of his different parts. And thus, if it please our great author, I may demonstrate the nature of men, and their customs in the way I describe his figure. And remember that the anatomy of the nerves will not give the position of their ramifications, nor show you which muscles they branch into, by means of bodies dissected in running water or in lime water, though indeed their origin and starting point may be seen without such water as well as with it. But their ramifications, when under running water, cling and unite just like flat or hemp carded for spinning all into a skein, in a way which makes it impossible to trace in which muscles or by what ramification the nerves are distributed among those muscles. 799. The arrangement of anatomy. First draw the bones, let us say, of the arm, and put in the motor muscle from the shoulder to the elbow with all its lines. Then proceed in the same way from the elbow to the wrist, then from the wrist to the hand, and from the hand to the fingers. And in the arm, you will put the motors of the fingers which open, and these you will show separately in their demonstration. In the second demonstration, you will clothe these muscles with the secondary motors of the fingers, and so proceed by degrees to avoid confusion. But first lay on the bones those muscles which lie close to the said bones, without confusion of other muscles. And with these you may put the nerves and veins which supply their nourishment, after having first drawn the tree of veins and nerves over the simple bones. 800. Begin the anatomy at the head, and finish at the sole of the foot. 801. 3 men complete, 3 with bones and nerves, 3 with the bones only. Here we have 12 demonstrations of entire figures. 802. When you have finished building up the man, you will make the statue with all its superficial measurements. Footnote, crescere all'uomo. The meaning of this expression appears to be different here, and in the passage CA 157a, 468a C No. 526, note 1-2. Here it can hardly mean anything else than modeling, since the sculptor forms the figure by degrees, by adding wet clay, and the figure consequently increases or grows. Tu fare la statua would then mean, you must work out the figure in marble. If this interpretation is the correct one, this passage would have no right to find a place in the series on anatomical studies. I may say that it was originally inserted in this connection under the impression that decressiere should be read descriver. Plans for the representation of muscles by drawings, 803-809. 803. You must show all the motions of the bones with their joints to follow the demonstration of the first 3 figures of the bones, and this should be done in the first book. 804. Remember that to be certain of the point of origin of any muscle, you must pull the sinew from which the muscle springs in such a way as to see that muscle move, and where it is attached to the ligaments of the bones. Note: you will never get anything but confusion in demonstrating the muscles and their positions, origin, and termination, unless you first make a demonstration of thin muscles after the manner of linen threads, and thus you can represent them, one over another as nature has placed them, and thus, too, you can name them according to the limb they serve. For instance, the motor of the point of the great toe, of its middle bone, of its first bone, and see, and when you have the knowledge you will draw, by the side of this, the true form and size and position of each muscle. But remember to give the threads which explain the situation of the muscles in the position which corresponds to the central line of each muscle. And so these threads will demonstrate the form of the leg and their distance in a plain and clear manner. I have removed the skin from a man who was so shrunk by illness that the muscles were worn down and remained in a state like thin membrane, in such a way that the sinews, instead of merging in muscles, ended in wide membrane. And where the bones were covered by the skin, they had very little over their natural size. Footnote, the photograph No. 41 of Grosvenor Gallery Publications, a drawing of the muscles of the foot, includes a complete facsimile of the text of this passage. 805. Which nerve causes the motion of the eye, so that the motion of one eye moves the other. Of frowning the brows, of raising the brows, of lowering the brows, of closing the eyes, of opening the eyes, of raising the nostrils, of opening the lips, with the teeth shut, of pouting with the lips, of smiling, of astonishment. Describe the beginning of man when it is caused in the womb and why an 8 months child does not live. What sneezing is, what yawning is. Falling sickness, spasms, paralysis, shivering with cold, sweating, fatigue, hunger, sleepiness, thirst, lust. Of the nerve which is the cause of movement from the shoulder to the elbow, of the movement from the elbow to the hand, from the joint of the hand to the springing of the fingers, from the springing of the fingers to the middle joints, and from the middle joints to the last. Of the nerve which causes the movement of the thigh, and from the knee to the foot, and from the joint of the foot to the toes, and then to the middle of the toes, and of the rotary motion of the leg. 806. Anatomy. Which nerves or sinews of the hand, are those which close and part the fingers and toes laterally. 807. Remove by degrees all the parts of the front of a man in making your dissection, till you come to the bones. Description of the parts of the bust and of their motions. 808. Give the anatomy of the leg up to the hip, in all views and in every action and in every state. Veins, arteries, nerves, sinews and muscles, skin and bones. Then the bones in sections to show the thickness of the bones. Footnote: a straightened leg in profile is sketched by the side of this text. On corpulency and leanness, 809-811. 809. Make the rule and give the measurement of each muscle, and give the reasons of all their functions, and in which way they work and what makes them work, and see. First draw the spine of the back, then clothe it by degrees, one after the other, with each of its muscles, and put in the nerves and arteries and veins to each muscle by itself. And besides these note the vertebrae to which they are attached, which of the intestines come in contact with them, and which bones and other organs, and see. The most prominent parts of lean people are most prominent in the muscular, and equally so in fat persons. But concerning the difference in the forms of the muscles in fat persons as compared with muscular persons, it shall be described below. Footnote: the two drawings given on PL. CVI number 1 come between lines 3 and 4. A good and very early copy of this drawing, without the written text, exists in the collection of drawings belonging to Christ's College, Oxford, where it is attributed to Leonardo. 810. Describe which muscles disappear in growing fat, and which become visible in growing lean. And observe that that part which on the surface of a fat person is most concave, when he grows lean becomes more prominent. Where the muscles separate one from another, you must give profiles, and where they coalesce. 811. Of the human figure. Which is the part in man, which, as he grows fatter, never gains flesh? Or what part which, as a man grows lean, never falls away with a too perceptible diminution? And among the parts which grow fat, which is that which grows fattest? Among those which grow lean, which is that which grows leanest? In very strong men, which are the muscles which are thickest and most prominent? In your anatomy, you must represent all the stages of the limbs from man's creation to his death, and then till the death of the bone, and which part of him is first decayed, and which is preserved the longest. And in the same way of extreme leanness and extreme fatness. The divisions of the head, 812-813. 812. Anatomy. There are 11 elementary tissues: cartilage, bones, nerves, veins, arteries, fascia, ligament and sinews, skin, muscle, and fat. Of the head, the divisions of the head are 10, viz. 5 external and 5 internal. The external are the hair, skin, muscle, fascia, and the skull. The internal are the dura mater, the pia mater, the brain. The pia mater and the dura mater come again underneath and enclose the brain, then the rete mirabile and the occipital bone which supports the brain from which the nerves spring. 813. I, hair. N, skin. C, muscle. M, fascia. O, skull i.e. bone. B, dura mater. D, pia mater. F, brain. R, pia mater below. T, dura mater. L, rete mirabile. S, the occipital bone. Physiological problems, 814, 815. 814. Of the cause of breathing, of the cause of the motion of the heart, of the cause of vomiting, of the cause of the descent of food from the stomach, of the cause of emptying the intestines, of the cause of the movement of the superfluous matter through the intestines, of the cause of swallowing, of the cause of coughing, of the cause of yawning, of the cause of sneezing, of the cause of limbs getting asleep, of the cause of losing sensibility in any limb, of the cause of tickling, of the cause of lust and other appetites of the body, of the cause of urine, and also of all the natural excretions of the body. Footnote: by the side of this text stands the pen and ink drawing reproduced on PL, CVI, number 4, a skull with indications of the veins in the fleshy covering. 815. The tears come from the heart and not from the brain. Define all the parts, of which the body is composed, beginning with the skin with its outer cuticle, which is often chapped by the influence of the sun. 2. Zoology and comparative anatomy. The divisions of the animal kingdom, 816, 817. 816. Man. The description of man, which includes that of such creatures as are of almost the same species, as apes, monkeys, and the like, which are many. The lion and its kindred as panthers. Footnote 3. Leon's a wild cat. Secondo alcuni lo stesso ci leonessa, e secondo altri con più certezza lo stesso ci pantera fanfani, vocabolario page 858. Wildcats, tigers, leopards, wolves, lynxes, Spanish cats, common cats, and the like. The horse and its kindred, as mule, ass, and the like, with incisor teeth above and below. The bull and its allies with horns and without upper incisors as the buffalo, stag, fallow deer, wild goat, swine, goat, wild goats, musk deers, chamois, giraffe. 817. Describe the various forms of the intestines of the human species, of apes, and such like. Then, in what way the leonine species differ, and then the bovine, and finally birds, and arrange this description after the manner of a disquisition. Miscellaneous notes on the study of zoology, 818-821. 818. Procure the placenta of a calf when it is born, and observe the form of the cotyledons, if their cotyledons are male or female. 819. Describe the tongue of the woodpecker and the jaw of the crocodile. 820. Of the flight of the fourth kind of butterflies that consume winged ants. Of the three principal positions of the wings of birds in downward flight. Footnote: a passing allusion is all I can here permit myself to Leonardo's elaborate researches into the flight of birds. Compare the observations on this subject in the introduction to section 18 and in the bibliography of manuscripts at the end of the work. 821. Of the way in which the tail of a fish acts in propelling the fish as in the eel, snake, and leech. Footnote: a sketch of a fish, swimming upwards, is in the original, inserted above this text. Compare number 1114. Comparative study of the structure of bones and of the action of muscles, 822-826. 822. Of the palm of the hand. Then I will discourse of the hands of each animal to show in what they vary. As in the bear, which has the ligatures of the sinews of the toes joined above the instep. 823. A second demonstration inserted between anatomy and the treatise on the living being. You will represent here for a comparison the legs of a frog, which have a great resemblance to the legs of man, both in the bones and in the muscles. Then, in continuation, the hind legs of the hare, which are very muscular, with strong active muscles, because they are not encumbered with fat. Footnote: this text is written by the side of a drawing in black chalk of a nude male figure, but there is no connection between the sketch and the text. 824. Here I make a note to demonstrate the difference there is between man and the horse, and in the same way with other animals. And first I will begin with the bones, and then will go on to all the muscles which spring from the bones without tendons and end in them in the same way, and then go on to those which start with a single tendon at one end. Note on the bendings of joints and in what way the flesh grows upon them in their flexions or extensions, and of this most important study write a separate treatise, in the description of the movements of animals with 4 feet, among which is man, who likewise in his infancy crawls on all fours. 826. Of the way of walking in man. The walking of man is always after the universal manner of walking in animals with 4 legs, inasmuch as just as they move their feet crosswise after the manner of a horse in trotting, so man moves his 4 limbs crosswise. That is, if he puts forward his right foot in walking, he puts forward, with it, his left arm and vice versa, invariably. 3. Physiology. Comparative study of the organs of sense in men and animals. 827. I have found that in the composition of the human body, as compared with the bodies of animals, the organs of sense are duller and coarser. Thus it is composed of less ingenious instruments, and of spaces less capacious for receiving the faculties of sense. I have seen in the lion tribe that the sense of smell is connected with part of the substance of the brain, which comes down the nostrils, which form a spacious receptacle for the sense of smell, which enters by a great number of cartilaginous vesicles, with several passages leading up to where the brain, as before said, comes down. The eyes in the lion tribe have a large part of the head for their sockets, and the optic nerves communicate at once with the brain. But the contrary is to be seen in man, for the sockets of the eyes are but a small part of the head, and the optic nerves are very fine and long and weak. And by the weakness of their action, we see by day but badly at night, while these animals can see as well at night as by day. The proof that they can see is that they prowl for prey at night and sleep by day, as nocturnal birds do also. Advantages in the structure of the eye in certain animals. 828.31. 828. Every object we see will appear larger at midnight than at midday, and larger in the morning than at midday. This happens because the pupil of the eye is much smaller at midday than at any other time. In proportion as the eye or the pupil of the owl is larger in proportion to the animal than that of man, so much the more light can it see at night than man can. Hence at midday it can see nothing if its pupil does not diminish. And in the same way, at night things look larger to it than by day. 829. Of the eyes in animals. The eyes of all animals have their pupils adapted to dilate and diminish of their own accord in proportion to the greater or less light of the sun or other luminary. But in birds the variation is much greater, and particularly in nocturnal birds, such as horned owls, and in the eyes of one species of owl. In these, the pupil dilates in such a way as to occupy nearly the whole eye, or diminishes to the size of a grain of millet, and always preserves the circular form. But in the lion tribe, as panthers, pards, ounces, tigers, lynxes, Spanish cats, and other similar animals, the pupil diminishes from the perfect circle to the figure of a pointed oval, such as is shown in the margin. But man, having a weaker sight than any other animal, is less hurt by a very strong light, and his pupil increases but little in dark places. But in the eyes of these nocturnal animals, the horned owl bird, which is the largest of all nocturnal birds, the power of vision, increases so much that in the faintest nocturnal light, which we call darkness, it sees with much more distinctness than we do in the splendor of noonday, at which time these birds remain hidden in dark holes. Or if indeed they are compelled to come out into the open air, lighted up by the sun, they contract their pupils so much that their power of sight diminishes together with the quantity of light admitted. Study the anatomy of various eyes, and see which are the muscles which open and close the said pupils of the eyes of animals. A BN is the membrane which closes the eye from below. Upwards with an opaque film, CNB encloses the eye in front and behind with a transparent membrane. It closes from below, upwards, because it comes downwards. When the eye of a bird closes with its two lids, the first to close is the nictitating membrane, which closes from the lacrimal duct over to the outer corner of the eye. And the outer lid closes from below upwards, and these two intersecting motions begin first from the lacrimatory duct, because we have already seen that in front and below birds are protected and use only the upper portion of the eye from fear of birds of prey, which come down from above and behind. And they uncover first the membrane from the outer corner, because if the enemy comes from behind, they have the power of escaping to the front. And again, the muscle called the nictitating membrane is transparent, because, if the eye had not such a screen, they could not keep it open against the wind, which strikes against the eye in the rush of their rapid flight. And the pupil of the eye dilates and contracts as it sees a less or greater light, that is to say, intense brilliancy. 831. If at night your eye is placed between the light and the eye of a cat, it will see the eye look like fire. Remarks on the organs of speech. 832, 833. 832. Aio ubabi bai bo bu kasi ci, koku dadadi du du fafi fifo fugajigi, gogula lilo lumamimi momunani nonu, papi paipo pukaki chiko, grare rairo rusasi si so sutati ti tutu. The tongue is found to have 24 muscles, which correspond to the 6 muscles, which compose the portion of the tongue which moves in the mouth. And when a OU are spoken with a clear and rapid pronunciation, it is necessary, in order to pronounce continuously, without any pause between, that the opening of the lips should close by degrees. That is, they are wide apart in saying a, closer in saying o, and much closer still to pronounce u. It may be shown how all the vowels are pronounced with the farthest portion of the false palate, which is above the epiglottis. 833. If you draw in breath by the nose and send it out by the mouth, you will hear the sound made by the division that is the membrane in. On the conditions of sight, 834, 835. 834. Of the nature of sight. I say that sight is exercised by all animals by the medium of light. And if anyone adduces, as against this, the sight of nocturnal animals, I must say that this in the same way is subject to the very same natural laws. For it will easily be understood that the senses which receive the images of things do not project from themselves any visual virtue. On the contrary, the atmospheric medium which exists between the object and the sense incorporates in itself the figure of things, and by its contact with the sense transmits the object to it. If the object, whether by sound or by odor, presents its spiritual force to the ear or the nose, then light is not required and does not act. The forms of objects do not send their images into the air if they are not illuminated, and the eye, being thus constituted, cannot receive that from the air, which the air does not possess, although it touches its surface. If you choose to say that there are many animals that prey at night, I answer that when the little light which suffices the nature of their eyes is wanting, they direct themselves by their strong sense of hearing and of smell, which are not impeded by the darkness, and in which they are very far superior to man. If you make a cat leap, by daylight, among a quantity of jars and crocks, you will see them remain unbroken, but if you do the same at night, many will be broken. Night birds do not fly about unless the moon shines full or in part. Rather do they feed between sundown and the total darkness of the night. No body can be apprehended without light and shade are caused by light. 835. Why men advanced in age see better at a distance. Sight is better from a distance than near in those men who are advancing in age, because the same object transmits a smaller impression of itself to the eye when it is distant than when it is near. The seat of the common sense. 836. The common sense is that which judges of things offered to it by the other senses. The ancient speculators have concluded that that part of man which constitutes his judgment is caused by a central organ to which the other 5 senses refer everything by means of impressibility. And to this center they have given the name common sense. And they say that this sense is situated in the center of the head between sensation and memory. And this name of common sense is given to it solely because it is the common judge of all the other 5 senses, i.e. seeing, hearing, touch, taste, and smell. This common sense is acted upon by means of sensation, which is placed as a medium between it and the senses. Sensation is acted upon by means of the images of things presented to it by the external instruments, that is to say the senses which are the medium between external things and sensation. In the same way the senses are acted upon by objects. Surrounding things transmit their images to the senses, and the senses transfer them to the sensation. Sensation sends them to the common sense, and by it they are stamped upon the memory and are there more or less retained according to the importance or force of the impression. That sense is most rapid in its function which is nearest to the sensitive medium, and the eye, being the highest, is the chief of the others. Of this then only we will speak, and the others we will leave in order not to make our matter too long. Experience tells us that the eye apprehends 10 different natures of things, that is, light and darkness, one being the cause of the perception of the 9 others and the other its absence. Color and substance, form and place, distance and nearness, motion and stillness. On the origin of the soul. 837. Though human ingenuity may make various inventions which, by the help of various machines answering the same end, it will never devise any inventions more beautiful, nor more simple, nor more to the purpose than nature does. Because in her inventions nothing is wanting, and nothing is superfluous, and she needs no counterpoise when she makes limbs proper for motion in the bodies of animals. But she puts into them the soul of the body, which forms them, that is, the soul of the mother, which first constructs in the womb the form of the man, and in due time awakens the soul that is to inhabit it. And this at first lies dormant and under the tutelage of the soul of the mother, who nourishes and vivifies it by the umbilical vein with all its spiritual parts, and this happens because this umbilicus is joined to the placenta and the cotyledons, by which the child is attached to the mother. And these are the reason why a wish, a strong craving or a fright or any other mental suffering in the mother has more influence on the child than on the mother. For there are many cases when the child loses its life from them, and c. This discourse is not in its place here, but will be wanted for the one on the composition of animated bodies, and the rest of the definition of the soul I leave to the imaginations of friars, those fathers of the people who know all secrets by inspiration. Footnote 57, letter incoronate. By this term, Leonardo probably understands not the Bible only, but the works of the early fathers and all the books recognized as sacred by the Roman Church. I leave alone the sacred books, for they are supreme truth. On the relations of the soul to the organs of sense. 838. How the five senses are the ministers of the soul. The soul seems to reside in the judgment, and the judgment would seem to be seated in that part where all the senses meet. And this is called the common sense and is not all-pervading throughout the body, as many have thought. Rather is it entirely in one part. Because, if it were all-pervading and the same in every part, there would have been no need to make the instruments of the senses meet in one center and in one single spot. On the contrary, it would have sufficed that the eye should fulfill the function of its sensation on its surface only, and not transmit the image of the things seen to the sense by means of the optic nerves, so that the soul for the reason given above may perceive it in the surface of the eye. In the same way as to the sense of hearing, it would have sufficed if the voice had merely sounded in the porous cavity of the indurated portion of the temporal bone which lies within the ear, without making any farther transit from this bone to the common sense, where the voice confers with and discourses to the common judgment. The sense of smell, again, is compelled by necessity to refer itself to that same judgment. Feeling passes through the perforated cords and is conveyed to this common sense. These cords diverge with infinite ramifications into the skin, which encloses the members of the body and the viscera. The perforated cords convey volition and sensation to the subordinate limbs. These cords and the nerves direct the motions of the muscles and sinews between which they are placed. These obey, and this obedience takes effect by reducing their thickness. For in swelling, their length is reduced, and the nerves shrink which are interwoven among the particles of the limbs. Being extended to the tips of the fingers, they transmit to the sense the object which they touch. The nerves with their muscles obey the tendons as soldiers obey the officers, and the tendons obey the common sense as the officers obey the general. Thus the joint of the bones obeys the nerve, and the nerve the muscle, and the muscle the tendon, and the tendon the common sense. And the common sense is the seat of the soul, and memory is its ammunition, and the impressibility is its referendary, since the sense waits on the soul, and not the soul on the sense. And where the sense that ministers to the soul is not at the service of the soul, all the functions of that sense are also wanting in that man's life, as is seen in those born mute and blind. Footnote: the peculiar use of the words nervo, musculo, corda, senso commune, which are here literally rendered by nerve, muscle cord or tendon, and common sense, may be understood from lines 27 and 28. On involuntary muscular action. 839. How the nerves sometimes act of themselves, without any commands from the other functions of the soul. This is most plainly seen, for you will see palsied and shivering persons move, and their trembling limbs, as their head and hands, quake without leave from their soul, and their soul with all its power cannot prevent their members from trembling. The same thing happens in falling sickness, or in parts that have been cut off, as in the tails of lizards. The idea or imagination is the helm and guiding rein of the senses, because the thing conceived of moves the sense. Pre-imagining is imagining the things that are to be. Post-imagining is imagining the things that are past. Miscellaneous physiological observations, 848-42. 840. There are four powers: memory and intellect, desire and covetousness. The two first are mental and the others sensual. The three senses, sight, hearing, and smell, cannot well be prevented, touch and taste not at all. Smell is connected with taste in dogs and other gluttonous animals. 841. I reveal to men the origin of the first, or perhaps second cause of their existence. 842. Lust is the cause of generation. Appetite is the support of life. Fear or timidity is the prolongation of life and preservation of its instruments. The laws of nutrition and the support of life, 843-848. 843. How the body of animals is constantly dying and being renewed. The body of anything whatever that takes nourishment constantly dies and is constantly renewed, because nourishment can only enter into places where the former nourishment has expired, and if it has expired it no longer has life. And if you do not supply nourishment equal to the nourishment which is gone, life will fail in vigor. And if you take away this nourishment, the life is entirely destroyed. But if you restore as much is destroyed day by day, then as much of the life is renewed as is consumed, just as the flame of the candle is fed by the nourishment afforded by the liquid of this candle, which flame continually with a rapid supply restores to it from below as much as is consumed in dying above. And from a brilliant light is converted in dying into murky smoke. And this death is continuous, as the smoke is continuous. And the continuance of the smoke is equal to the continuance of the nourishment. And in the same instant, all the flame is dead and all regenerated, simultaneously with the movement of its own nourishment. 844. King of the animals as thou hast described him, I should rather say king of the beasts, thou being the greatest because thou hast spared slaying them, in order that they may give thee their children for the benefit of the gullet, of which thou hast attempted to make a sepulchre for all animals. And I would say still more, if it were allowed me to speak the entire truth. But we do not go outside human matters in telling of one supreme wickedness, which does not happen among the animals of the earth, inasmuch as among them are found none who eat their own kind, unless through want of sense, few indeed among them, and those being mothers as with men, albeit they be not many in number. And this happens only among the rapacious animals, as with the leonine species, and leopards, panthers, lynxes, cats, and the like, who sometimes eat their children. But thou, besides thy children, devourest father, mother, brothers, and friends, nor is this enough for thee, but thou goest to the chase on the islands of others, taking other men and these half-naked, thou fattenest, and chasest them down thy own throat. Now does not nature produce enough simples for thee to satisfy thyself? And if thou art not content with simples, canst thou not by the mixture of them make infinite compounds, as Platiner wrote footnote 21, cum scris il Platina Bartolomeo Sacchi, a famous humanist. The Italian edition of his treatise De Arte Coquinaria was published under the title De la Onestra Voluptate e Valetudine, Venezia 1487, and other authors on feeding. Footnote, we are led to believe that Leonardo himself was a vegetarian from the following interesting passage in the first of Andrea Corsali's letters to Giuliano de Medici. Alcuni gentili chiamati gazzarati non si sabano di cosa. Alcuna ci tenga, sang, ni fra essi loro consentono ci si noxia ad alcuna cosa animata, cum il nostro Leonardo da Vinci. 518. Amerigo Vespucci, with whom Leonardo was personally acquainted, writes in his second letter to Pietro Sodrini about the inhabitants of the Canary Islands after having stayed there in 1503. Hanno una celerata libertà di vivere. Si sabano di carne humana, di maniera che il padre mangia il figliuolo, et l'incontro il figliuolo il padre secondo cia caso, e per sort oyen. Io vidi un certo uomo celertissimo ci si vantua, et si tenua a non piccola gloria di haver mangiato più di 300 uomini. Vidi anche viene certa sita, nella quale io dimorai forse 27 giorni, dau la carne humane, hondol salit, iran apicate alitri. Si cum noi alitri di cusina apiciamo la carne di singhali, sec al sol o al fumo, et massimament salsixi, et alter simul cos. Anzi si merigliano gradum et chi noi non magissimo della carne de nemesis, la quali dicono muer appetito, et esser di meriglioso sapor, et liladano cum sibi soui et delicati, letter dudi Amerigo Vespucci Fiorentino, drizate al magnifico Pietro Sodrini, Gonfaloniere della Excelsa Repubblica di Firenze. Various editions. 845. Our life is made by the death of others. In dead matter insensible life remains, which, reunited to the stomachs of living beings, resumes life, both sensual and intellectual. 846. Here nature appears with many animals to have been rather a cruel stepmother than a mother, and with others not a stepmother, but a most tender mother. 847. Man and animals are really the passage and the conduit of food, the sepulchre of animals and resting place of the dead, one causing the death of the other, making themselves the covering for the corruption of other dead. On the circulation of the blood, 848-850. 848. Death in old men, when not from fever, is caused by the veins which go from the spleen to the valve of the liver, and which thicken so much in the walls that they become closed up and leave no passage for the blood that nourishes it. The incessant current of the blood through the veins makes these veins thicken and become callous, so that at last they close up and prevent the passage of the blood. 849. The waters return with constant motion from the lowest depths of the sea to the utmost height of the mountains, not obeying the nature of heavier bodies. And in this, they resemble the blood of animated beings which always moves from the sea of the heart and flows towards the top of the head. And here it may burst a vein, as may be seen when a vein bursts in the nose. All the blood rises from below to the level of the burst vein. When the water rushes out from the burst vein in the earth, it obeys the law of other bodies that are heavier than the air, since it always seeks low places. Footnote: from this passage it is quite plain that Leonardo had not merely a general suspicion of the circulation of the blood, but a very clear conception of it. Leonardo's studies on the muscles of the heart are to be found in the Ms. W. N. Roman 3, but no information about them has hitherto been made public. The limits of my plan in this work exclude all purely anatomical writings, therefore only a very brief excerpt from this notebook can be given here. William Harvey, born 1578 and professor of anatomy at Cambridge from 1615, is always considered to have been the discoverer of the circulation of the blood. He studied medicine at Padua in 1598, and in 1628 brought out his memorable and important work, De Modo Cordis et Sanguinis. 850. That the blood which returns when the heart opens again is not the same as that which closes the valves of the heart. Some notes on medicine, 851-855. 851. Make them give you the definition and remedies for the case, and you will see that men are selected to be doctors for diseases they do not know. 852. A remedy for scratches taught me by the herald to the King of France. 4 ounces of virgin wax, 4 ounces of colophony, 2 ounces of incense. Keep each thing separate, and melt the wax, and then put in the incense, and then the colophony, make a mixture of it and put it on the sore place. 853. Medicine is the restoration of discordant elements. Sickness is the discord of the elements infused into the living body. 854. Those who are annoyed by sickness at sea should drink extract of wormwood. 855. To keep in health, this rule is wise: eat only when you want and relish food. Chew thoroughly that it may do you good. Have it well cooked, unspiced, and undisguised. He who takes medicine is ill-advised. I teach you to preserve your health, and in this you will succeed better in proportion as you shun physicians, because their medicines are the work of alchemists. Footnote: this passage is written on the back of the drawing PL, CVI. Compare also number 1184. Roman 15. Astronomy. Ever since the publication by Venturi in 1797, and Libri in 1840 of some few passages of Leonardo's astronomical notes, scientific astronomers have frequently expressed the opinion that they must have been based on very important discoveries, and that the great painter also deserved a conspicuous place in the history of this science. In the passages here printed, a connected view is given of his astronomical studies as they lie scattered through the manuscripts, which have come down to us. Unlike his other purely scientific labors, Leonardo devotes here a good deal of attention to the opinions of the ancients, though he does not follow the practice universal in his day of relying on them as authorities. He only quotes them, as we shall see, in order to refute their arguments. His researches throughout have the stamp of independent thought. There is nothing in these writings to lead us to suppose that they were merely an epitome of the general learning common to the astronomers of the period. As early as in the 5th century, there were chairs of astronomy in the universities of Padua and Bologna, but so late as during the entire X-5th century, astronomy and astrology were still closely allied. It is impossible now to decide whether Leonardo, when living in Florence, became acquainted in his youth with the doctrines of Paolo Toscanelli, the great astronomer and mathematician, died 1482, of whose influence and teaching but little is now known, beyond the fact that he advised and encouraged Columbus to carry out his project of sailing round the world. His name is nowhere mentioned by Leonardo, and from the dates of the manuscripts from which the texts on astronomy are taken, it seems highly probable that Leonardo devoted his attention to astronomical studies less in his youth than in his later years. It was evidently his purpose to treat of astronomy in a connected form and in a separate work. See the beginning of Nos. 866 and 892. Compare also No. 1167. It is quite in accordance with his general scientific thoroughness that he should propose to write a special treatise on optics as an introduction to astronomy. See Nos. 867 and 877. Some of the chapters belonging to this section bear the title Prospectiva. See Nos. 869 and 870, this being the term universally applied at the time to optics as well as perspective. See volume I, p10, note to No. 13 L10. At the beginning of the X-5th century, the Ptolemaic theory of the universe was still universally accepted as the true one, and Leonardo conceives of the Earth as fixed, with the moon and sun revolving round it, as they are represented in the diagram to No. 897. He does not go into any theory of the motions of the planets. With regard to these and the fixed stars, he only investigates the phenomena of their luminosity. The spherical form of the Earth he takes for granted as an axiom from the first, and he anticipates Newton by pointing out the universality of gravitation not merely in the Earth, but even in the moon. Although his acute research into the nature of the moon's light and the spots on the moon did not bring to light many results of lasting importance beyond, making it evident that they were a refutation of the errors of his contemporaries, they contain various explanations of facts which modern science need not modify in any essential point, and discoveries which history has hitherto assigned to a very much later date. The ingenious theory by which he tries to explain the nature of what is known as earthshine, the reflection of the sun's rays by the earth towards the moon, saying that it is a peculiar refraction, originating in the innumerable curved surfaces of the waves of the sea, may be regarded as absurd. But it must not be forgotten that he had no means of detecting the fundamental error on which he based it, namely, the assumption that the moon was at a relatively short distance from the earth. So long as the motion of the Earth round the sun remained unknown, it was of course impossible to form any estimate of the moon's distance from the Earth by a calculation of its parallax. Before the discovery of the telescope, accurate astronomical observations were only possible to a very limited extent. It would appear, however, from certain passages in the notes here printed for the first time, that Leonardo was in a position to study these spots in the moon more closely than he could have done with the unaided eye. So far as can be gathered from the mysterious language in which the description of his instrument is wrapped, he made use of magnifying glasses. These do not, however, seem to have been constructed like a telescope. Telescopes were first made about 1600. As Libri pointed out, Histoire des Sciences Mathématiques Roman III, 101, Fracastoro of Verona, 1470–1553. Succeeded in magnifying the moon's face by an arrangement of lenses, compare No. 910, note, and this gives probability to Leonardo's invention at a not much earlier date. 1. The Earth as a planet. The Earth's place in the universe, 857, 858. 857. The equator, the line of the horizon, the ecliptic, the meridian. These lines are those which in all their parts are equidistant from the center of the globe. 858. The Earth is not in the center of the sun's orbit nor at the center of the universe, but in the center of its companion elements and united with them. And anyone standing on the moon, when it and the sun are both beneath us, would see this our Earth and the element of water upon it just as we see the moon, and the Earth would light it as it lights us. The fundamental laws of the solar system, 859-864. 859. Force arises from dearth or abundance. It is the child of physical motion, and the grandchild of spiritual motion, and the mother and origin of gravity. Gravity is limited to the elements of water and earth, but this force is unlimited, and by it infinite worlds might be moved if instruments could be made by which the force could be generated. Force with physical motion and gravity with resistance are the four external powers on which all actions of mortals depend. Force has its origin in spiritual motion, and this motion, flowing through the limbs of sentient animals, enlarges their muscles. Being enlarged by this current, the muscles are shrunk in length and contract the tendons which are connected with them, and this is the cause of the force of the limbs in man. The quality and quantity of the force of a man are able to give birth to other forces, which will be proportionally greater as the motions produced by them last longer. Footnote: only part of this passage belongs, strictly speaking, to this section. The principle laid down in the second paragraph is more directly connected with the notes given in the preceding section on physiology. 860. Why does not the weight O remain in its place? It does not remain because it has no resistance. Where will it move to? It will move towards the center. And why by no other line? Because a weight which has no support falls by the shortest road to the lowest point, which is the center of the world. And why does the weight know how to find it by so short a line? Because it is not independent and does not move about in various directions. Footnote: this text and the sketch belonging to it are reproduced on PL. CXXI. 861. Let the earth turn on which side it may, the surface of the waters will never move from its spherical form, but will always remain equidistant from the center of the globe. Granting that the earth might be removed from the center of the globe, what would happen to the water? It would remain in a sphere round that center equally thick, but the sphere would have a smaller diameter than when it enclosed the earth. Supposing the earth at our antipodes, which supports the ocean, were to rise and stand uncovered, far out of the sea, but remaining almost level, by what means afterwards, in the course of time, would mountains and valleys be formed? And the rocks with their various strata. 863. Each man is always in the middle of the surface of the earth, and under the zenith of his own hemisphere, and over the center of the earth. 864. Mem. That eye must first show the distance of the sun from the earth and, by means of a ray passing through a small hole into a dark chamber, detect its real size. And besides this, by means of the aqueous sphere, calculate the size of the globe. Here it will be shown that when the sun is in the meridian of our hemisphere, footnote 10, antipodi orientali, cogli occidentali. The word antipodes does not here bear its literal sense, but as we may infer from the simultaneous reference to inhabitants of the north and south, is used as meaning men living at a distance of 90 degrees from the zenith of the rational horizon of each observer. The antipodes to the east and to the west alike, and at the same time, see the sun mirrored in their waters. And the same is equally true of the Arctic and Antarctic poles, if indeed they are inhabited. How to prove that the Earth is a planet? 865-867. 865. That the Earth is a star. 866. In your discourse, you must prove that the Earth is a star much like the moon and the glory of our universe. And then you must treat of the size of various stars, according to the authors. 867. The method of proving that the Earth is a star. First describe the eye, then show how the twinkling of a star is really in the eye and why one star should twinkle more than another, and how the rays from the stars originate in the eye. And add that if the twinkling of the stars were really in the stars, as it seems to be that this twinkling appears to be an extension as great as the diameter of the body of the star. Therefore, the star being larger than the Earth, this motion effected in an instant would be a rapid doubling of the size of the star. Then prove that the surface of the air where it lies contiguous to fire, and the surface of the fire where it ends, are those into which the solar rays penetrate, and transmit the images of the heavenly bodies, large when they rise and small when they are on the meridian. Let it be the earth and NDM the surface of the air in contact with the sphere of fire. HFG is the orbit of the moon, or, if you please, of the sun, then I say that when the sun appears on the horizon G, its rays are seen passing through the surface of the air at a slanting angle, that is OM. This is not the case at dk. And so it passes through a greater mass of air. All of EM is a denser atmosphere. 868. Beyond the sun and us there is darkness, and so the air appears blue. Perspective. It is possible to find means by which the eye shall not see remote objects as much diminished as in natural perspective, which diminishes them by reason of the convexity of the eye which necessarily intersects, at its surface, the pyramid of every image conveyed to the eye at a right angle on its spherical surface. But by the method I here teach in the margin, these pyramids are intersected at right angles close to the surface of the pupil. The convex pupil of the eye can take in the whole of our hemisphere, while this will show only a single star. But where many small stars transmit their images to the surface of the pupil, those stars are extremely small. Here only one star is seen, but it will be large. And so the moon will be seen larger and its spots of a more defined form. Footnote 20 and fall. Telescopes were not in use till a century later. Compare number 910 and page 136. You must place close to the eye a glass filled with the water of which mention is made in number 4 of book 113, on natural substances, footnote 23, Libra 113. This is perhaps the number of a book in some library catalog, but it may refer, on the other hand, to one of the 120 books mentioned in number 796. L84. For this water makes objects which are enclosed in balls of crystalline glass appear free from the glass of the eye. Among the smaller objects presented to the pupil of the eye, that which is closest to it will be least appreciable to the eye. And at the same time, the experiments here made with the power of sight show that it is not reduced to speck if the see footnote 32. Compare with this the passage in volume I, number 52, written about 20 years earlier. Read in the margin. Those objects are seen largest, which come to the eye at the largest angles. But the images of the objects conveyed to the pupil of the eye are distributed to the pupil exactly as they are distributed in the air. And the proof of this is in what follows, that when we look at the starry sky, without gazing more fixedly at one star than another, the sky appears all strewn with stars, and their proportions to the eye are the same as in the sky, and likewise the spaces between them 0. Footnote 932. In margin, lines 3461 are, in the original, written on the margin, and above them is the diagram to which Leonardo seems to refer here. 870. Perspective. Among objects moved from the eye at equal distance, that undergoes least diminution, which at first was most remote. When various objects are removed at equal distances farther from their original position, that which was at first the farthest from the eye will diminish least. And the proportion of the diminution will be in proportion to the relative distance of the objects from the eye before they were removed. That is to say, in the object T and the object E, the proportion of their distances from the eye is quintuple. I remove each from its place and set it farther from the eye by one of the 5 parts into which the proposition is divided. Hence it happens that the nearest to the eye has doubled the distance, and according to the last proposition, but one of this is diminished by the half of its whole size, and the body E, by the same motion, is diminished 1/5 of its whole size. Therefore, by that same last proposition, but one, that which is said in this last proposition is true. And this I say of the motions of the celestial bodies, which are more distant by 3,500 miles when setting than when overhead, and yet do not increase or diminish in any sensible degree. 871. A B is the aperture through which the sun passes, and if you could measure the size of the solar rays at nm, you could accurately trace the real lines of the convergence of the solar rays, the mirror being at a B, and then show the reflected rays at equal angles to nm. But, as you want to have them at nm, take them at the inner side of the aperture at CD, where they may be measured at the spot where the solar rays fall. Then place your mirror at the distance of B, making the rays dB, see A fall and then be reflected at equal angles towards CD. And this is the best method, but you must use this mirror always in the same month, and the same day, and hour, and instant, And this will be better than at no fixed time because when the sun is at a certain distance, it produces a certain pyramid of rays. 872. The side of the body in light and shade B faces the whole portion of the hemisphere bed EF and does not face any part of the darkness of the earth. And the same occurs at the point O, therefore the space at O is throughout of one and the same brightness, and S faces only 4 degrees of the hemisphere D, E, F, G, H, and also the whole of the earth SH, which will render it darker. And how much must be demonstrated by calculation. Footnote: this passage, which has perhaps a doubtful right to its place in this connection, stands in the manuscript between those given in volume I as number 117 and number 427. 873. The reason of the increased size of the sun in the west. Some mathematicians explain that the sun looks larger as it sets, because the eye always sees it through a denser atmosphere, alleging that objects seen through mist or through water appear larger. To these I reply, no, because objects seen through a mist are similar in color to those at a distance, but not being similarly diminished they appear larger. Again, nothing increases in size in smooth water, and the proof of this may be seen by throwing a light on a board placed half under water. But the reason why the sun looks larger is that every luminous body appears larger in proportion as it is more remote. Footnote: lines 5 and 6 are thus rendered by M. Ravaisin in his edition of Mise de Mime, aucune chose ni croit dans elo plane, et tu en feras l experience en calquent un I sus elo. Compare the diagrams in Volume I, p. 114. On the luminosity of the Earth in the universal space, 874-878. 874. In my book 1 proposed to show how the ocean and the other seas must, by means of the sun, make our world shine with the appearance of a moon, and to the remoter worlds it looks like a star, and this I shall prove. Show, first, that every light at a distance from the eye throws out rays which appear to increase the size of the luminous body, and from this it follows that too. Footnote 10. Here the text breaks off, lines 11 and fall, are written in the margin. The moon is cold and moist, water is cold and moist, thus our seas must appear to the moon as the moon does to us. 875. The waves in water magnify the image of an object reflected in it. Let it be the sun, and NM the ruffled water, be the image of the sun when the water is smooth. Let F be the eye which sees the image in all the waves included within the base of the triangle CEF. Now the sun reflected in the unruffled surface occupied the space CD, while in the ruffled surface it covers all the watery space CE, as is proved in the fourth of my perspective. Footnote 9. Nel quarto della mia prospettiva. If this reference is to the diagrams accompanying the text as is usual with Leonardo and not to some particular work, the largest of the diagrams here given must be meant. It is the lowest and actually the fifth, but he would have called it the fourth, for the text here given is preceded on the same page of the manuscript by a passage on whirlpools, with the diagram belonging to it also reproduced here. The words della mia prospettiva may therefore indicate that the diagram to the preceding chapter treating on a heterogeneal subject is to be excluded. It is a further difficulty that this diagram belongs properly to lines 9-10 and not to the preceding sentence. The reflection of the sun in water is also discussed in the theoretical part of the book on painting. See Volume I, number 206, 207. And it will cover more of the water in proportion, as the reflected image is remote from the eye. Footnote: in the original sketch, inside the circle in the first diagram, is written Sol, sun, and to the right of it Luna, moon. Thus either of these heavenly bodies may be supposed to fill that space. Within the lower circle is written simulacro, image. In the two next diagrams at the spot here marked L the word Luna is written, and in the last Sol is written in the top circle Eta. The image of the sun will be more brightly shown in small waves than in large ones, and this is because the reflections or images of the sun are more numerous in the small waves than in large ones, and the more numerous reflections of its radiance give a larger light than the fewer. Waves which intersect like the scales of a fir cone reflect the image of the sun with the greatest splendor. And this is the case because the images are as many as the ridges of the waves on which the sun shines, and the shadows between these waves are small and not very dark. and the radiance of so many reflections together becomes united in the image which is transmitted to the eye, so that these shadows are imperceptible. That reflection of the sun will cover most space on the surface of the water, which is most remote from the eye which sees it. Let A be the sun, PQ the reflection of the sun. A B is the surface of the water, in which the sun is mirrored, and R the eye which sees this reflection on the surface of the water occupying the space OM. C is the eye at a greater distance from the surface of the water and also from the reflection. Hence this reflection covers a larger space of water by the distance between N and O. 876. It is impossible that the side of a spherical mirror, illuminated by the sun, should reflect its radiance unless this mirror were undulating or filled with bubbles. You see here the sun which lights up the moon, a spherical mirror, and all of its surface, which faces the sun, is rendered radiant. Whence it may be concluded that what shines in the moon is water like that of our seas, and in waves as that is, and that portion which does not shine consists of islands and terra firma. This diagram, of several spherical bodies interposed between the eye and the sun, is given to show that, just as the reflection of the sun is seen in each of these bodies, in the same way that image may be seen in each curve of the waves of the sea. And as in these many spheres many reflections of the sun are seen, so in many waves there are many images, each of which at a great distance is much magnified to the eye. And as this happens with each wave, the spaces interposed between the waves are concealed, and for this reason it looks as though the many suns mirrored in the many waves were but one continuous sun. And the shadows, mixed up with the luminous images, render this radiance less brilliant than that of the sun mirrored in these waves. Footnote: in the original at letter and the diagram sole, the sun is written, and at O occhio the eye. 877. This will have before it the treatise on light and shade. The edges in the moon will be most strongly lighted and reflect most light, because, there, nothing will be visible but the tops of the waves of the water. Footnote 5. I have thought it unnecessary to reproduce the detailed explanation of the theory of reflection on waves contained in the passage which follows this. 878. The sun will appear larger in moving water or on waves than in still water. An example is the light reflected on the strings of a monochord. 2. The sun. The question of the true and of the apparent size of the sun. 879-884. 879. In praise of the sun. If you look at the stars, cutting off the rays, as may be done by looking through a very small hole made with the extreme point of a very fine needle, placed so as almost to touch the eye, you will see those stars so minute that it would seem as though nothing could be smaller. It is in fact their great distance which is the reason of their diminution, for many of them are very many times larger than the star which is the earth with water. Now reflect what this our star must look like at such a distance, and then consider how many stars might be added both in longitude and latitude between those stars which are scattered over the darkened sky. But I cannot forbear to condemn many of the ancients, who said that the sun was no larger than it appears. Among these was Epicurus, and I believe that he founded his reason on the effects of a light placed in our atmosphere equidistant from the center of the earth. Anyone looking at it never sees it diminished in size at whatever distance, and the Rhea. Footnote 879-882. What Leonardo says of Epicurus, who according to Lewis, the astronomy of the ancients, and Madler, Geschichte der Himmelskund, did not devote much attention to the study of celestial phenomena, he probably derived from Book 10 of Diogenes Laertius, whose Vitae Philosophorum was not printed in Greek till 1533, but the Latin translation appeared in 1475. 880. Sons of its size and power I shall reserve for Book 4, but I wonder greatly that Socrates. Footnote 2. Socrates. I have little light to throw on this reference. Plato's Socrates himself declares on more than one occasion that in his youth he had turned his mind to the study of celestial phenomena, medupa, but not in his later years, cgc. Lewis, The Astronomy of the Ancients, page 109, Madler Geschichte der Himmelskund, page 41. Here and there in Plato's writings we find incidental notes on the sun and other heavenly bodies. Leonardo may very well have known of these, since the Latin version by Ficinus was printed as early as 1491. Indeed, an undated edition exists which may very likely have appeared between 1480–90. There is but one passage in Plato, Epinomis, p. 983, where he speaks of the physical properties of the sun and says that it is larger than the earth. Aristotle, who goes very fully into the subject, says the same. A complete edition of Aristotle's works was first printed in Venice 1495–98, but a Latin version of the books De Cielo et Mundo and De Physica had been printed in Venice as early as in 1483. Muller-Strubing should have depreciated that solar body, saying that it was of the nature of incandescent stone, and the one who opposed him as to that error was not far wrong. But I only wish I had words to serve me to blame those who are fain to extol the worship of men more than that of the sun. For in the whole universe there is nowhere to be seen a body of greater magnitude and power than the sun. Its light gives light to all the celestial bodies which are distributed throughout the universe, and from it descends all vital force, for the heat that is in living beings comes from the soul, and there is no other center of heat and light in the universe, as will be shown in Book 4. And certainly those who have chosen to worship men as gods as Jove, Saturn, Mars, and the like have fallen into the gravest error, seeing that even if a man were as large as our earth, he would look no bigger than a little star which appears but as a speck in the universe, and seeing again that these men are mortal and putrid and corrupt in their sepulchres. Marcellus footnote 23. I have no means of identifying Marcello, who is named in the margin. It may be Nonius Marcellus, an obscure Roman grammarian of uncertain date, between the IND and VTH centuries, AC, the author of the treatise De Compendiosa Doctrina per Litteras ad Filium, in which he treats de rebus omnibus et quibusdam aliis. This was much read in the Middle Ages. The Ditto Princeps is dated 1470 H. Muller-Strubing, and many others praise the sun. 881. Epicurus perhaps saw the shadows cast by columns on the walls in front of them, equal in diameter to the columns from which the shadows were cast. And the breadth of the shadows being parallel from beginning to end, he thought he might infer that the sun also was directly opposite to this parallel, and that consequently its breadth was not greater than that of the column, not perceiving that the diminution in the shadow was insensibly slight by reason of the remoteness of the sun. If the sun were smaller than the earth, the stars on a great portion of our hemisphere would have no light, which is evidence against Epicurus, who says the sun is only as large as it appears. Epicurus says the sun is the size it looks. Hence, as it looks about a foot across, we must consider that to be its size. It would follow that when the moon eclipses the sun ought not to appear the larger, as it does. Then, the moon being smaller than the moon must be less than a foot, and consequently when our world eclipses the moon, it must be less than a foot by a finger's breadth. Inasmuch as if the sun is a foot across, and our earth casts a conical shadow on the moon, it is inevitable that the luminous cause of the cone of shadow must be larger than the opaque body, which casts the cone of shadow. 883. To measure how many times the diameter of the sun will go into its course in 24 hours. Make a circle and place it to face the south, after the manner of a sundial, and place a rod in the middle in such a way as that its length points to the center of this circle, and mark the shadow cast in the sunshine by this rod on the circumference of the circle. And this shadow will be, let us say, as broad as from it to N. Now measure how many times this shadow will go into this circumference of a circle, and that will give you the number of times that the solar body will go into its orbit in 24 hours. Thus you may see whether Epicurus was saying that the sun was only as large as it looked. For, as the apparent diameter of the sun is about a foot, and as that sun would go 1,000 times into the length of its course in 24 hours, it would have gone 1,000 feet, that is 300 brachia, which is the sixth of a mile. Whence it would follow that the course of the sun during the day would be the sixth part of a mile, and that this venerable snail, the sun, will have traveled 25 brachia an hour. 884. Posidonius composed books on the size of the sun. Footnote: Posidonius of Epamia, commonly called the Rhodian because he taught in Rhodes, was a Stoic philosopher, a contemporary and friend of Cicero's, and the author of numerous works on natural science among them. Strabo quotes no doubt from one of his works, when he says that Posidonius explained how it was that the sun looked larger when it was rising or setting than during the rest of its course. Roman 3, p. 135. Cleomenes, a later Greek naturalist, also mentions this observation of Posidonius, without naming the title of his work, however. As Cleomenes' Cycloetherica was not printed till 1535, Leonardo must have derived his quotation from Strabo. He probably wrote this note in 1508, and as the original Greek was first printed in Venice in 1516, we must suppose him to quote here from the translation by Guerinus Veronensis, which was printed as early as 1471, also at Venice. H. Müller-Strubing. Of the nature of sunlight. 885. Of the proof that the sun is hot by nature and not by virtue. Of the nature of sunlight. That the heat of the sun resides in its nature, and not in its virtue, is abundantly proved by the radiance of the solar body, on which the human eye cannot dwell. And besides this, no less manifestly, by the rays reflected from a concave mirror, which when they strike the eye with such splendor that the eye cannot bear them have a brilliancy equal to the sun in its own place. And that this is true I prove by the fact that if the mirror has its concavity formed exactly, as is requisite for the collecting and reflecting of these rays, no created being could endure the heat that strikes from the reflected rays of such a mirror. And if you argue that the mirror itself is cold, and yet send forth hot rays, I should reply that those rays come really from the sun, and that it is the ray of the concave mirror after having passed through the window. Considerations as to the size of the sun, 886-891. 886. The sun does not move. Footnote: this sentence occurs incidentally among mathematical notes and is written in unusually large letters. 887. Proof that the nearer you are to the source of the solar rays, the larger will the reflection of the sun from the sea appear to you. If it is from the center that the sun employs its radiance to intensify the power of its whole mass, it is evident that the farther its rays extend, the more widely they will be divided. And this being so, you, whose eye is near the water that mirrors the sun, see but a small portion of the rays of the sun strike the surface of the water, and reflecting the form of the sun. But if you were near to the sun, as would be the case when the sun is on the meridian, and the sea to the westward, you would see the sun, mirrored in the sea, of a very great size. Because, as you are nearer to the sun, your eye taking in the rays nearer to the point of radiation takes more of them in, and a great splendor is the result. And in this way it can be proved that the moon must have seas which reflect the sun, and that the parts which do not shine are land. 888. Take the measure of the sun at the solstice in mid-June. 889. Why the sun appears larger when setting than at noon, when it is near to us. Every object seen through a curved medium seems to be of larger size than it is. Footnote: at A is written sol, the sun, at B terra, the earth. 890. Because the eye is small, it can only see the image of the sun as of a small size. If the eye were as large as the sun, it would see the image of the sun in water of the same size as the real body of the sun, so long as the water is smooth. 891. A method of seeing the sun eclipsed without pain to the eye. Take a piece of paper and pierce holes in it with a needle, and look at the sun through these holes. 3. The moon. On the luminosity of the moon, 892-9-1. 892. Of the moon. As I propose to treat of the nature of the moon, it is necessary that first I should describe the perspective of mirrors, whether plane, concave, or convex, and first what is meant by a luminous ray, and how it is refracted by various kinds of media. Then, when a reflected ray is most powerful, whether when the angle of incidence is acute, right, or obtuse, or from a convex, a plane, or a concave surface, or from an opaque or a transparent body. Besides this, how it is that the solar rays which fall on the waves of the sea are seen by the eye of the same width at the angle nearest to the eye as at the highest line of the waves on the horizon. But notwithstanding this, the solar rays reflected from the waves of the sea assume the pyramidal form, and consequently, at each degree of distance increase proportionally in size, although to our sight they appear as parallel. First, nothing that has very little weight is opaque. 2 dly. Nothing that is excessively weighty can remain beneath that which is heavier. 3. DLY. As to whether the moon is situated in the center of its elements or not. And if it has no proper place of its own, like the earth in the midst of its elements, why does it not fall to the center of our elements? Footnote 26. The problem here propounded by Leonardo was not satisfactorily answered till Newton in 1682 formulated the law of universal attraction and gravitation. Compare number 902, lines 5-15. And if the moon is not in the center of its own elements, and yet does not fall, it must then be lighter than any other element. And if the moon is lighter than the other elements, why is it opaque and not transparent? When objects of various sizes, being placed at various distances, look of equal size, there must be the same relative proportion in the distances as in the magnitudes of the objects. Footnote, in the diagram Leonardo wrote Sol at the place marked A. 893. Of the moon and whether it is polished and spherical. The image of the sun in the moon is powerfully luminous and is only on a small portion of its surface. And the proof may be seen by taking a ball of burnished gold and placing it in the dark with a light at some distance from it. And then, although it will illuminate about half of the ball, the eye will perceive its reflection only in a small part of its surface, and all the rest of the surface reflects the darkness which surrounds it, so that it is only in that spot that the image of the light is seen, and all the rest remains invisible, the eye being at a distance from the ball. The same thing would happen on the surface of the moon if it were polished, lustrous, and opaque, like all bodies with a reflecting surface. Show how, if you were standing on the moon or on a star, our Earth would seem to reflect the sun as the moon does. And show that the image of the sun and the sea cannot appear one and undivided, as it appears in a perfectly plain mirror. 894. How shadows are lost at great distances, as is shown by the shadow side of the moon which is never seen. Footnote, compare also volume I, Nose, 175-179. 895. Either the moon has intrinsic luminosity or not. If it has, why does it not shine without the aid of the sun? But if it has not any light in itself, it must of necessity be a spherical mirror. And if it is a mirror, is it not proved in perspective that the image of a luminous object will never be equal to the extent of surface of the reflecting body that it illuminates? And if it be thus, footnote 13, at A in the diagram, Leonardo wrote Sol, the sun, and at B Luna onoi terra, the moon or our earth. Compare also the text of number 876. As is here shown at RS in the figure, whence comes so great an extent of radiance as that of the full moon as we see it at the 15th day of the moon. 896. Of the moon. The moon has no light in itself, but so much of it as faces the sun is illuminated, and of that illumined portion we see so much as faces the earth. And the moon's night receives just as much light as is lent it by our waters as they reflect the image of the sun, which is mirrored in all those waters which are on the side towards the sun. The outside or surface of the waters forming the seas of the moon and of the seas of our globe is always ruffled little or much, or more or less, and this roughness causes an extension of the numberless images of the sun which are repeated in the ridges and hollows, the sides and fronts of the innumerable waves. That is to say, in as many different spots on each wave as our eyes find different positions to view them from. This could not happen if the aqueous sphere which covers a great part of the moon were uniformly spherical, for then the images of the sun would be one to each spectator, and its reflections would be separate and independent, and its radiance would always appear circular, as is plainly to be seen in the gilt balls placed on the tops of high buildings. But if those gilt balls were rugged or composed of several little balls, like mulberries, which are a black fruit composed of minute round globules, then each portion of these little balls, when seen in the sun, would display to the eye the luster resulting from the reflection of the sun, and thus, in one and the same body many tiny suns would be seen, and these often combine at a long distance and appear as one. The luster of the new moon is brighter and stronger than when the moon is full, and the reason of this is that the angle of incidence is more obtuse in the new than in the full moon, in which the angles are highly acute. The waves of the moon therefore mirror the sun in the hollows of the waves as well as on the ridges, and the sides remain in shadow. But at the sides of the moon, the hollows of the waves do not catch the sunlight, but only their crests, and thus the images are fewer and more mixed up with the shadows in the hollows. And this intermingling of the shaded and illuminated spots comes to the eye with a mitigated splendor, so that the edges will be darker, because the curves of the sides of the waves are insufficient to reflect to the eye the rays that fall upon them. Now the new moon naturally reflects the solar rays more directly towards the eye from the crests of the waves than from any other part, as is shown by the form of the moon, whose rays strike the waves B and are reflected in the line BD, the eye being situated at D. This cannot happen at the full moon, when the solar rays, being in the west, fall on the extreme waters of the moon to the east from N to M, and are not reflected to the eye in the west, but are thrown back eastwards, with but slight deflection from the straight course of the solar ray, and thus the angle of incidence is very wide indeed. The moon is an opaque and solid body, and if, on the contrary, it were transparent, it would not receive the light of the sun. The yellow or yolk of an egg remains in the middle of the albumen, without moving on either side. Now it is either lighter or heavier than this albumen, or equal to it. If it is lighter, it ought to rise above all the albumen and stop in contact with the shell of the egg. And if it is heavier, it ought to sink, and if it is equal, it might just as well be at one of the ends, as in the middle or below zero. The innumerable images of the solar rays reflected from the innumerable waves of the sea, as they fall upon those waves, are what cause us to see the very broad and continuous radiance on the surface of the sea. 897. That the sun could not be mirrored in the body of the moon, which is a convex mirror, in such a way as that so much of its surface as is illuminated by the sun should reflect the sun unless the moon had a surface adapted to reflect it in waves and ridges, like the surface of the sea when its surface is moved by the wind. Footnote: in the original diagrams, Sol is written at the place marked A, lunar at C, and Terra at the two spots marked B. The waves in water multiply the image of the object reflected in it. These waves reflect light, each by its own line, as the surface of the fir cone does. These are two figures, one different from the other, one with undulating water and the other with smooth water. It is impossible that at any distance, the image of the sun cast on the surface of a spherical body should occupy the half of the sphere. Here, you must prove that the earth produces all the same effects with regard to the moon, as the moon with regard to the earth. The moon, with its reflected light, does not shine like the sun, because the light of the moon is not a continuous reflection of that of the sun on its whole surface, but only on the crests and hollows of the waves of its waters. And thus the sun being confusedly reflected, from the admixture of the shadows that lie between the lustrous waves, its light is not pure and clear as the sun is. Footnote 38. This refers to the small diagram placed between B and B, the Earth between the moon on the 15th day and the sun. Footnote 39. See the diagram below the one referred to in the preceding note. Here the sun is in the east and the moon on the 15th day in the west. Footnote 40.41 refers to the diagram below the others. The moon on the 15th between the Earth and the sun. Here it is the moon which has the sun to the west and the Earth to the east. 898. What sort of thing the moon is? The moon is not of itself luminous, but is highly fitted to assimilate the character of light after the manner of a mirror, or of water, or of any other reflecting body. And it grows larger in the east and in the west, like the sun and the other planets. And the reason is that every luminous body looks larger in proportion as it is remote. It is easy to understand that every planet and star is farther from us when in the west than when it is overhead, by about 3,500 miles, as is proved on the margin. Footnote 7, refers to the first diagram. A equals Sol, the sun, B equals Terra, the earth, C equals Luna, the moon. And if you see the sun or moon mirrored in the water near to you, it looks to you of the same size in the water as in the sky. But if you recede to the distance of a mile, it will look 100 times larger. And if you see the sun reflected in the sea at sunset, its image would look to you more than 10 miles long, because that reflected image extends over more than 10 miles of sea. And if you could stand where the moon is, the sun would look to you as if it were reflected from all the sea that it illuminates by day. and the land amid the water would appear just like the dark spots that are on the moon, which, when looked at from our earth, appears to men the same as our earth would appear to any men who might dwell in the moon. Footnote: this text has already been published by Library, Histoire des Sciences, Roman 3, pp. 224-225. Of the nature of the moon. When the moon is entirely lighted up to our sight, we see its full daylight, and at that time, owing to the reflection of the solar rays which fall on it and are thrown off towards us, its ocean casts off less moisture towards us, and the less light it gives the more injurious it is. 899. Of the moon. I say that as the moon has no light in itself, and yet is luminous, it is inevitable but that its light is caused by some other body. 900. Of the moon. All my opponent's arguments to say that there is no water in the moon. Footnote: the objections are very minutely noted down in the manuscript, but they hardly seem to have a place here. 901. Answer to Maestro Andrea de Imola, who said that the solar rays reflected from a convex mirror are mingled and lost at a short distance, whereby it is altogether denied that the luminous side of the moon is of the nature of a mirror, and that consequently the light is not produced by the innumerable multitude of the waves of that sea, which I declared to be the portion of the moon which is illuminated by the solar rays. Let OP be the body of the sun, CN as the moon, and be the eye which, above the base CN of the cathetus CNM, sees the body of the sun reflected at equal angles CN, and the same again on moving the eye from B to A. Footnote: the large diagram on the margin of page 161 belongs to this chapter. Explanation of the lumen cinerarium in the moon. 902. Of the moon. No solid body is less heavy than the atmosphere. Footnote: one on the margin are the words tolla romantina, tolla ferro stagnato, tinned iron. Romantina is some special kind of sheet iron no longer known by that name. Having proved that the part of the moon that shines consists of water, which mirrors the body of the sun and reflects the radiance it receives from it, and that, if these waters were devoid of waves, it would appear small, but of a radiance almost like the sun, it must now be shown whether the moon is a heavy or a light body. For, if it were a heavy body admitting that at every grade of distance from the earth greater levity must prevail, so that water is lighter than the earth, and air than water, and fire than air and so on successively, it would seem that if the moon had density as it really has, it would have weight, and having weight, that it could not be sustained in the space where it is, and consequently that it would fall towards the center of the universe and become united to the earth. Or if not the moon itself, at least its waters would fall away and be lost from it, and descend towards the center, leaving the moon without any and so devoid of luster. But as this does not happen, as might in reason be expected, it is a manifest sign that the moon is surrounded by its own elements, that is to say water, air, and fire, and thus is, of itself and by itself, suspended in that part of space, as our earth with its element is in this part of space, and that heavy bodies act in the midst of its elements just as other heavy bodies do in ours. Footnote 15. This passage would certainly seem to establish Leonardo's claim to be regarded as the original discoverer of the cause of the ashy color of the new moon lumen cinerarium. His observations, however, having hitherto remained unknown to astronomers, Moselin and Kepler have been credited with the discoveries which they made independently a century later. Some disconnected notes treat of the same subject in Ms. C.A. 239b, 718b, and 719b. Percella lunacinta della part illuminata dal sol imponent, tra maggior splendor in mezzo a tal certio, quando essa eclissava il sol. Questo accade perché nel eclissare il sol ella ambrava il nostro oceano, il qual caso non accade essendo imponent, quando il sol illuma esso oceano. The editors of the Saggio, who first published this passage, page 12, add another short one about the seasons and the moon, which I confess not to have seen in the original manuscript. La luna ha ogni mise un verno e una state, e ha magari freddi e magari caldi, e I su equinosi sun più freddi de nostri. When the eye is in the east and sees the moon in the west near to the setting sun, it sees it with its shaded portion surrounded by luminous portions. and the lateral and upper portion of this light is derived from the sun, and the lower portion from the ocean in the west, which receives the solar rays and reflects them on the lower waters of the moon, and indeed affords the part of the moon that is in shadow as much radiance as the moon gives the earth at midnight. Therefore it is not totally dark, and hence some have believed that the moon must in parts have a light of its own besides that which is given it by the sun. And this light is due, as has been said, to the above-mentioned cause that our seas are illuminated by the sun. Again, it might be said that the circle of radiance shown by the moon when it and the sun are both in the west is wholly borrowed from the sun, when it and the sun and the eye are situated as is shown above. Footnote 23. 24. The larger of the two diagrams reproduced above stands between these two lines, and the smaller one is sketched in the margin. At the spot marked a Leonardo wrote corpo solar, solar body in the larger diagram, and sol, sun in the smaller one. At C Luna, moon is written, and at B Terra, the earth. Some might say that the air surrounding the moon as an element catches the light of the sun as our atmosphere does, and that it is this which completes the luminous circle on the body of the moon. Some have thought that the moon has a light of its own, but this opinion is false, because they have founded it on that dim light seen between the horns of the new moon, which looks dark where it is close to the bright part, while against the darkness of the background it looks so light that many have taken it to be a ring of new radiance, completing the circle where the tips of the horns illuminated by the sun cease to shine. Footnote 34. CPL. CVI no. 5. And this difference of background arises from the fact that the portion of that background which is conterminous with the bright part of the moon, by comparison with that brightness, looks darker than it is. While at the upper part, where a portion of the luminous circle is to be seen of uniform width, the result is that the moon, being brighter there than the medium or background on which it is seen by comparison with that darkness, it looks more luminous at that edge than it is. And that brightness at such a time itself is derived from our ocean and other inland seas. These are, at that time, illuminated by the sun which is already setting in such a way as that the sea then fulfills the same function to the dark side of the moon as the moon at its 15th day does to us when the sun is set. And the small amount of light which the dark side of the moon receives bears the same proportion to the light of that side which is illuminated as that. Footnote 42. Here the text breaks off, lines 43-52 are written on the margin. If you want to see how much brighter the shaded portion of the moon is than the background on which it is seen, conceal the luminous portion of the moon with your hand or with some other more distant object. On the spots in the moon, 903-907. 903. The spots on the moon. Some have said that vapors rise from the moon, after the manner of clouds, and are interposed between the moon and our eyes. But, if this were the case, these spots would never be permanent, either as to position or form, and, seeing the moon from various aspects, even if these spots did not move they would change in form, as objects do which are seen from different sides. 904. Of the spots on the moon. Others say that the moon is composed of more or less transparent parts, as though one part were something like alabaster and others like crystal or glass. It would follow from this that the sun casting its rays on the less transparent portions, the light would remain on the surface, and so the denser part would be illuminated, and the transparent portions would display the shadow of their darker depths. And this is their account of the structure and nature of the moon. And this opinion has found favor with many philosophers, and particularly with Aristotle, and yet it is a false view for, in the various phases and frequent changes of the moon and sun to our eyes, we should see these spots vary, at one time looking dark and at another light. They would be dark when the sun is in the west and the moon in the middle of the sky. For then the transparent hollows would be in shadow as far as the tops of the edges of those transparent hollows, because the sun could not then fling his rays into the mouth of the hollows, which, however, at full moon, would be seen in bright light, at which time the moon is in the east and faces the sun in the west. Then the sun would illuminate even the lowest depths of these transparent places, and thus, as there would be no shadows cast, the moon at these times would not show us the spots in question. And so it would be, now more and now less, according to the changes in the position of the sun to the moon, and of the moon to our eyes, as I have said above. 905. Of the spots on the moon. It has been asserted that the spots on the moon result from the moon being of varying thinness or density. But if this were so, when there is an eclipse of the moon, the solar rays would pierce through the portions which were thin, as is alleged footnote 35. Eclipse. This word, as it seems to me, here means eclipses of the sun. And the sense of the passage, as I understand it, is that by the foregoing hypothesis the moon, when it comes between the sun and the earth, must appear as if pierced, we may say, like a sieve. But as we do not see this effect, the opinion must be false. Others say that the surface of the moon is smooth and polished, and that like a mirror it reflects in itself the image of our earth. This view is also false, inasmuch as the land, where it is not covered with water, presents various aspects and forms. Hence, when the moon is in the east, it would reflect different spots from those it would show when it is above us or in the west. Now the spots on the moon, as they are seen at full moon, never vary in the course of its motion over our hemisphere. A second reason is that an object reflected in a convex body takes up but a small portion of that body, as is proved in perspective footnote 18. Cum e privato. This alludes to the accompanying diagram. The third reason is that when the moon is full, it only faces half the hemisphere of the illuminated earth, on which only the ocean and other waters reflect bright light, while the land makes spots on that brightness. Thus half of our earth would be seen girt round with the brightness of the sea lighted up by the sun, and in the moon this reflection would be the smallest part of that moon. Fourthly, a radiant body cannot be reflected from another equally radiant. Therefore the sea, since it borrows its brightness from the sun, as the moon does, could not cause the earth to be reflected in it, nor indeed could the body of the sun be seen reflected in it, nor indeed any star opposite to it. 906. If you keep the details of the spots of the moon under observation, you will often find great variation in them, and this I myself have proved by drawing them. And this is caused by the clouds that rise from the waters in the moon, which come between the sun and those waters, and by their shadow deprive these waters of the sun's rays. Thus those waters remain dark, not being able to reflect the solar body. 907. How the spots on the moon must have varied from what they formerly were, by reason of the course of its waters. On the moon's halo. 908. Of halos round the moon. I have found that the circles which at night seem to surround the moon, of various sizes and degrees of density, are caused by various gradations in the densities of the vapors, which exist at different altitudes between the moon and our eyes. And of these halos, the largest and least red is caused by the lowest of these vapors. The second, smaller one, is higher up, and looks redder because it is seen through two vapors. And so on, as they are higher they will appear smaller and redder, because, between the eye and them, there is thicker vapor. Whence it is proved that where they are seen to be reddest, the vapors are most dense. On instruments for observing the moon, 909, 910. 909. If you want to prove why the moon appears larger than it is when it reaches the horizon, take a lens which is highly convex on one surface and concave on the opposite, and place the concave side next the eye, and look at the object beyond the convex surface. By this means, you will have produced an exact imitation of the atmosphere included beneath the sphere of fire and outside that of water. For this atmosphere is concave on the side next the earth and convex towards the fire. 910. Construct glasses to see the moon magnified. Footnote, see the introduction, p. 136. Fracastoro says in his work Homocenters. Per dua specilla ocular laci quis perspicit, alteri altero superposito, majora multo et propinquira videbit omnia, quin iamo quidem specilla ocularia fiant tanti densitatis, ut si peri quis aut lunam, aut aliud siderum spectet, adio propinqua illa iudicit, ut ni ters ipses excedent. Sect. Roman 2c8 and sect. Roman 3 c23. Asterisk 911, 912, missing asterisk. When the sun is seen through the boughs of trees bare of their leaves, at some distance the branches do not conceal any portion of the sun from our eye. The same thing happens with the above-mentioned planets which, though they have no light of their own, do not, as has been said, conceal any part of the sun from our eye. 0. Second argument. Some say that the stars appear most brilliant at night in proportion as they are higher up, and that if they had no light of their own, the shadow of the earth which comes between them and the sun would darken them, since they would not face nor be faced by the solar body. But those persons have not considered that the conical shadow of the Earth cannot reach many of the stars, and even as to those it does reach, the cone is so much diminished that it covers very little of the star's mass, and all the rest is illuminated by the sun. 913. Why the planets appear larger in the east than they do overhead, whereas the contrary should be the case, as they are 3,500 miles nearer to us when in mid-sky than when on the horizon. All the degrees of the elements, through which the images of the celestial bodies pass to reach the eye, are equal curves, and the angles by which the central line of those images passes through them are unequal angles. Footnote 13. Inequally, here and elsewhere, does not mean unequal in the sense of not being equal to each other, but angles which are not right angles. And the distance is greater, as is shown by the excess of a b beyond a d. And the enlargement of these celestial bodies on the horizon is shown by the ninth of the seventh. Observations on the stars. 914. To see the real nature of the planets, open the covering and note at the base. Footnote 4. Bassa. This probably alludes to some instrument, perhaps the camera obscura. One single planet, and the reflected movement of this base will show the nature of the said planet, but arrange that the base may face only one at the time. On History of Astronomy. 915. Cicero says in De Divination that astrology has been practiced 570,000 years before the Trojan War. 57,000. Footnote: the statement that Cicero de Divin ascribes the discovery of astrology to a period 57,000 years before the Trojan War I believe to be quite erroneous. According to Ernesti, Clavis Ciceroniana, ch. G. Schull's Lexic, Cicer, and the edition of de Divin. By Gies, the word astrologia occurs only twice in Cicero, de Divin. Roman 2:42. Ad Chaldeorum monstra veniamus, de quibus eudoxus, Platonus auditor, in Astrologia Judicio Doctissimorum hominum facile princeps, sic opinator, id quad scriptum reliquit, Chaldees in prediction et in notation cujusque vidi ex natali, die minim esse credendum. He then quotes the condemnatory verdict of other philosophers as to the teaching of the Chaldeans, but says nothing as to the antiquity and origin of astronomy. Cicero further notes to Orator I:16 that Aratus was ignaris astrologi, but that is all. So far as I know, the word occurs nowhere else in Cicero, and the word astronomia he does not seem to have used at all. H. Muller-Strubbing. Of Time and its Divisions, 916-918. 916. Although time is included in the class of continuous quantities, being indivisible and immaterial, it does not come entirely under the head of geometry, which represents its divisions by means of figures and bodies of infinite variety, such as are seen to be continuous in their visible and material properties. But only with its first principles does it agree, that is with the point and the line. The point may be compared to an instant of time, and the line may be likened to the length of a certain quantity of time, and just as a line begins and terminates in a point, so such a space of time begins and terminates in an instant. And whereas a line is infinitely divisible, the divisibility of a space of time is of the same nature. And as the divisions of the line may bear a certain proportion to each other, so may the divisions of time. Footnote: this passage is repeated word for word on page 190b of the same manuscript, and this is accounted for by the text in volume I. No. 4. Compare also number 1216. 917. Describe the nature of time as distinguished from the geometrical definitions. 918. Divide an hour into 3,000 parts, and this you can do with a clock by making the pendulum lighter or heavier. Romans 16. Physical geography. Leonardo's researches as to the structure of the earth and sea were made at a time when the extended voyages of the Spaniards and Portuguese had also excited a special interest in geographical questions in Italy, and particularly in Tuscany. Still, it need scarcely surprise us to find that in deeper questions, as to the structure of the globe, the primitive state of the earth's surface, and the like, he was far in advance of his time. The number of passages which treat of such matters is relatively considerable. Like almost all Leonardo's scientific notes, they deal partly with theoretical and partly with practical questions. Some of his theoretical views of the motion of water were collected in a copied manuscript volume by an early transcriber, but without any acknowledgement of the source whence they were derived. This copy is now in the library of the Barberini Palace at Rome and was published under the title De modo e misura dell'acqua by Francesco Cardinali, Bologna 1828. In this work the texts are arranged under the following titles: Liber, I della spira dell'acqua liber, Roman 2 del modo dell'acqua liber, Roman 3, dell'onda dell'acqua liber, Roman 4, de retrosi de qua liber, vi dell'acqua cadent liber, Roman 6, del rotera fat dell'acqua liber, Roman 7 del cos porgate dell'acqua liber, Roman 8, dell'ancia dell'acqua e del can, liber, Roman 9, de milani e daltri ordigni de qua. The large number of isolated observations scattered through the manuscripts accounts for our so frequently finding notes of new schemes for the arrangement of those relating to water and its motions, particularly in the Codex Atlanticus. I have printed several of these plans as an introduction to the physical geography, and I have actually arranged the texts in accordance with the clue afforded by one of them, which is undoubtedly one of the latest notes referring to the subject. No. 920. The text given as No. 930, which is also taken from a late notebook of Leonardo's, served as a basis for the arrangement of the first of the 7 books or sections, bearing the title, Of the Nature of Water Delac in Sea. As I have not made it any part of this undertaking to print the passages which refer to purely physical principles, it has also been necessary to exclude those practical researches which, in accordance with indications given in 920, ought to come in as books 13, 14, and 15. I can only incidentally mention here that Leonardo, as it seems to me, especially in his youth, devoted a great deal of attention to the construction of mills. This is proved by a number of drawings of very careful and minute execution, which are to be found in the Codex Atlanticus. Nor was it possible to include his considerations on the regulation of rivers, the making of canals, and so forth. No. 920, books 10, 11, and 12. But those passages in which the structure of a canal is directly connected with notices of particular places will be found duly inserted under section 17, topographical notes. In volume I, No. 5, the text refers to canal making in general. On one point only can the collection of passages included under the general heading of physical geography claim to be complete. When comparing and sorting the materials for this work, I took particular care not to exclude or omit any text in which a geographical name was mentioned even incidentally, since in all such researches the chief interest, as it appeared to me, attached to the question whether these acute observations on the various local characteristics of mountains, rivers, or seas had been made by Leonardo himself, and on the spot. It is self-evident that the few general and somewhat superficial observations on the Rhine and the Danube, on England and Flanders, must have been obtained from maps or from some informants, and in the case of Flanders, Leonardo himself acknowledges this, see No. 1008. But that most of the other and more exact observations were made, on the spot, by Leonardo himself, may be safely assumed from their method and the style in which he writes of them. And we should bear it in mind that in all investigations of whatever kind, experience is always spoken of as the only basis on which he relies. Incidentally, as in No. 984, he thinks it necessary to allude to the total absence of all recorded observations. 1. Introduction. Schemes for the arrangement of the materials, 919-928. 919. These books contain in the beginning, of the nature of water itself in its motions. The others treat of the effects of its currents, which change the world in its center and its shape. 920. Divisions of the book. Book 1 of water in itself. Book 2 of the sea. Book 3 of subterranean rivers. Book 4 of rivers. Book 5 of the nature of the abyss. Book 6 of the obstacles. Book 7 of gravels. Book 8 of the surface of water. Book 9 of the things placed therein. Book 10 of the repairing of rivers. Book 11 of conduits. Book 12 of canals. Book 13 of machines turned by water. Book 14 of raising water. Book 15 of matters worn away by water. 921. First you shall make a book treating of places occupied by fresh waters, and the second by salt waters, and the third, how by the disappearance of these, our parts of the world were made lighter, and in consequence more remote from the center of the world. 922. First write of all water, in each of its motions. Then describe all its bottoms and their various materials, always referring to the propositions concerning the said waters, and let the order be good, for otherwise the work will be confused. Describe all the forms taken by water from its greatest to its smallest wave, and their causes. 923. Book 9, of accidental risings of water. 924. The order of the book. Place at the beginning what a river can effect. 925. A book of driving back armies, by the force of a flood made by releasing waters. A book showing how the waters safely bring down timber cut in the mountains. A book of boats driven against the impetus of rivers. A book of raising large bridges higher, simply by the swelling of the waters. A book of guarding against the impetus of rivers, so that towns may not be damaged by them. 926. A book of the ordering of rivers, so as to preserve their banks. A book of the mountains, which would stand forth and become land, if our hemisphere were to be uncovered by the water. A book of the earth carried down by the waters, to fill up the great abyss of the seas. A book of the ways in which a tempest may of itself clear out filled up seaports. A book of the shores of rivers, and of their permanency. A book of how to deal with rivers, so that they may keep their bottoms scoured by their own flow near the cities they pass. A book of how to make, or to repair the foundations for bridges over the rivers. A book of the repairs, which ought to be made in walls and banks of rivers, where the water strikes them. A book of the formation of hills of sand, or gravel at great depths in water. 927. Water gives the first impetus to its motion. A book of the leveling of waters by various means. A book of diverting rivers from places where they do mischief. A book of guiding rivers which occupy too much ground. A book of parting rivers into several branches and making them fordable. A book of the waters which with various currents pass through seas. A book of deepening the beds of rivers by means of currents of water. A book of controlling rivers so that the little beginnings of mischief, caused by them, may not increase. A book of the various movements of waters passing through channels of different forms. A book of preventing small rivers from diverting the larger one into which their waters run. A book of the lowest level, which can be found in the current of the surface of rivers. A book of the origin of rivers, which flow from the high tops of mountains. A book of the various motions of waters in their rivers. 928. Of inequality in the concavity of a ship. Footnote 1. The first line of this passage was added subsequently, evidently as a correction of the following line. A book of the inequality in the curve of the sides of ships. A book of the inequality in the position of the tiller. A book of the inequality in the keel of ships. A book of various forms of apertures by which water flows out. A book of water contained in vessels with air, and of its movements. A book of the motion of water through a siphon. Footnote 7, Sicagnol, see number 966, 11, 17. A book of the meetings and union of waters coming from different directions. A book of the various forms of the banks through which rivers pass. A book of the various forms of shoals formed under the sluices of rivers. A book of the windings and meanderings of the currents of rivers. A book of the various places whence the waters of rivers are derived. A book of the configuration of the shores of rivers and of their permanency. A book of the perpendicular fall of water on various objects. A book of the course of water when it is impeded in various places. A book of the various forms of the obstacles which impede the course of waters. A book of the concavity and globosity formed round various objects at the bottom. A book of conducting navigable canals above or beneath the rivers which intersect them. A book of the soils which absorb water in canals and of repairing them. A book of creating currents for rivers which quit their beds for rivers choked with soil. General Introduction. 929. The beginning of the treatise on water. By the ancients, man has been called the world in miniature. And certainly this name is well bestowed, because, inasmuch as man is composed of earth, water, air, and fire, his body resembles that of the earth. And as man has in him bones the supports and framework of his flesh, the world has its rocks the supports of the earth. As man has in him a pool of blood in which the lungs rise and fall in breathing, so the body of the earth has its ocean tide, which likewise rises and falls every 6 hours, as if the world breathed. As in that pool of blood veins have their origin, which ramify all over the human body, so likewise the ocean sea fills the body of the earth with infinite springs of water. The body of the earth lacks sinews, and this is because the sinews are made expressly for movements, and, the world being perpetually stable, no movement takes place, and no movement taking place, muscles are not necessary. But in all other points they are much alike. 1. Of the nature of water. The arrangement of Book 1. 930. The order of the first book on water. Define first what is meant by height and depth, also how the elements are situated one inside another. Then, what is meant by solid weight and by liquid weight, but first what weight and lightness are in themselves. Then describe why water moves and why its motion ceases, then why it becomes slower or more rapid. Besides this, how it always falls, being in contact with the air but lower than the air. And how water rises in the air by means of the heat of the sun, and then falls again in rain. Again, why water springs forth from the tops of mountains. And if the water of any spring higher than the ocean can pour forth water higher than the surface of that ocean. And how all the water that returns to the ocean is higher than the sphere of waters. And how the waters of the equatorial seas are higher than the waters of the north, and higher beneath the body of the sun than in any part of the equatorial circle. For experiment shows that under the heat of a burning brand, the water near the brand boils, and the water surrounding this ebullition always sinks with a circular eddy. And how the waters of the north are lower than the other seas, and more so as they become colder, until they are converted into ice. Definitions 931-932. 931. Of what is water? Among the 4 elements, water is the second both in weight and in instability. 932. The beginning of the book on water. Sea is the name given to that water which is wide and deep, in which the waters have not much motion. Footnote, only the beginning of this passage is here given. The remainder consists of definitions which have no direct bearing on the subject. Of the surface of the water, in relation to the globe, 933-936. 933. The centers of the sphere of water are 2, one universal and common to all water, the other particular. The universal one is that which is common to all waters not in motion, which exist in great quantities. As canals, ditches, ponds, fountains, wells, dead rivers, lakes, stagnant pools, and seas, which, although they are at various levels, have each in itself the limits of their superficies equally distant from the center of the earth, such as lakes placed at the tops of high mountains, as the lake near Pietrapana and the lake of the Sibyl near Norcia. And all the lakes that give rise to great rivers, as the Ticino from Lago Maggiore, the Adda from the lake of Como, the Mincio from the lake of Garda, the Rhine from the lakes of Constance and of Chur, and from the lake of Lucerne, like the Tigris which passes through Asia Minor carrying with it the waters of 3 lakes, one above the other at different heights, of which the highest is Munus, the middle one Palus, and the lowest Triton. The Nile again flows from 3 very high lakes in Ethiopia. Footnote 5, Pietrapana, a mountain near Florence. If for Norcia we may read Norcia, the remains of the Etruscan city near Viterbo, there can be no doubt that by Lago della Sibilla, a name not known elsewhere, so far as I can learn, Leonardo meant Lago di Vico, Lacus Simonis, Aen. 7. 934. Of the center of the ocean. The center of the sphere of waters is the true center of the globe of our world, which is composed of water and earth, having the shape of a sphere. But, if you want to find the center of the element of the earth, this is placed at a point equidistant from the surface of the ocean, and not equidistant from the surface of the earth. For it is evident that this globe of earth has nowhere any perfect rotundity, excepting in places where the sea is, or marshes, or other still waters. And every part of the earth that rises above the water is farther from the center. 935. Of the sea which changes the weight of the earth. The shells, oysters, and other similar animals, which originate in sea mud, bear witness to the changes of the earth round the center of our elements. This is proved thus. Great rivers always run turbid, being colored by the earth, which is stirred by the friction of their waters at the bottom and on their shores. And this wearing disturbs the face of the strata made by the layers of shells, which lie on the surface of the marine mud, and which were produced there when the salt waters covered them. And these strata were covered over again from time to time, with mud of various thickness, or carried down to the sea by the rivers and floods of more or less extent. And thus these layers of mud became raised to such a height that they came up from the bottom to the air. At the present time, these bottoms are so high that they form hills or high mountains, and the rivers, which wear away the sides of these mountains, uncover the strata of these shells, and thus the softened side of the earth continually rises and the antipodes sink closer to the center of the earth, and the ancient bottoms of the seas have become mountain ridges. 936. Let the earth make whatever changes it may in its weight. The surface of the sphere of waters can never vary in its equal distance from the center of the world. Of the proportion of the mass of water to that of the earth, 937, 938. 937. Whether the earth is less than the water. Some assert that it is true that the earth, which is not covered by water, is much less than that covered by water. But considering the size of 7,000 miles in diameter, which is that of this earth, we may conclude the water to be of small depth. 938. Of the earth. The great elevations of the peaks of the mountains above the sphere of the water may have resulted from this that. A very large portion of the earth, which was filled with water, that is to say the vast cavern inside the earth, may have fallen in a vast part of its vault towards the center of the earth, being pierced by means of the course of the springs, which continually wear away the place where they pass. Sinking in of countries like the Dead Sea in Syria, that is Sodom and Gomorrah. It is of necessity that there should be more water than land, and the visible portion of the sea does not show this, so that there must be a great deal of water inside the earth, besides that which rises into the lower air and which flows through rivers and springs. Footnote: the small sketch below on the left is placed in the original close to the text referring to the Dead Sea. The theory of Plato. 939. The figures of the elements. Of the figures of the elements, and first is against those who deny the opinions of Plato, and who say that if the elements include one another in the forms attributed to them by Plato, they would cause a vacuum one within the other. I say it is not true, and I here prove it, but first I desire to propound some conclusions. It is not necessary that the elements which include each other should be of corresponding magnitude in all the parts, of that which includes and of that which is included. We see that the sphere of the waters varies conspicuously in mass from the surface to the bottom, and that, far from investing the earth when that was in the form of a cube that is of 8 angles as Plato will have it, that it invests the earth, which has innumerable angles of rock covered by the water and various prominences and concavities, and yet no vacuum is generated between the earth and water. Again, the air invests the sphere of waters together with the mountains and valleys, which rise above that sphere, and no vacuum remains between the earth and the air, so that anyone who says a vacuum is generated speaks foolishly. But to Plato I would reply that the surface of the figures, which according to him the elements would have, could not exist. That the flow of rivers proves the slope of the land. 940. Proves how the earth is not globular, and not being globular cannot have a common center. We see the Nile come from southern regions and traverse various provinces, running towards the north for a distance of 3,000 miles and flow into the Mediterranean by the shores of Egypt. And if we will give to this a fall of 10 brachia a mile, as is usually allowed to the course of rivers in general, we shall find that the Nile must have its mouth 10 miles lower than its source. Again, we see the Rhine, the Rhone and the Danube starting from the German parts, almost the center of Europe, and having a course one to the east, the other to the north, and the last to southern seas. And if you consider all this, you will see that the plains of Europe in their aggregate are much higher than the high peaks of the maritime mountains. Think then how much their tops must be above the seashores. Theory of the elevation of water within the mountains. 941. Of the heat that is in the world. Where there is life there is heat, and where vital heat is, there is movement of vapor. This is proved, inasmuch as we see that the element of fire by its heat always draws to itself damp vapors and thick mists as opaque clouds, which it raises from seas as well as lakes and rivers and damp valleys. And these being drawn by degrees as far as the cold region, the first portion stops, because heat and moisture cannot exist with cold and dryness. And where the first portion stops the rest settle, and thus one portion after another being added, thick and dark clouds are formed. They are often wafted about and borne by the winds from one region to another, where by their density they become so heavy that they fall in thick rain. And if the heat of the sun is added to the power of the element of fire, the clouds are drawn up higher still and find a greater degree of cold, in which they form ice and fall in storms of hail. Now the same heat which holds up so great a weight of water as is seen to rain from the clouds, draws them from below upwards, from the foot of the mountains, and leads and holds them within the summits of the mountains. And these, finding some fissure, issue continuously and cause rivers. The relative height of the surface of the sea to that of the land, 942-945. 942. Of the sea, which to many fools appears to be higher than the earth which forms its shore. BD is a plain through which a river flows to the sea. This plain ends at the sea, and since in fact the dry land that is uncovered is not perfectly level for, if it were, the river would have no motion as the river does move, this place is a slope rather than a plain. Hence this plane DB so ends where the sphere of water begins that if it were extended in a continuous line to be A it would go down beneath the sea, whence it follows that the sea a CB looks higher than the dry land. Obviously, no portions of dry land left uncovered by water can ever be lower than the surface of the watery sphere. 943. Of certain persons who say the waters were higher than the dry land. Certainly, I wonder not a little at the common opinion which is contrary to truth, but held by the universal consent of the judgment of men. And this is that all are agreed that the surface of the sea is higher than the highest peaks of the mountains, and they allege many vain and childish reasons, against which I will allege only one simple and short reason. We see plainly that if we could remove the shores of the sea, it would invest the whole earth and make it a perfect sphere. Now, consider how much earth would be carried away to enable the waves of the sea to cover the world. Therefore, that which would be carried away must be higher than the seashore. 944. The opinion of some persons who say that the water of some seas is higher than the highest summits of mountains, and nevertheless the water was forced up to these summits. Water would not move from place to place if it were not that it seeks the lowest level, and by a natural consequence, it never can return to a height like that of the place where it first on issuing from the mountain came to light. And that portion of the sea which in your vain imagining you say was so high that it flowed over the summits of the high mountains, for so many centuries would be swallowed up and poured out again through the issue from these mountains. You can well imagine that all the time that Tigris and Euphrates, 945, have flowed from the summits of the mountains of Armenia, it must be believed that all the water of the ocean has passed very many times through these mouths. And do you not believe that the Nile must have sent more water into the sea than at present exists of all the element of water? Undoubtedly, yes. And if all this water had fallen away from this body of the earth, this terrestrial machine would long since have been without water. Whence we may conclude that the water goes from the rivers to the sea, and from the sea to the rivers, thus constantly circulating and returning, and that all the sea and the rivers have passed through the mouth of the Nile an infinite number of times. Footnote. Moti Armeni, Ermeni in the original, in M. Raveson's transcript, Monti Nini Laloro Ruine. He renders this, Litigre et el Euphrates si sont diverses par les sommets des montagnes en pent crower, and C. Leonardo always writes Ermeni, Erminia, for Armeni, Armenia, Arabic, Ermenia. M. Raveson also deviates from the original in his translation of the following passage. Or tu ni crois paquelinil, 8 mies plus do dans la mer quil ni, a present dans tout l'element de elo. Il est certain que si set o et 8 Tommy and c. 2. On the ocean. Refutation of Pliny's theory, As to the saltness of the sea, 946. 947. 946. Why water is salt. Pliny says in his second book, chapter 103, that the water of the sea is salt because the heat of the sun dries up the moisture and drinks it up. And this gives to the wide, stretching sea the savor of salt. But this cannot be admitted, because if the saltness of the sea were caused by the heat of the sun, there can be no doubt that lakes, pools, and marshes would be so much the more salt, as their waters have less motion and are of less depth. But experience shows us, on the contrary, that these lakes have their waters quite free from salt. Again, it is stated by Pliny in the same chapter that this saltness might originate, because all the sweet and subtle portions, which the heat attracts easily being taken away, the more bitter and coarser part will remain, and thus the water on the surface is fresher than at the bottom. But this is contradicted by the same reason given above, which is that the same thing would happen in marshes and other waters, which are dried up by the heat. Again, it has been said that the saltness of the sea is the sweat of the earth. To this it may be answered that all the springs of water which penetrate through the earth would then be salt. But the conclusion is that the saltness of the sea must proceed from the many springs of water which, as they penetrate into the earth, find mines of salt, and these they dissolve in part, and carry with them to the ocean and the other seas, whence the clouds, the begetters of rivers, never carry it up. And the sea would be salter in our times than ever it was at any time. And if the adversary were to say that in infinite time the sea would dry up or congeal into salt, to this I answer that this salt is restored to the earth by the setting free of that part of the earth which rises out of the sea with the salt it has acquired, and the rivers return it to the earth under the sea. Idac solis ardor cicature liquor, et hoc esse masculum sidus excepimus, torrens cuncta sorbensk. C.P. Civ. Sic mari late patenti saporum in caqui salis, aut quia exhausto in dulci tenuique, quod facilem trahet vis ignea, omni asperius crassius glinqueter, ideo summa equorum aqua dulcerum profundum, hanc esse viriorum causam, quam quad meriteri sudor sit eternus, aut quia plurimum ex arido misceder illi vapor, aut quia terri natura sicut medicatas aquas inficit. C.P. C.V. Altissimum mare Roman 15. Stadium Fabianus tradit. Aliae in ponto codverso corxorum gentes, vocant b ponti trescentis fir a continenti stadiis immensum altitudinem maris tradunt, vadis nunquam repertis. C.P. CVI mirabilius id faciant equi dulces, juxta mare, ut fistulis amicantes, nam nec aquarum natura a miraculis cesset, dulces marian vehunter, levirs haud dubi. Ideo et marini, quorum natura gravir, magis invecta sustenant. Quidem viro, et dulces inter si superment alias. 947. For the third and last reason, we will say that salt is in all created things. And this we learn from water passed over the ashes and cinders of burnt things, and the urine of every animal, and the superfluities issuing from their bodies, and the earth into which all things are converted by corruption. But to put it better, given that the world is everlasting, it must be admitted that its population will also be eternal. Hence the human species has eternally been and would be consumers of salt. And if all the mass of the earth were to be turned into salt, it would not suffice for all human food. Footnote 27. That is, on the supposition that salt, once consumed, disappears forever. Whence we are forced to admit, either that the species of salt must be everlasting like the world, or that it dies and is born again like the men who devour it. But as experience teaches us that it does not die, as is evident by fire, which does not consume it, and by water which becomes salt in proportion to the quantity dissolved in it. And when it is evaporated, the salt always remains in the original quantity. It must pass through the bodies of men, either in the urine or the sweat or other excretions where it is found again. And as much salt is thus got rid of as is carried every year into towns. Therefore salt is dug in places where there is urine sea hogs, and sea winds are salt. We will say that the rains which penetrate the earth are what is under the foundations of cities with their inhabitants, and are what restore through the internal passages of the earth the saltness taken from the sea, and that the change in the place of the sea, which has been over all the mountains, caused it to be left there in the mines found in those mountains, and sea. The characteristics of sea water, 948. 949. 948. The waters of the salt sea are fresh at the greatest depths. 949. That the ocean does not penetrate under the earth. The ocean does not penetrate under the earth, and this we learn from the many and various springs of fresh water, which, in many parts of the ocean, make their way up from the bottom to the surface. The same thing is farther proved by wells dug beyond the distance of a mile from the said ocean, which fill with fresh water. And this happens because the fresh water is lighter than salt water and consequently more penetrating. Which weighs most, water when frozen or when not frozen? Fresh water penetrates more against salt water than salt water against fresh water. That fresh water penetrates more against salt water than salt water against fresh is proved by a thin cloth dry and old, hanging with the two opposite ends equally low in the two different waters, the surfaces of which are at an equal level. And it will then be seen how much higher the fresh water will rise in this piece of linen than the salt. By so much is the fresh lighter than the salt. On the formation of gulfs, 950, 951. 950. All inland seas and the gulfs of those seas are made by rivers which flow into the sea. 951. Here the reason is given of the effects produced by the waters in the above-mentioned place. All the lakes and all the gulfs of the sea and all inland seas are due to rivers which distribute their waters into them, and from impediments in their downfall into the Mediterranean, which divides Africa from Europe and Europe from Asia by means of the Nile and the Don which pour their waters into it. It is asked what impediment is great enough to stop the course of the waters, which do not reach the ocean. On the encroachments of the sea on the land and vice versa, 952-954. 952. Of waves. A wave of the sea always breaks in front of its base, and that portion of the crest will then be lowest which before was highest. Footnote: the page of Francesco di Giorgio's Trattato, on which Leonardo has written this remark, contains some notes on the construction of dams, harbors, and sea. 953. That the shores of the sea constantly acquire more soil towards the middle of the sea. That the rocks and promontories of the sea are constantly being ruined and worn away. That the Mediterranean seas will in time discover their bottom to the air, and all that will be left will be the channel of the greatest river that enters it. And this will run to the ocean and pour its waters into that with those of all the rivers that are its tributaries. 954. How the river Po, in a short time might dry up the Adriatic Sea in the same way as it has dried up a large part of Lombardy. The ebb and flow of the tide, 955-960. 955. Where there is a larger quantity of water, there is a greater flow and ebb, but the contrary in narrow waters. Look whether the sea is at its greatest flow when the moon is halfway over our hemisphere. 956. Whether the flow and ebb are caused by the moon or the sun, or are the breathing of this terrestrial machine. That the flow and ebb are different in different countries and seas. Footnote: one allusion may here be made to the mythological explanation of the ebb and flow given in the Edda. Utgard Loki says to Thor, Gylfaginning 48, "When thou wert drinking out of the horn, and it seemed to thee that it was slow in emptying, a wonder befell, which I should not have believed possible. The other end of the horn lay in the sea, which thou sawest not. But when thou shalt go to the sea, thou shalt see how much thou hast drunk out of it. And that men now call the ebb tide." Several passages in various manuscripts treat of the ebb and flow. In collecting them, I have been guided by the rule only to transcribe those which named some particular spot. 957.